Chapter 176, Special Temptation, The Star in the Mist. A few days passed quickly, and the Straw Hat Pirates fell into a leisurely daily life again. This kind of life is also quite good. Chu Feng, lying on the sofa, admired the large number of fish in the water tank with a comfortable look, and took a sip of cold drinks on the table from time to time. Having said that, Mei Li, holding a small bottle, was a little helpless, but she still wanted to find an enemy to beat up. She obviously has some fighting power, why not let her participate in the battle? Could she be a mascot? Thinking of this, Mei Li fell into deep thought. Hanami, who was sitting next to Chu Feng, was stunned for a moment, looking at Usopp, who jumped into the water tank. What is he going to do? I guess he wants to catch those small octopuses. Chu Feng pointed to the group of small octopuses huddled together not far away. He felt that Usopp might be dealt with. After all, this guy jumped in directly holding his breath. If there is not enough oxygen, it is easy to roll his eyes. Sure enough, after Usopp threw out some small octopuses, the small octopuses found that they could not escape, so they rushed to Usopp and all entangled with Usopp like they were desperate. Not good. Nico Robin stood up and raised her hands to activate the fruit ability. But unfortunately, creatures like octopuses can spit ink. Looking at the dark water tank, Nico Robin felt numb. What should I do? Hey! Chu Feng sighed. Casa, pull out the idiot Usopp. At least ask me for an oxygen tank or something. Casa smiled, then controlled the auxiliary robot to rush into the water tank and pull Usopp out. Got saved. Usopp, lying on the deck, gasped. He felt that he almost died just now. Thanks, Casa. It's okay. It's just an octopus. Why do you look like you almost died in the water? Sanji, standing on a high place, was a little speechless. Aren't they just some small octopuses? How dare you say that? Usopp stood up and roared with his shark mouth open. If you hadn't asked me to go get the octopus, how could I have gone down? I almost suffocated in the water. Sanji's mouth twitched. Can this be blamed on me? You guessed it yourself. He shook his head, glanced at the small octopus on deck 08 and nodded. Well, these are enough to eat. Cass's projection appeared beside Usopp, and hesitantly said, next time if you need something like this, you can tell me. I can solve it. The auxiliary robot can handle this matter completely, and there is no need to worry about drowning. Usopp was stunned when he heard it. Yes. It seems that Chu Feng said that if there is anything, just tell Casa directly. Is this nonsense? In that case, can you trouble Miss Casa to help me send these octopuses to the kitchen? Sanji said with a smile. I want to make an octopus dish for everyone. Of course. Thank you. What are these guys making noise here for? Zoro, who was exercising, put down the huge barbell in his hand and walked to the window to take a look. Then he noticed something strange on the sea. What is this? Hey! Zoro picked up the microphone and shouted, there seems to be something floating on the sea. The others ran to the beach to take a look. What is it? Let me see. Usopp looked around and then noticed the barrel on the sea. That's a barrel. And there's a word treasure written on it. Really? Luffy said in surprise. Maybe it really fell from the treasure ship. Is it a treasure? It's hard to say. Hey, Luffy, let's pull him up, Usopp said excitedly. If it's a treasure, we'll make a lot of money. Oh, rubber hook lock. Luffy stretched out his arm to grab the barrel and pulled it back hard. After putting it on the deck, several people gathered around and said, it should be treasure. I can make a lot of money, hee. Pocket money. Nami and Nico Robin, who came out after hearing the sound, looked at the three guys dancing on the deck and felt helpless. You don't have any common sense at all. Nami covered her forehead and said, unfortunately, there is no treasure in it. It's just wine and preserved food. Why don't you know it before you open it? Luffy looked disgusted. Treasures are full of mysteries before they are opened. That's right, Nami. Doesn't it say before the sea god's treasure? Nami said speechlessly, this is called a raizu, and someone offers it to the guardian of the sea in order to pray for a smooth voyage. Before the treasure means offering to the gods. What then, it's all for nothing? Usopp suddenly felt bored. They had enough food. What a pity. He thought it was a treasure. Zoro, who came over after hearing the sound, said, since it's all fished up, just drink it. It just so happened that he also wanted to taste the taste of the wine offered to the gods. Idiot, you will be punished by God, Usopp said nervously. You know what punishment is. God's punishment? Zoro frowned, recalling the scene when he was on Sky Island. That the gods were killed by them, so why should we be afraid of punishment? You can drink it after praying. Nami said with a smile, you just need to refill the wine afterwards. This is a custom, but Nami didn't expect these guys to not know it. I won't pray to the gods. Zoro snorted. Let him pray to God. He deserves it. Nami was helpless. Forget it. Anyway, he didn't need to pray. By the way, it is said that the wine washed by the waves tastes particularly mellow. Oh, Frankie came over and said, then you have to taste it. Okay, let's drink. Ha ha ha, thank you for the food from God. Luffy raised his hand and prayed, thank you very much. Hey, what god? Zoro looked at Luffy with disdain. I don't know who beat the god of Sky Island away. You didn't hold back at all at that time. Luffy ignored Zoro, but walked to the front of the barrel and began to untie the rope. The prayer is over, open it and taste it. However, there was no food inside, only a flare. Looking at the flare rising into the sky, the Straw Hat Pirates were dumbfounded. What is this? What happened? The wine flew out and turned into light and disappeared. What's wrong? Chu Feng walked out of the cabin slowly. What are you arguing about? Someone set off fireworks. Why didn't they take us with them? Little Meili, who was following Chu Feng, pinched her waist and said, of course, setting off fireworks is fun only when everyone is together. That's really not nice. Chopper danced and told what happened just now. Then it flew up to the sky and exploded. Is that so? Chu Feng glanced at the barrel and understood it immediately. It seems that we are being targeted. As expected. Nico Robin's face was a little ugly. When she saw the flare just now, she felt something was wrong. After Chu Feng said this, was she really being targeted? What does being targeted mean? Usopp said, a little scared. Is someone targeting our heads? That's about right. Chu Feng shrugged. It is said that in the Devil's Triangle, someone deliberately used this kind of wooden barrel to disguise as a flowing wine jar to mark the ships that were targeted. Then they will be targeted by the ghost ship at the end. Chu Feng deliberately showed a terrifying expression, which scared Chopper so much that he jumped on Zoro's neck and hugged him tightly and yelled, Zoro, I'm so scared of him. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Zoro patted Chopper, loosened his hand a little and said, what are you afraid of? We have killed a god, so why should we be afraid of ghosts? What a rubbish. Chu Feng raised the corner of his mouth, hoping that you can keep your current expression when you encounter a negative ghost. Chopper, you are a little timid. Little Meili laughed. This kind of story is far worse than the fairy tale Chu Feng told me before. Chu Feng. What should I do if I want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. Nami glared at Chu Feng unhappily, and then picked up Little Meili. You are not allowed to tell Meili any fairy tales in the future, understand? Ahem, I understand. Chu Feng touched his nose and felt a little embarrassed. The key point is that he has already finished telling those stories. Otherwise, Meili would have pestered him to continue telling. Wait a minute, Usopp reacted, rushed to Chu Feng, opened his shark mouth and roared, you guys knew this a long time ago. Things. Yes. Then why didn't you tell us? You didn't ask either. Usopp, what should I do? I feel so tired all of a sudden. God, take this squinty-eyed bastard with glasses away quickly. Usopp always feels that he will die in Chu Feng's hands one day. Okay, stop looking at me like you've seen a ghost. Chu Feng smiled, have you forgotten what you promised others before? If I guess correctly, we will soon enter the Devil's Triangle. When the time comes, go find that brook first, and then go grab the sword for Zoro. That's right. Zoro showed a hint of a grim smile, the big sword 21, must be grabbed. As for ghosts, skeletons, ghosts, and the like. To be honest, Zoro is not afraid at all. Whoever dares to come over, just chop him to death with one knife. Yes, 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 and the moving skull Luffy said excitedly, come on, I want him to be my partner. Luffy. Usopp said, covering his chest, I have a disease that prevents me from entering that sea area. Really, Chopper, come on, treat Usopp. Here I come. Chopper came over with a hammer and said kindly, Usopp, come on, I'll treat you. This is a good method Chu Feng gave him, and it is the best way to treat Usopp's disease. Ahem, I think I'm cured now. Oh, that's good. Chopper nodded and put the hammer away, sighing in his heart that Chu Feng was right. Chu Feng, the eternal god. Looking at this group of live treasures, Nami rolled her eyes. Forget it, if you have to go, then go. Looking up at the sky, Nami looked at the microsite, the movement speed of the clouds has become faster. Is there going to be a storm? After a careful feeling, I found that it was true. Thinking of this, Nami immediately looked up and said, Casa, turn the ship to the southeast, there will be a storm here. About 5 minutes later, move quickly. Okay. As soon as the voice fell, the star quickly turned around and headed southeast. It's obviously a sunny day. Chopper looked up at the sky, his eyes full of confusion. Nami said so, it must be a sudden attack again. Luffy believes in Nami's command very much. In the words of the uncle in the Twin Gorge, on the sea, the words of the navigator are absolute. Because they can observe the danger in advance and then lead everyone out of the crisis. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, the storm hit. Damn, are we caught up again? Nami's face looked a little ugly. I hope the star can hold on. Don't worry, it doesn't matter even if there is a tsunami. Chu Feng looked calm, and even put 2 cloud beds on the deck, and signaled Casa to open the protective cover to prevent rain from hitting in. After putting Little Mary on one of the smaller beds, he lay on the larger one. Others, you are really leisurely. Glancing at the eyes of others, Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, Casa is responsible for driving the ship. Is it okay for me to be more leisurely? It seems so. Usopp hammered his fist and then joined Chu Feng's ranks. Seeing this, the others also relaxed and then went to do their own things. Well, it's great that their ship is the star. As time went by, the 540 star gradually rushed out of the radiation range of the storm. Nami, is it okay to keep going in this direction? Chopper, who was sitting on the ground fiddling with herbs, said, why hasn't the sky been bright yet? Yet. Nami nodded, the direction is correct, but... Before she finished her words, a large amount of fog appeared in front of her and covered the star. Now, the Straw Hat Pirates are completely trapped in the Devil's Triangle. It seems that we have entered this range. Chu Feng opened his eyes and glanced outside. Casa, look around. If you find any ghost ship, go over there, maybe that guy is on it. We are about to meet Brook, and I guess that guy will be very excited to see a living person. What? Nami was shocked. Have we reached that sea area? I'm not mentally prepared yet. As she spoke, Nami moved closer to Chu Feng. As if she felt safe only in this way. It's only a matter of time. Chu Feng waved his hand. It doesn't matter whether it's sooner or later. That means we're almost at Fishman Island, right? Sanji twisted his body and said in the distance, ah. Beautiful mermaid lady, I'll see you soon. Although this may be the first time we meet, my enthusiasm will definitely make you very excited. Looking at Sanji's behavior, Chu Feng said, mermaids and such, Haven't we seen them on Judicial Island? Kaka. Sanji seemed to have a string in his head snapped, and he froze in place. Some terrible memories in his mind reappeared in front of him, and he immediately knelt on the ground and pounded the ground in pain. Chu Feng, you bastard! Why did you bring up such a terrible thing? He obviously forgot it. Spray. Chu Feng smiled, and felt that Sanji was really interesting like this. Well, seeing that you are in so much pain, I won't talk about your bounty order. Otherwise, this guy should have challenged him. Compared to Fishman Island, I want to know if there are ghosts here. Usopp still remembered what Grandma Kokoro said, there might be. Stop talking, Usopp, stop talking. Chopper hugged Zoro's thigh again, and seeing the momentum, he was still planning to climb up. Zoro was so scared that he grabbed the back of his neck and said, I understand that you are so scared, but can you please not pinch my neck every time? Chopper was a little embarrassed. I'll be more careful next time, next time. When you are scared, how can you know what you are doing? But he also knew that it was not good for him to do so, so he tried to restrain himself. Quick, prepare some demon-killing tools. Usopp's upper and lower teeth were trembling, we must have a way to restrain them. Usopp, prepare some for me too. Chopper was also scared. At this time, Cass's said, the ghost ship is coming. As it fell, a man's voice came, yo ho ho ho. Chapter 177, a terrifying power that can bring the dead back to life. Ghost ship. Usopp shuddered, and his whole body was numb. He hasn't prepared weapons for self-defense. Moreover, why is this ghost still singing? Is there really such a thing? Except for Nico Robin, everyone else was numb when they saw the dilapidated pirate ship that suddenly appeared. Although Chu Feng had said in advance that there might be a ghost ship here, it was really scary when I really saw it. Especially the strange sound coming from it. What song is this? This must be a ghost song. Usopp covered his ears and shouted, don't listen, plug your ears quickly, you will be cursed. The ghost is talking to you, you must not pay attention. If you answer, you will be dragged into the sea. The evil spirits are taking people on the road together. No. Chopper was so scared that tears came out. So. Chu Feng sat up from the cloud bed and said speechlessly, what are you afraid of? Ghost ships and the like can't exist at all. This ship has just been floating here for too long. You are not as good as little Mary. Chu Feng glanced at the eager little Meili, who knows what this girl is thinking about. When Xiao Meili saw that everyone was looking at her, her face suddenly turned red, and she sat down obediently, looking like she didn't think about anything. Chu Feng rolled his eyes, you black-bellied girl, I don't believe you. This song should be Binks's bar. Nico Robin thought for a while and said, it's a song that has been circulating for a long time. She wouldn't be wrong, there are many people who can sing this song, it can be said that it is a very popular song among sailors. Wait, what's on that ship? Sanji said solemnly, could it be the moving skull that Chu Feng said? Not sure. Zoro put his hand on the hilt and said, if it's an enemy, just chop him. God, they killed one, are they afraid of a mere ghost? At this moment, Brook's appearance completely appeared in front of everyone. This guy was drinking a drink leisurely, singing a little song. Binks's wine. Send it over. Yo ho ho ho. Yo ho ho ho. Chu Feng's mouth twitched, and the devil knew how he could see this feeling from a skeleton's face. I really met him, Luffy said excitedly, you saw it, the skeleton that can sing. Hey, Chu Feng, is this the guy you said? Yeah, that's him. Chu Feng said with a smile, the skeleton with an afro, the kind that can move. There is no one else except him. This guy's mental strength is really strong. He has been wandering alone in this lonely sea for 50 years without breaking down. Really amazing. Well, he can still hum a little tune and drink a drink leisurely, which is really outrageous. Ha 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 ha. Luffy's eyes lit up, sure enough, there are living skeletons, great. I want to go over and take a look. As he said this, Luffy was about to swing his arm and rush over to see the situation. Sanji pulled him back and said, wait, what if you go up and the other ship disappears? That's right, it's hard to find you in this fog. Nami held her forehead and said, at least hang up the connection first. At least this way I won't get lost with my friends. At the same time, if I encounter any danger, my friends can provide timely support. Okay. Luffy stopped when he heard it, raised his head and shouted, Casa, catch up and connect the two ships. Okay, Captain. As soon as the voice fell, the star quickly chased Brook's pirate ship and soon connected the two ships. Okay, let's go. Chu Feng grabbed Luffy and jumped to Brook's ship. Let's go and see the situation, and we'll be back in a while. Okay, okay. Usopp swallowed his saliva, as long as he didn't ask him to go with him. Even if he knew that the other party might be someone he knew, Usopp was afraid. After all, this was the first time he saw a moving skeleton. Hey, take me with you. Little Meili rushed towards Chu Feng. How could she be left out of such an exciting thing? Stop right there. Zoro grabbed the back of Little Meili's collar and said, I'm not sure about the situation on that ship yet, you'd better stay here obediently. If you really want to go up, wait until Chu Feng and the others give you the information. Okay. Meili looked unhappy, but there was nothing she could do. Who told her to be so young? Damn it, she must drink more milk and grow up quickly. On the other side, Brook, who was drinking a drink, saw Chu Feng and Luffy rushing in front of him, and suddenly became excited. Yo ho ho ho. Guian, I was so rude just now. I'm really sorry that I didn't say hello when we met. Brook said with excitement, I was really scared. I don't know how many years it has been before I saw a living person again. There are only ghost ships here, and it's still too scary. Come on, don't be polite, come inside, let's have a good chat. Brook spoke very quickly, as if he was telling the words he had been holding back before, and he wanted to say everything in one breath. There was no way, he had never seen a living person for decades, he was so excited. Chu Feng's eyes flashed with helplessness, you were also scared, but the people on my ship were scared by you. Chu Feng, look, he is really talking. Luffy pulled Chu Feng and said, and he has an afro, it's really what you said. Well, it should be him. Brook was stunned for a moment after hearing this. From what he heard, did these two people know each other? Before he could ask the question in his heart, Luffy asked a soul-searching question, hey, are you pooping? Chu Feng. You are pooping. Chu Feng opened his shark mouth and roared, who would ask such a question as soon as they meet? However, what he didn't expect was that Brook actually answered Luffy's question seriously, well, I pooped. Chu Feng. You are pooping too. Is this a consolation that a normal person would ask? Even if you are asking for information, you wouldn't ask like this. Covering his face, Chu Feng didn't know what to say for a while and got stuck. Hey. Luffy looked at Brook and said, be my partner. Well, it's okay. Brook agreed without even thinking about it, mainly because he hadn't seen a living person for decades and was a little excited. Well, let's chat for a while first. Ha ha ha, great. Luffy laughed and said, let's go back to the ship first, I'll introduce you to other partners. Hey, let's go, Chu Feng. Hey. Oh. After Chu Feng forced himself to restart, he turned around and went back to the star with Luffy. He also figured it out, that is, he didn't need to simulate the thinking of a psychopath, otherwise he would become a psychopath. Yo ho ho ho. Brook, standing on the deck of the star, greeted the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates with excitement, hello everyone, how are you? This time, my ship and I have caused trouble for everyone. I'm really sorry. I'm dead, only bones. Brook, please give me more advice. Ah, is there any beautiful lady here? Brooke straightened his clothes and walked to Nico Robin and said, can you help me with my fat? Nami. Are you dreaming, you perverted skull? Angry Nami punched Brooke's head hard and knocked him to the ground. Ah, the lady who hit me too. Shut up. Bang, another punch. This time, there is a big bump on each side. It's obviously a skull, but why is there a bump? Sanji's eyes were filled with full of doubts. This is a bit too fake. Zoro's mouth twitched, and after thinking for a moment, he said, Chu Feng, are you sure it's such a joke? Well, although it looks a bit unserious, it is indeed him. You have been saying this kind of thing since just now. What exactly does it mean? Brooke was full of doubts. He should not have known this group of people before. They look like they are in their 20s at most, and they were not born when he died. Strange skeleton. Hello. Little Mary waved her little hand and greeted, not afraid at all. Hello to you, Brooke waved in response, and at the same time he was sighing in his heart, these guys should be pirates, and there is a pirate flag hanging on them. But why would they bring a child of a few years old? Well, there is also a talking raccoon cat. What a strange combination. Let's go back to the restaurant first. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, it's time for dinner now, you should not have eaten decent food for a long time. Well, decades. Haha, then let's go together. After that, everyone returned to the restaurant and waited for Sanji to prepare food. Brooke told his experiences over the years, I have no proper food, and I endure the pain of my chest and back every day, and live a hard life. Although I have neither a chest nor a back as a skeleton, yo ho ho ho. By the way, I am a gentleman, and I like the leisurely time waiting for meals the most. Then he waved his knife and fork with Luffy and said, eat, eat. Oh, by the way, chef, please give me milk for the drink. It's so noisy. Sanji opened his shark mouth and roared, wait quietly for me. Why are you talking so much nonsense with your noisy energy? Are you still a gentleman? After looking at Brooke with disdain, Sanji continued to deal with the ingredients in the pot. Muttering in his heart, skeletons and whatnot, this world is really magical. By the way, Rock Ba crew. Luffy looked at Brooke and said, why are you there? No, my name is Brooke. Oh, excuse me, I don't know your name yet. My name is Luffy, and I'm the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy grinned, by the way, who the hell are you? Chu Feng said that you know Leibo, so we came here to find you. That guy has been waiting for you for decades. Leibo. Hearing these two words, Brooke immediately quieted down. Have you seen Leibo? No, how do you know me? No, how do you know the story between Leibo and me? There was no way. Brooke couldn't calm down when he heard this name. Especially when he heard that he had been waiting for him for decades, tears came down. When we were in Twin Gorge, we met an uncle. Luffy gestured with his hands and said, he said that Leibo had been separated from you for 50 years and had been waiting for you to come back. Unfortunately, I never waited for you. Yes. Chu Feng nodded, and he's still hitting the Red Earth continent. Why? Brooke suddenly became nervous. Is Lab all right? That little guy's fine. Chu Feng shook his head, because we agreed with him that after we find you, we'll go around the world and come back to find him, so he calmed down. Is that so? Brooke fell silent after hearing this, and then sighed, I'm so sorry for him. What happened? Usopp asked curiously, it took so long. First of all, let me explain what happened to me. Brooke sighed, I ate a devil fruit called the Yamizu fruit, which has the terrible power to bring the dead back to life. Yamizu fruit? Yes. Brooke nodded, I died once 50 years ago. Then I was resurrected again because of the power of the Kizaru fruit. Resurrection. Frankie thought of something and said, in other words, you are a resurrected person. You can understand it this way. Brooke nodded, I was also a pirate when I was alive, but I was unlucky. When I broke into this Devil's Sea with my companions, I met a more powerful colleague. After a fierce battle between the two sides, our group was wiped out. Of course I died too. Brook sighed, when I was alive, the Yamizu fruit was just something that made me a landlubber. But on the day I died, the power of the Yomiuri fruit was activated. My soul returned to reality from the underworld. Chu Feng's pupils shrank when he heard this. The underworld. In other words, do ghosts and gods really exist in this world? Thinking of this, Chu Feng subconsciously glanced at Zoro. This guy. Unfortunately, Zoro, who was listening attentively, did not notice Chu Feng's eyes, and this question was destined to have no answer. It's amazing. Little Mary was a little emotional. Can it really be resurrected? Yes. Brook nodded. If I had returned to my body immediately, I should have been able to resurrect directly. But unfortunately, this sea area is filled with thick fog, and I can't find my body at all. As you can see, I'm lost. Brook's tone was a little sad. Then I drifted in this fog in the state of soul for a year, and finally found our pirate ship. Unfortunately, at this time, my body has become what it is now. I was so scared that my eyeballs fell out. Although I don't have eyeballs, yo ho ho ho. So stupid, almost like Zoro. Luffy laughed and said, Zoro is also a road idiot. Zoro. You are such a jerk. Just chat if you want to, why do you mention me? Can I tell this to outsiders? No, I am not a road idiot, nor an idiot. Humph, I will kill you sooner or later. So there is one more talking skeleton. Frankie touched his chin and said, even if it becomes a skeleton, it can be resurrected. The devil fruit is really scary. But this fruit has already completed its mission. Now you are just a landlubber. Sanji said curiously, this is also a curse. Except for the ability to resurrect once, it has no other function. After resurrection, it is still a skeleton, and it has lost the happiness that belongs to men directly. Even if this kind of thing is given to him, he doesn't want it. Well, if you can be resurrected, you don't expect so much, right? Brook is very open-minded. Hey, I hope Lab won't blame me when he sees me, after all, I also. He didn't mean it. By the way, what's wrong with your hair? Nami's eyes were full of surprise. Can a skeleton grow hair? Yo ho ho ho. Because my hair roots are very strong. Brook smiled. And this is the only way I can make Lab recognize me. It's a blessing in disguise. I really look forward to the day when Lab sees him. Sorry, Lab, we didn't mean it. After all, I also want to go out, but I can't go out at all. Others are even more disturbing. Sighing, Brook thought in his heart, I don't know if Lab can forgive him. Chapter 178, Ghost Catcher. Others smiled when they heard it, and thought that this Brook was quite interesting. Little Mary, who had eaten and drunk enough, noticed the situation in the mirror not far away, and was stunned for a moment. Then, Brook. Why don't you have a reflection? Usopp. Usopp looked at the mirror with a shocked face, and then found that there was no shadow of Brook in it. Why can't I see you in the mirror? Are you a vampire? Really? Luffy's eyes lit up, so awesome. Hey, Luffy, this is not a joke. Chopper was nervous, vampire or something? Look carefully, you don't even seem to have a shadow. Usopp pointed at Brook's feet and said nervously, what's going on, tell me the truth. Is this guy lying to them just now? Looking at the nervous companions, Chu Feng calmly waved his hand, calm down, this guy is indeed the person I said. The reason why there is no shadow, let me guess. Did you meet Gecko Moria? Brook looked at Chu Feng in surprise, and didn't expect that he actually knew Gecko Moria. Yes. Brook sighed, a few years ago, my shadow was taken away by a man called Gecko Moria. Since you can say that. Zoro regained his composure, nothing will surprise me now. But taking away the shadow, is this kind of thing possible? Gecko Mariah is the shadow fruit ability user, and has the power to control shadows. Chu Feng found a comfortable position and leaned back on the chair and said, after development to a certain extent, it is not strange to take away other people's shadows. Chu Feng even felt that the upper limit of this devil fruit was quite high. After development, it is no less than any natural system or even mythical beast species. You can imagine that if you let your shadow elementalize in advance to avoid the enemy's attack, isn't that the same as the natural system? Cut off the arm and control the shadow to grow a new one. This is not impossible. The body determines the shape of the shadow. Similarly, the shape of the shadow also represents the state of the body. This is the power of this devil fruit. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by Gecko Mariah. Yes. Brooke nodded. And once the shadow is taken away, it also means that you can no longer live in a place with light. But you are alive, aren't you? Luffy's eyes were full of curiosity, and he also wanted to know what would happen if he was exposed to the sun. No, once I am exposed to the sun, I can't survive. Brooke said slowly, now in this foggy sea, I have finally survived by avoiding the sun. What if you are exposed to the sun? You will die. Brooke said firmly, once I am exposed to direct sunlight, my body will turn into ashes. Turn into ashes? Yes. Brooke recalled the scene he saw at the beginning, and there was still a trace of fear on the skeleton's face. I have witnessed with my own eyes the appearance of people whose shadows were taken away turning into ashes under the sun. That was really creepy and terrifying. Ah! Although I am a skeleton without hair, yo-ro-ro-ro-ro-ro. No, is this reasonable? Chopper's face was full of fear. It turned into ashes. Yeah, it makes sense. Chu Feng nodded. People exposed to the sun will have shadows. This is common sense. But if this person has no shadow, it means that this person is rejected by the sun or hates it. So it is normal to be burned by the sun, which is the same as vampires being afraid of the sun. But after the person disappears, the shadow will disappear as well. Moonlight Moria is not afraid that all the zombie troops under his command will lose their shadows. Or did he grasp the psychology that most people are afraid of death? All your companions died, and you were rejected by the sun. Sanji paused and said, your life is really miserable. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Brooke smiled and said, even so, I still survived tenaciously. A pile of bones, still tenaciously alive. I am Brooke, who is dead and only bones are left. Please give me more advice. So, why can you be so optimistic? Usopp's eyelids twitched. Is there such an optimistic person in the world? After all, you haven't seen a living person for decades. If you are not optimistic, your spirit will have collapsed long ago. Chu Feng looked at Brooke and said, right. Well. Brooke quieted down, and after a moment he said with some emotion, today is really a good day. It's great to see living people again. People can bring joy. For me, you are my joy, yo-ho-ho-ho. If I can still cry now, I would be so happy that I can't stop crying. Unfortunately, he is now only a body of bones. Chu Feng's face turned strange after hearing this. This guy could be beaten up, so crying shouldn't be a problem. After laughing, Brooke slowly lowered his head and looked at Luffy and said, you just invited me to join your group, right? I'm really happy, thank you very much. But I actually have to refuse. Luffy was a little dumbfounded. Why? Didn't we already agree on this? Like I said just now, my shadow was taken away, and my body can't live under the sun. Brooke sighed, here, there is a sea of magic that blocks the sun with thick fog to protect me. But once I leave this sea with you, my body will sooner or later be exposed to the sun and eventually turn into ashes. So I have to stay here, waiting for the miraculous day to take back the shadow. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Before that, he must not leave here. What are you talking about? So polite. Luffy's face was dissatisfied. If you need a shadow, we can help you get it back. Seeing the serious expression on Luffy's face, Brooke was very moved. You are such a good person, I am very shocked. But I can't let you guys go to Social Security. How can I let you guys who I just met die for me? Is that Moonlight Mariah too strong? Frankie thought and said, so strong that we can't defeat him. No, he may not even be able to beat Luffy. Chu Feng smiled, then looked at Brooke and said, Brooke, you may have some misunderstandings about us. Don't think that we are harmless now, but in fact we are a pirate group with a total bounty of more than 1.2 billion. Brooke. 112 million. Brooke's voice was much higher. Is it true? 1.2 billion is a very scary number. I was so shocked that my eyes fell out. Although I don't have eyeballs, yo ho 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 ho. They look like just a group of children, but the bounty is so terrifying, which is something Brooke didn't expect. So, there is nothing to be afraid of. Chu Feng shrugged, besides, we were planning to find that man. After all, he has a good knife in his hand, right, Zoro? Hey, of course. Zoro's dictionary doesn't even have the word fear. So, where is he now? Luffy said seriously, let's go get your shadow back for you. Everyone. Brooke was very moved, but sorry, I don't know where he is now. Brooke sighed, if I could find it, I would have tried to get the shadow back a long time ago. I wouldn't have been wandering here all these years. Don't think about these unhappy things, I'll play a song for everyone. Brooke took out a violin and said, speaking of which, I'm still a musician. Great. Luffy immediately said excitedly, you must join us. Yo ho ho ho. Let's not talk about this for now, let's listen to a happy boat song. However, just when Brooke was about to take action, he froze in place. As if he had seen something extremely terrifying, he fell to the ground. What's wrong? Sanji was a little dumbfounded. Is there something wrong with the devil fruit ability? Phantom, ghost. Brooke pointed to the wall not far away, and was completely dumbfounded. The others looked aside immediately after hearing this, and were immediately shocked. What is this? Is there really a ghost? Hey, he ran away. At this moment, the hull suddenly vibrated, and Brooke was shocked and said, damn, could it be? He quickly opened the door and ran out. After seeing the situation outside, he was dumbfounded. Has this ship been targeted? Seeing this, the others also followed and went out. After coming outside, they were a little dumbfounded. Where is this? It seems that we have arrived. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, Moonlight Moria's territory, the Horror 3 Ghosts sailboat. Yes, Brooke said word by word, this is a ghost ship floating in the Horror Triangle. After speaking, Brooke turned and walked back to the cabin, picked up his weapon, and walked towards the side of the ship. Hey, what are you going to do? Facing Sanji's doubts, Brooke smiled and said, of course I'm going to take back my shadow. Today is really a lucky day. Not only did I meet someone, but I also had the opportunity to take back my shadow. Although I am very grateful that you are willing to take back my shadow, I don't want you to take risks. Brooke jumped down after saying that, if I can come back alive, I will find you. Yo ho ho ho. Looking at Brooke running on the sea, Luffy was a little dumbfounded. He is actually running on the sea. So amazing. It's probably because there are only bones left. Chu Feng smiled, the weight is very light, and the speed is fast enough, so he can run on the sea. Hey, did that guy listen to us seriously just now? Little Mary said a little dissatisfied, didn't we say that we would go to the island together to defeat that Yay? Mariah Gecko. Yes, Mariah Gecko, why did he leave by himself? It's cool to have a moving skeleton join them. Maybe he's afraid of getting us into trouble. Zoro said helplessly, but we have to go to this island. Whether Luffy wants to recruit this person or get that weapon, it's the same. Are we going to such a scary island? Usopp looked at the scary town in front of him and felt a little numb. Although I know this is a pirate's territory, the atmosphere you created is too scary. By the way, what's the matter with the ghost just now? Everyone. Chopper said with a scared face, I seem to have a disease that prevents me from going to the island. Usopp. Why does this sound so familiar? Chu Feng looked at Chopper speechlessly. Why did you learn from Usopp? Hey, Chu Feng. Luffy approached Chu Feng with an expectant look and said, make something for me. What? Catch ghosts, Luffy said excitedly. The ghost just now should be a resident of this island. I want to catch him. It must be very interesting to raise a ghost for fun. By the way, I want the kind that can be caught manually. Luffy said with a grin, I want to catch it myself. He first enjoyed the process of catching, and then the joy of raising ghosts. Okay, I know. Chu Feng was speechless, and then took out a wrench and pliers to start operating. After a while, he took out a net and said, here, give it to you, this is a ghost catcher. As long as this thing covers the ghost, it can't run away. That's right, it's so domineering that even a spirit like a ghost can't escape. Even Perona, a capable person, can't recall it. So fast Usopp's eyes bulged out. How long has it been? Is this Chu Feng's hand speed? It's really scary. I guess Lianchen Sanji must be ashamed of himself. Sanji. Your eyes make me uncomfortable. Sanji glanced at Usopp. Are you thinking of something strange? No, it's your illusion. What about mine? Little Meili grabbed Chu Feng's thigh and said, don't I have it? Of course I haven't forgotten you. Chu Feng rolled his eyes and then took a smaller one and put it in little Meili's hand. Just pamper her. Nami said unhappily, ghosts and such, look very dangerous, okay. Don't worry, it's okay. Chu Feng waved his hand, the ghost is actually a thing created by a devil fruit ability user, it won't be dangerous. Well, although he will become autistic if he is touched. Nami was speechless, is that what I'm talking about? You let a little girl play with this. What's the big deal? Luffy said nonchalantly, Mary, let's see who can catch more ghosts. Oh. It's hopeless. Nami gave up, let it be whatever it wants. It's okay, let them play. Chu Feng smiled, then looked up and said, Casa, pay attention to your speed and get close to the shore. Stop after that. Okay. As soon as the voice fell, the star slowly approached the shore and stopped steadily on the shore. Yoshi Luffy waved his hand, let's go catch ghosts. Oh, little Mary also said excitedly, catch ghosts. Wait a minute. Chu Feng pushed his glasses, a guest is coming. What do you mean? Luffy stopped, and before he could say the second sentence, his face was pulled up and he made a funny gesture. Luffy, what are you doing? Sanji said unhappily, are you kidding me? It's not me, I didn't do anything. Luffy waved his arms, my body moved by itself. My body moved by itself. What are you talking about? Usopp was speechless, stop playing, Luffy. Before he finished speaking, he felt a gust of wind rushing towards him. Although he didn't know what it was, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. At this moment, Chu Feng appeared here in an instant, grabbed the other's arm and said, what do you want to do? Invisible man. Tisk, have you been discovered? Absalom said a little unhappy, and then he tried to break free from Chu Feng's restraints. But he found out that something was wrong with this effort. Why couldn't he break free? Ha, you think you can be invisible and invincible? Chu Feng sneered, and then kicked him aside fiercely. Cough cough. Absalom, lying on the ground, spurted out a mouthful of blood, but did not remove the fruit ability. He felt that if he dared to expose his body, he might be beaten up. Unfortunately, even so, his figure was revealed by the thermal sensing device on the ship. Although he couldn't see what he looked like, other people could still see this red human shape. Invisibility fruit. Sanji was stunned for a moment, and then he was completely blown up. Asshole, you actually ate our dreams. Chapter 179, Humble Sanji Chu Feng, Can That Invisible Potion? Looking at Absalom, whose figure was revealed by the thermal sensing device on the ship, Sanji felt that he was really furious. That was the devil fruit he had always dreamed of. Kill you. Sanji's expression on his face was a little broken. If he killed this guy, he would have a chance to eat the transparent fruit. Absalom. This man is a pancake. Looking at Sanji, who was rushing back at him with a fierce momentum, Absalom looked down at his body again and was stunned. He was actually photographed. Without time to think, Absalom stood up quickly, rushed out of the star at a very fast speed, and fled inside. Stop! Sanji, who kicked in the air, was about to chase him, but was pulled by Chu Feng. Stop yourself, you can't find anyone even if you rush up. That guy ran away a long time ago. Without the haki of observation, this ability of invisibility is very tricky. At least for other people. Well, Chu Feng doesn't care, after all, he has a thermal sensing device, and invisibility is meaningless. After all, the transparent fruit only makes his body transparent, not disappearing. Tisk, it's really annoying. Sanji said angrily, don't let me catch him, otherwise, I must kick his head off. This bastard actually dared to eat his dream fruit, it's really hateful. Chu Feng, I don't know if it's an illusion, why does he feel like Sanji's body is burning with fire? Ahem, anyway, we have to go to this island. Chu Feng walked slowly to the side of the boat. Let's go, let's meet the guys inside. It will probably take some time to meet Moonlight Moria, so let's have some fun before that. Zombies and the like, I've never seen a living one before. Are you really going? Chopper said with some fear. There are ghosts and invisible people, will zombies appear next? Chu Feng gave a thumbs up and said, it's very likely no, I don't want to go to this island. Then you guard the ship. Chopper. Only me? Chopper hesitated for a moment, and when he saw that everyone else was walking out one after another, even Usopp, he panicked and said, I'll go too. He rushed towards Zoro quickly, almost climbing on him. Usopp, aren't you afraid? Humph, how could the great Captain Usopp be afraid? Usopp snorted, he would never admit that he came here because he felt safer with Chu Feng and the others. Even if he stayed on the ship with Chopper, what would happen if they met the scary Moonlight Moria? Could they solve it? It's very likely that they couldn't, so it's better to follow the main force. Chu Feng. Sanji suddenly came to Chu Feng and whispered, I can't eat this transparent fruit, but the invisibility potion you mentioned. Looking at Sanji's humble expression, Chu Feng's mouth twitched. Just when he was about to say something, Nami's fist had already hit Sanji's head. Do you think what I said is wind around my ears? Also, Chu Feng, were you going to agree to this bastard just now? Looking at Nami's still smoking fist, Chu Feng coughed lightly and said, you think too much, I was going to refuse him. Invisibility potion and the like should not exist in the world. Well, even if there is, he will not share it. Of course, this kind of good thing must be collected by himself. Of course, he is for spying intelligence, and this thing is very useful for spying intelligence. Nami snorted, then walked down the ladder, looked at the distance and said, it's really gloomy. The forest in the distance looked abnormal at first glance, and Nami felt that anything could appear in it. Hey, get up quickly, you stinky cook. Zoro glanced at Sanji lying on the ground and said with disdain, otherwise I'll just leave you here. You're so nagging, you green algae head. Sanji stood up with an unhappy look on his face. His intuition told him that Chu Feng must have that good thing, but he just didn't want to give it to him. Damn, we are all good brothers. After getting off the boat one after another, everyone came to a staircase. Why is there a staircase going down as soon as we get up? Sanji frowned slightly when he looked at the dry bones on the ground. There are more. This is the entrance, there's no use thinking too much. Luffy waved his hand nonchalantly, let's go and see first. After walking down, everyone stopped. Because a strange creature appeared in front of them. What is Hell three-headed dog. A question mark appeared on Sanji's head. Is there such a thing in this place? Haniko Robin laughed, it's pretty cute. Is that guy provoking us? Frankie clenched his fist, not afraid at all. This thing looks so interesting. Little Mary waved her hands. Let's catch him and keep him. Nami. How interesting is it? Nami didn't know how to complain. I don't know if it tastes good. Luffy's saliva is left. Why don't we stew it, Sanji? As soon as these words came out, this strange hellhound was numb. The upturned tail fell down, and the momentum of the whole body began to wilted. This script is wrong. What's wrong with the group of humans on the opposite side? Shouldn't they show a look of fear, and then be chased around by it, and finally be scared to lose consciousness, and then have their shadows taken away by Lord Moria? But forget about this group of people. What do you mean by wanting to eat me? Gritting his teeth, the hellhound showed his fangs again. He has always been an extremely ferocious beast. How can he be afraid of a mere human? It seems that he is planning to fight with us. Zoro showed a hint of a sly smile, then let me chop them up. It's not fun to chop them to death. Little Mary rolled up her sleeves, why don't you let me do it? You take a break. Chu Feng held her little head, let Luffy go. Haha, I'll do it. Luffy walked up with his teeth bared, look, I'll tame it. After taming such a toy, you can use it as a mount. It's fun just to think about it. Come on, reach out. Luffy walked to the front of the Hell three-headed dog and said, good boy. However, the Hell three-headed dog didn't pay attention to Luffy, but bit Luffy's head fiercely. Chopper. It's over, Luffy was eaten. Let's play, and something went wrong. What should I do? Take a good look. Zoro grabbed Chopper, who was running around on the ground, and said, Luffy Faye is fine. If a mere beast can kill Luffy, then there is no point in being a pirate. Why do you want to be a pirate? Go home and raise pigs. As expected, Luffy was not hurt at all. Instead, he reached out and touched his head and said, good boy, that's it, slowly open your mouth. The three-headed dog of hell was numb and frightened and opened its mouth. This person can't be bitten to death. What a good boy. Luffy smiled, and then punched the three-headed dog of hell in the face. Asshole! Dare to bite me? Looking at the three-headed dog of hell that was knocked to the ground by him, Luffy was unhappy. If you make trouble for me again, I will stew you. The three-headed dog of hell immediately got up from the ground and looked at Luffy with a flattering look, fearing that he would hit him. In the end, the three-headed dog of hell became a docile mount, carrying Luffy and others forward obediently. By the way, it's a bit seriously injured. Nico Robin looked at the three-headed dog of hell and said, it's a miracle that it can survive. There were countless wounds on its body, and it looked like it would die at any time. Indeed. Sanji nodded in agreement, and there is also a fox mixed in it. I'm afraid it's no longer a living creature. The three-headed dog of hell has at least 3 dog heads, but this one has a fox head hidden. Ha 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 ha, I encountered such an interesting thing just after entering. Luffy laughed and said, this island is really exciting. Hey, 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 we're not here to play. Nami said unhappily, we'll find that guy named Moria and kill him, get what we want and leave here. She really doesn't like the environment here at all, it's terrible. Hellhound. Are these guys actually planning to target Master Moonlight Moria? They really don't know how to live or die. In that case, bring them to the Master. Let's see how the Master kills them then. After leaving the tunnel, is it a forest? Frankie looked around and touched his chin. This strange structure plus the thick fog, there is no sense of distance at all. It's just like a maze. It's possible that we have been circling in the same place, Nico Robin thought and said, it's possible. I hope it's not the case. At this time, 2 unexpected figures appeared in front. A unicorn zombie and a tree zombie are drinking. Luffy's eyes lit up immediately. Amazing, an old man who looks like a tree and a unicorn are drinking. Seeing that the other party was about to run, Luffy immediately chased him. Stop, don't run! Chu Feng rushed up and grabbed Luffy. Asshole, what are you doing? I want them to be my partners. Shut up! Chu Feng opened his shark mouth and roared, this is a zombie? Zombies, do you understand? What does it matter? That's right. Little Mary, sitting on the three-headed dog of hell, waved her hand and said, we have invited the skeletons, what else is missing? Nami, you are really fearless. After seeing the other party completely escape, Luffy's face was full of regret. I almost caught them. So, don't always look for some weird things as companions, okay? Sanji was numb, there are already raccoons and robots. Hey, I'm a reindeer. A reindeer. Chopper opened his shark mouth and roared, I'm not a raccoon, bastard. I'm not a robot either. Frankie said unhappily, do you understand the cyborg, idiot? Listening to Frankie's words, Sanji glared at him unhappily, anyway, it's not a human. 0, 0. It's still a human in essence. It should be a pervert in essence. Frankie. Frankie smiled immediately, ah. It's great if you can understand this. Sanji. I didn't praise you, bastard. Is it a compliment to say that others are perverted these days? At this moment, a strange sound appeared not far away. Then several white ghosts appeared. Depressed. 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 It appears, Luffy shouted loudly, it's a ghost. Looking at the white ghost in front of him that was split into three, Luffy became excited. It must be fun to catch this thing and raise it. I want to catch it and raise it. Luffy rushed up and waved the ghost catcher in his hand fiercely. With just one hit, one of them was summoned in and captured successfully. The other two ghosts didn't jump at all when they saw this, and looked at Luffy in shock. Aren't they spirits? Why were they caught? At this time, little Mary also jumped out, I'm coming too. Waving the smaller ghost catcher in his hand, he hit one of them. But the ghost was already alert at this time, how could he be caught? After dodging Meili's attack, he passed through her body. The moment Meili fell to the ground, she lay on the ground. I am a black-bellied loli, I am really sorry. If there is an afterlife, I would like to be a fish. Nami. What are you doing? However, before others could ask the next sentence, Luffy was also hit and lay on the ground neatly. If there is an afterlife, I would like to be a shell. It's so bad, if there is a hole, I really want to get into it. Enough, how depressed are you going to be? Sanji opened his shark mouth and roared, cheer up. Hey, strange spiritual ability. Frankie took a breath and said, Frankie Flame. A large amount of flames sprayed out of his mouth and hit the ghost directly. But unfortunately, the attack had no effect, but added another person to the ground. I'm useless. I'm really not good this week. I can't do anything. I don't have the confidence to live anymore. The whole world is laughing at me. Sanji. So, what are you guys playing? Sanji shouted, cheer up. This is probably the ability of the ghost fruit. Chu Feng pointed to the white ghost flying in the sky and said, if you are touched, you will become depressed. You should have said this earlier. Nami was speechless. You actually said it after they were hit. I'm afraid you didn't mean it. Then she glanced at Chu Feng and found that he really had this expression. Nami. You've had enough. Devil fruit ability. Sanji frowned, if you put it that way, it's really possible. Humph, in my opinion, it's because they are not strong enough in their will. Zoro said disdainfully, otherwise, they won't be affected by ghosts at all. Chu Feng was silent for a moment after hearing this, and gave up the idea of attacking the ghost. The next moment, a ghost passed through Zoro's body, which made Zoro depressed, and there was one more person on the ground. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been born in this world. Enough. Sanji opened his shark mouth and roared, is this your willpower strong enough? I don't believe you. Really? Sanji glanced at the ghost in the sky and said, this thing is a bit tricky. Of course, it's similar to the ability of rules. Chu Feng crossed his arms and said lightly, after touching it, you will become depressed and be at the mercy of others. But let me try whether the domineering is effective. Chu Feng said, and disappeared from the spot in an instant. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the ghost, with the armed color domineering covering his fist, and he punched it hard. Bang! Puchi! A strange sound sounded, and the white ghost was directly blown up by Chu Feng. After seeing this scene, the other ghosts turned around and ran away in fear. As if they were afraid that Chu Feng would catch up, they split into many and ran away. It seems that the most effective way to fight against the devil fruit ability user is still Haki. Sanji breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, he would not have no means to fight the enemy at all. Very good. Depression. Usopp, standing next to Chopper, touched his chin. Will this thing work on me? He felt like he was a depressed person, a person who was extremely depressed. I should have tried it earlier. Chu Feng glanced at Usopp after hearing this, and sighed in his heart that if the Straw Hat Pirates did not know Haki, I am afraid they would have to rely on you, Usopp the Great. How does the saying go? The rubber sword with the wind and the sword with the wind. The desperate situation still depends on the shooter show many times. The final victory is achieved by Usopp 7. Chapter 180, Flame Explosion Bomb. A terrible attack that burns everything. Those stinking ghosts. Luffy's face was full of anger. I won't show mercy if I see them again next time. I'll just use my Haki to beat them. That's right. Little Mary also had the same expression. No more of that kind of thing. It was really embarrassing just now. He actually said that he wanted to be a fish in his next life and die directly. Damn, I'm so angry. Frankie clenched his fists. If he knew Haki. As for Zoro, well, the ghost he caught just now had been chopped into pieces by him using Haki. Looking at Zoro's back, Sanji sneered, you saw something interesting. So annoying. Ah. Sorry. Sanji said insincerely, I didn't mean to make fun of you. He coughed lightly and then imitated what Zoro said just now, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have been born in this world. Ha 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 ha. Zoro was so angry that his face turned red. Asshole. It's all because of that damn ghost fruit user. He dared to plot against him like this. You'd better pray that I don't run into you, otherwise, I will definitely kill you. Speaking of that ghost. Nico Robin thought for a while and said, I always feel that it comes out to monitor us. After all, it appears once from time to time, which is obviously not normal. Is it sent by that gecko? Morianami was a little curious, that ghost fruit user. It's possible. Chu Feng shrugged, of course, it could also be her own idea. Who knows? Anyway, it's good that we have a way to restrain them. Usopp said while observing the surroundings, thinking that it was fortunate that he followed him out. Otherwise, he might have to explain there. Who knows if Kaseiden's mechanical weapons will be effective against creatures like ghosts. What a spacious cemetery. Looking at the cemetery in front of him, Luffy said with a smile, it really has a 543 atmosphere. This is the atmosphere that a ghost castle should have. Hey, let's eat lunch here. Chu Feng. Are you sure you want to eat in a place like this? Who would eat in a cemetery? There are zombies here. Idiot. Sanji opened his shark mouth and roared, if you eat in a place like this, the food will become unpalatable. Although he brought a lunch box, he shouldn't eat here. He couldn't eat it. No, I want to eat here. Luffy said seriously, I never thought the food was unpalatable. That's you, bastard. Nami said unhappily, and we're still on the road. Stop the battle early and leave early. She hated the atmosphere here too much. It seems like there's something. Nico Robin suddenly became alert, looking at the tombstone not far away and said, it seems like something is about to come out. As soon as the words fell, a series of wailing sounds belonging to zombies came out, and at the same time a hand rushed out from the ground, and then an old zombie crawled out. The others looked a little dumbfounded. Are there really zombies here? Before they could do anything, Luffy did something that made everyone dumbfounded. Luffy walked to an old zombie and pressed it back again. Old zombie! Do you think I will go back? The zombie rushed out again and roared, Are you an idiot? Looking at the old zombie with fangs and claws in front of him, Luffy was silent for a while and said, A seriously injured old man. Straw Hat Pirates. They are zombies no matter how you look at them. Are you an idiot? Chu Feng said unhappily, It's okay to have mistaken those two zombies just now, but why are you mistaken again now? Whose injured old man would go underground? What's the matter? There is spring water in there, and it can still restore blood. Asshole, dare to underestimate zombies! The old zombie leaped out, and the other zombies rushed out at the same time. A large number of zombies were flying in the air, posing in various postures at will. Looking at this group of zombies that seemed to be performing acrobatics, Nami was silent for a moment, then looked at Chu Feng and said, Are zombies so energetic these days? Why do I suddenly feel that zombies are not scary at all? Chu Feng's mouth twitched, maybe they are special. Well, after all, they are man-made zombies. Looking at this group of zombies coming over with their fangs and claws, Luffy clenched his fist and said, Why, do you want to fight? In terms of the degree of danger, we are more terrifying. Let you see what real horror is. A mere zombie dares to show its teeth to them. Looking for death. So, a local fight began. Facing the Straw Hat Pirates, these minions had no power to resist at all and were beaten into submission. This time, Little Mary also found an opportunity. After a fierce kick, she froze a zombie into an ice sculpture. Okay. Nami picked it up and said, They have already surrendered. Didn't you see that these guys are now kneeling on the ground obediently? Tisk. Little Mary's face was full of pity. You guys should at least resist. This way I can still freeze a few ice sculptures for fun. Well, freezing zombies is fun. Looking at Little Mary's eyes, the zombies shuddered. Just now, one of their companions was frozen into an ice sculpture. They don't want this. Seeing that they were all convinced, Luffy found a clean place to sit down and said, So, what are you doing here? Well, a zombie said, We are zombies, so of course we are buried in the cemetery. Yeah, that's right, we are gradually rotting here. Are you kidding me? Luffy looked at the group of zombies with a somewhat dissatisfied tone. This playful tone is annoying. No, absolutely not. Humph, then let me ask you. Chu Feng said lightly, Where is Moonlight Mariah? Moon zombies were all dumbfounded. How dare these guys call their master by his name? What are you doing? Of course we are here to beat up that Mariah. Luffy stood up and said, Tell me, where is that guy? No, you can't say that. That's right, if we say it, we'll be dead. Yes, that's right, that's the rule, the rule. Hehe, is it the rule? Frankie walked over with his neck twisted. I'm still angry now, just in time to vent it. Looking at Frankie's terrifying iron fist, the zombies were silent for a moment, and then all pointed their fingers in the direction of the castle, very sincerely. Humph, can't you say it? Frankie suddenly felt sorry, it seems that he can't beat them. Chu Feng looked at the guys with unnatural faces and narrowed his eyes. In that castle, right? Yes. The zombies' faces showed cold sweat. That's it. Go quickly, as long as you go there, the master will send more powerful zombies to catch you all in one fell swoop. Chu Feng didn't finish, but looked at them quietly. Just when the zombies thought Chu Feng was going to take action again, Chu Feng smiled, Don't be so excited, I'm not a devil. Let's go. Yeah. The others nodded and followed Chu Feng to the castle behind. After taking a few people away, the zombies breathed a sigh of relief, finally left. The oppression that the man gave them just now was too strong. Humph, they will only be proud for a while, as long as they get there, their shadows will be taken away. That's right, all of them must be taken down. Ha 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 ha. The old zombie looked at the small ball that fell not far away and said in confusion, "What is this? When did it appear here?" "I don't know, I haven't seen it before." The other zombies came up and looked at the small ball carefully. The next moment, boom! The extremely terrifying flame rushed out of the small ball and swept all the zombies in. The terrible flame was extremely hot, and all the zombies were burned to ashes in a few breaths. That's right, Chu Feng didn't intend to let this group of enemies go. This powerful flame weapon is called the Flame Blast Bomb. It can instantly generate high temperature, covering the entire area within a radius of dozens of meters and burning everything. It's extremely terrifying. Listening to the explosion behind, the others subconsciously glanced at Chu Feng. Probably Chu Feng did it again. "Don't look at me like that." Chu Feng waved his hand. "Those guys didn't tell the truth, anyway, be careful. Don't get caught by that thing again." Now the three major forces have become stronger, so there won't be any problems. He also has to take care of Mary, Nami, and Robin, so he doesn't have time to take care of the strong guys. Indeed. Zoro nodded. There are hidden dangers everywhere here, and no one knows where the next outbreak point will be. So we still need to stay vigilant. Yo Sanji looked at Zoro sarcastically. "Are you only starting to get scared now? Octopus swordsman." Such a nagging. Squid Chef Zoro's face was bulging with blue veins. "Don't compare me with you." "What did you say, you green algae head with a poor sense of direction? Want to fight, you curly eyebrow?" Then the two of them started fighting, and Chu Feng was speechless. "I say, can you guys pay attention to the situation? Good guy, is this the confidence brought by strong strength?" Just when Nami was about to persuade them, an old voice came from the back, "Wait for me." The two people who were fighting immediately separated and looked behind with a vigilant look. "Is there another enemy? I saw it just now." The old man who ran over panted and said, "You are so powerful and scary. Can you listen to me for a few words?" Looking at this old man with bandages on his body like a zombie, Luffy said, "A seriously injured old man?" "I said it was a zombie. No, I am a seriously injured old man." The old man smiled embarrassedly. "Straw Hat Pirates look too much alike. It's impossible to tell whether you are a human or a zombie." "It is indeed a living person." Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, "He has heat on his body, but those zombies don't have heat on their bodies. This is the essential difference." The others nodded after hearing this, and they accepted this statement. "So what do you want to say?" Luffy said curiously. "Go ahead. I hope you can defeat someone." The old man knelt on the ground and said in a crying voice, "You can do it. As long as he is defeated, everyone will be saved. If you can find the shadow, I can reward you in any way." He really wanted to see the sun. He had enough of this dark day. "Is the shadow taken away again?" Nami frowned slightly, "Same as Brook. This uncle really has no shadow." Luffy squatted down and looked at the other's feet. "Same as Brook. He is also a guy who can't see the sun, so miserable." "The person you want to talk about is Gecko Moria, right?" Chu Feng said lightly. "Our original target was him." Really, the old man was a little dumbfounded. "In that case, you came here on your own initiative. Almost crazy." This is the old man's evaluation of this group of people. He never dreamed that there would be someone in this world who would dare to provoke the 7 warlords of the sea. "Forget it, no matter what, since we are here, we all belong to the same camp. Anyway, you should be targeted now." The old man sighed. "I guess that guy is watching you in the dark now. There are many people in this forest who have been robbed of their shadows like me, and they have been wandering here." "Are there others?" "Yes. The old man nodded. Unlike you, we were all lured here. Luring Zoro was stunned for a moment, and then recalled that Lu Xun, as if it was indeed the case. The old man looked at the few people, and tears flowed unconsciously. Either stay in this dark forest, crawling around avoiding zombies every day. Or go to the sea, but you still have to be afraid of the sun when you are alive, and you will die sooner or later. This body can't survive anymore, at least give me a chance before I die. Just once. I want to walk under the sun and feel the warmth of the sun again. Please. Even if he pays a huge price, he is willing. You are so miserable, Frankie said with tears in his eyes. Don't worry, I will help you. Don't worry, idiot. I didn't cry, idiot. Your emotions are too easy to understand. Chu Feng was speechless, and what was this bastard talking to himself there? Cry if you want to, but I didn't cry, it's really awkward. That's right, don't promise others so easily. Sanji was a little speechless, and then pointed at the old man and said, Hey, old man. It is a lady's privilege to use tears to gain sympathy. You don't deserve sympathy at all. Zoro. Is this the point? Zoro looked at Sanji with disdain. He felt that this bastard would die in the hands of a woman sooner or later. This. The old man was stunned and didn't know what to say for a while. Well. Anyway, we are here to trouble Moria this time. Luffy said nonchalantly, after finding him, I will beat him away. This way, the uncle can also be saved by the way. Right. At this moment, Luffy suddenly dazzled in the eyes of the old man. This is a good man. I am really grateful, the old man said excitedly, whether it is by the way or not, there is hope anyway. As the voice fell, some voices appeared around. Please. We must kill that bastard Moria. Why don't you fight by yourselves? Little Mary said a little unhappy, are you afraid of death? Yes, we are afraid of death. Mary, should I praise you for your honesty? Really listening to the report from his subordinates, Moonlight Moria's eyes flashed with brilliance. It turned out to be the Straw Hat Gang. This group of criminals who just destroyed the Demon Slayer Order and sank the Judicial Island actually came to him. Thinking of this, Moonlight Moria suddenly laughed excitedly. Great, it's really great. Moonlight Moria grinned and said, in this way, my strongest work can stand up. The Straw Hat Boy with a bounty of 400 million Baileys, his shadow can definitely awaken the corpse of the Demon Ounce. By then, I will have the strongest zombie army. By the way, I have to get the shadow of that bastard Chu Feng, and then let him invent things for me. Kaido, wait, I will come back to seek revenge on you soon. The laughter of Moonlight Maria echoed throughout the castle, which was enough to show how happy he was. Go, bring them back to me. Yes, Rat Spider rushed out quickly after hearing this. They were going to catch people. Chapter 181, Only dead enemies are the best enemies. Nami, who was walking, suddenly stopped. He looked up at the sky and said, let's go into the castle quickly. It's going to rain here. The air pressure is right. It's going to rain soon. She doesn't want to get wet in such a place. The environment is too bad. Who knows if the rain will dry up? Wait. Luffy looked up and said, there seems to be a big thing behind the house. It seems to be a sign. Sign. Chu Feng looked up and looked at the distance, then said, it's the sail of Gecko Maria, and there is his sign on it. Sail. Frankie took off his glasses and took a look, and found that it was indeed the case. It was really a sail. This is the first time I have seen such a big sail. That's right. The old man standing behind suddenly spoke, scaring the others. Are you still following us? We said we would defeat that Maria, why are you still following us? Aren't you afraid of being killed by the aftermath of the battle? The old man didn't care about the attitudes of the few people, and continued to say, just as the young man said, that's the sail. But it's too big, so I can't see its full appearance. This terrifying three-ghost sailing ship is the world's largest pirate ship carrying the entire manor. Like such a terrifying pirate ship, the old man has never heard of the second one. It can be said to be the largest and most terrifying pirate ship. A pirate ship carrying the entire manor. Sanji's face was full of surprise. Is there such a pirate ship? What is the purpose of doing this? Is it just for this terrifying atmosphere? Great Luffy's eyes were shining. This is the first time I've seen such a big pirate ship. Frankie pulled Luffy aside, thought for a while and said, I see, the word bok does mean sails. But I didn't expect the whole manor to be on the ship. I really don't know what the purpose of this Gecko Moria is. Let's not talk about how troublesome it is to build. It's not convenient to go to other places with such a big ship. Could it be that he doesn't go anywhere and just likes to stay in the Devil's Triangle? The one behind the mansion is the main ghost pole. The old man pointed to the tall building in the distance and said, Moonlight Moria is there. That 08 scary guy is there. In that case, those zombies just lied to us, Nico Robin said as if it was true. No wonder Chu Feng blew them up. So it turned out that they were lying a long time ago. That's right, how could the enemy reveal the position of his boss? In any case, you have to be careful, the man's power is very strange, don't let your shadow be taken away. After the old man finished speaking, he silently took the lantern and left. He didn't get involved in the battle. After all, he was just a seriously injured old man. Let's go. Luffy, holding his hat, pushed open the door in front of him and walked in slowly. I can't wait to go in and explore. That's right, Luffy is now concerned about more than just beating Gecko Moria. He also wants to adventure in this mansion full of monsters. Is anyone there looking at the corridor full of weird atmosphere? Luffy said seriously, excuse me. You are really polite. Chu Feng's mouth twitched. We are here to fight each other, not to talk. Go through this door and take a look. Little Meili pointed to the door on the side and said, there is a fire inside. Since there is a fire, it proves that there should be people inside. It can't be that zombies like to turn on the lights. They are afraid of fire. This one Luffy pulled the door handle and found it was locked. After a moment of silence, he broke it with a punch and pushed the door in. Well, it turns out that this way of opening the door is the most effective. Moonlight Moria, get out of here. What kind of room is this? Usopp looked around and always felt that there was a weird feeling here. It looks like there is no one. Could it be that the enemy already knew they were coming, so they hid in advance? Well, there is this possibility. After all, the total bounty of their Straw Hat Pirates is over 1.2 billion. Is there not even a servant in such a big room? Zoro looked around. This is unreasonable. No, there are people here, and there is more than one. Chu Feng stopped, looked at the various objects around him, pushed his glasses and said, don't you feel that since we came in, there has been more than one pair of eyes observing us? He felt that kind of malicious eyes clearly. If so, it's not an illusion. The three major forces actually have this feeling, but they didn't say it. After all, there is nothing around except some portraits. There is something else. As soon as the voice fell, a strange laugh sounded. Everyone looked over and found that it was the pig head on the wall. He he he. The pig-headed zombie laughed. You dare to break into this place even though you know the master's name? What great courage! Luffy's face was full of surprise. There is a talking pig head on the wall. What is this thing? Is it a special species? I don't know how it tastes. He can talk. Little Mary glanced at Chopper and said, is he your relative? Chopper. How is it possible? I am a reindeer. Also, I can only talk after eating the human fruit. How could he be related to the pig head on the wall? Chu Feng's mouth twitched. What kind of brain circuit is this? Little Meili? Although he was very surprised by the reaction of this group of people, the pig head didn't care too much. It's too early to be surprised now. The pig-head zombie laughed and then said loudly, "Come out and welcome our guests." As soon as the voice fell, all the portraits on the wall moved. The characters in them all turned into zombies, rushed out of the frame, and then danced in the air. The street bear on the ground also stood up, roaring with bared teeth and claws. "What is this?" Usopp and Chopper were directly scared. "This is too weird. The zombies encountered before were at least in human shape. What the hell is this?" Nami was so scared that she hugged Chu Feng's arm tightly, fearing that she would be captured by the monster. Hey, is this also a zombie?" Sanji looked around with strange eyes. "It's different from the ones I met before." He wasn't afraid, after all, as long as it was a zombie, he could beat it. No matter what strange creatures there are on this island now, there's nothing to be surprised about. Nico Robin looked calm, not afraid at all. She even thought that the bear roaring there was a little cute. "Should I say that she is worthy of being Nico Robin?" "Go, take them down," the pig-headed zombie roared. "Dedicate them to the master." "Oh!" Looking at the roaring zombies rushing over, Chu Feng calmly pushed his glasses and said, "Let's fight quickly, there's no time to waste here." "That's right." Everyone else smiled when they heard it, and then launched an attack, pressing the group of zombies who dared to provoke them to the ground and beating them hard. Looking at the zombies who had no power to fight back, the pig-headed zombie was dumbfounded. "All defeated. Okay, get down here." Luffy stretched out his arm to pull the other party down from the wall, threw him to the ground and said, "Tell me, where is that Gecko Moria bastard?" Master's words. A trace of cold sweat appeared on the face of the pig-headed zombie. "Will he die if he says it out?" "Humph, you won't say it." Frankie showed a hint of a grin. "I hope your mouth is as hard as steel." I say, don't hit me," the pig-headed zombie said in a panic. "Go up the stairs at the back and you can reach the master's mansion." "Humph, you are not lying to us." "Of course not." Stairs. Chu Feng looked at the stairs and said, "It is probably a special structure connecting the houses. In that case, let's go." Chu Feng said, and jumped onto the stairs, looked inside and said, "It doesn't look dangerous." "Wait a minute," Nami said in a panic. "Zoro and Sanji are gone." What? Chu Feng's pupil shrank, and he looked back and found that the two guys were really gone. How is this possible? There was no sound at all. Damn, if the target is not himself, can't he sense the other party's killing intent? Luffy was puzzled. Where did they go? They were still there just now. The zombies lying on the ground began to snicker when they heard it, especially the pig-headed zombie who laughed the happiest. "Humph, you did something when we weren't paying attention." Frankie snorted coldly, and then picked up the pig-headed zombie. "You did it." "Humph." At this time, the pig-headed zombie didn't mean to be afraid at all, but laughed very happily. "You guys, don't think you are a little powerful and get carried away. You must be very panicked when you found your companions missing. You deserve it. They will be sent to Lord Gecko Moria soon. When the time comes, cut off the shadow and you will be one of us." Ha 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 ha. Frankie punched the pig-headed zombie and sent it flying against the wall. He looked at the others and said, "How about we go find them? We have to find them." Chu Feng thought for a while and said, "But the most important thing is to find Gecko Moria. They should have been sent to that guy. Don't forget what Brook said about cutting off the shadow." "That's true." Nico Robin nodded, "And these guys won't tell the truth. We can only rely on our intuition to move forward. The zombies before were the best at lying, how could they tell their enemies accurate information?" "Humph, go ahead." The mural zombie lying on the ground taunted, "Go and see the horror of our master. Our real boss is the 7 warlords of the sea. Gecko Moria. Ah, I can't say it, I'm shaking with fear. I tremble all over as soon as I say that name. Your disappeared companions will not be safe. Your companions will disappear one after another, regret it as much as you want, ha 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 ha. In front of the director's true strength, no one can be saved. The chattering is so annoying. Luffy crushed the wooden board on the ground with one foot, looked at the other party with horror and said, "Then you go tell that bastard named Mariah. If anything happens to my companion, I will knock him and this island away. He will not let go of anyone who dares to pay attention to his companions." The zombies were dumbfounded when they heard this. Are they so tough? They are not afraid even when they know who their master is. What a scary guy! Luffy snorted and ignored the group of guys. He walked back to his friends, picked his nose and said, "Zoro and Sanji, those two guys, they won't die no matter what. Okay, let's go. Go beat up that Moria bastard." Oh, little Mary waved her little hands and said, "Defeat that guy. Anyone who touches their friends is unforgivable. That bastard must be hammered to death." Soon, everyone left the sight of the zombies, which made them feel relieved. Humph, they dared to trouble the master, it's ridiculous. The pig-headed zombie laughed, when they see the real horror, they will be scared to pee their pants. The zombies around the master are different from them, they are absolutely powerful. What's more, the master himself is very strong. That's right, the master's strength is not something that these little pirates can provoke. It's ridiculous. Do you think you can do whatever you want after you have a little strength? Well, maybe they can't even get to the master, so they'll be caught. Then their shadows will be cruelly cut off. Ha 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 ha. Hey, what is this? The pig-headed zombie looked at the ball that bounced off the stairs and was a little confused. Did that group of people drop it? There seemed to be a child in that group of people. By the way, do pirates bring children with them these days? Isn't 543 afraid of being killed when fighting with other pirate groups? Humph, who cares? The street bear zombie said nonchalantly, "Anyway, they will die, this thing belongs to us." That's right. Ha ha ha, then this is mine. Just missing a toy. Nonsense, this is mine. While they were arguing, the ball gradually stabilized and then burst into a dazzling light. Boom! When it comes to enemies, Chu Feng will never show mercy. Only dead enemies are the best enemies, ha 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 ha. You actually dare to walk into the castle? Perona smiled and said, "After Lord Moria catches all of you, let's see if you can still be arrogant." As for going there in person to take revenge. To be honest, Perona was a little scared. After all, the squinting eyes with glasses in there were a little scary, and they could actually crush her ghost clone. Although this was something created by her fruit ability, the pain could still be transmitted. Even if it was only for a moment, she didn't want to try it again. Then are we going to find Lord Moria? Don't talk, Kumasi. Perona looked at Kumasi and said, "If you talk, you won't be cute. Things that are not cute are not qualified to serve me. She only likes cute things." Kumasi was so scared that he immediately covered his mouth. If he angered Lady Perona, he would be in trouble. In a more serious case, it is not impossible to directly extract the shadow in his body and turn him into a corpse. So in order to survive, Kumasi chose to follow his heart. That's right. Perona came to Kumasi with a happy face and touched his arm. "Good boy. This is a good child. Only Kumasi who doesn't speak is the cute Kumasi. Well, I guess the rat spider has taken action now. Those guys will be caught soon. Wait, you will soon see what hell is. What should I do this time? Get a more lovely subordinate? Yes, it's decided." Thinking of this, Perona laughed very happily. "Kumasi, go prepare a sumptuous dinner for me." She was a little hungry after using the fruit ability for so long. Kumasi subconsciously wanted to answer, but after being glared at by Perona, he immediately covered his mouth and nodded, turned around and ran out. Looking at Kumasi's fat body, Perona smiled and said, "So cute." Sure enough, only cute things are worthy of being with her after all. She is the cutest ghost princess. By the way, after eating and drinking, go to the ship and command the treasure recovery team to take everything back. This is the price of bullying her, take all the treasures away. However, What she didn't know was that the star, which had activated the self-defense program, was very terrifying. Chapter 182, The Self-Defense System has been activated. The terrifying star. I'll go behind this time. Chu Feng said lightly, you go in front, Luffy will lead the charge. He didn't believe that someone could be captured in this situation. Then he put the little Mary on his shoulder into Nami's arms. If he took action later, he couldn't let him be on him. Okay. Luffy didn't refute, turned around and walked forward. To be honest, I'm curious why the Shishibukai named Mariah wanted to take away other people's shadows. Frankie touched his chin and said, is it to make zombies? I'm interested in that too. Nico Robin smiled, she also wanted to know why. It's to make zombies. Chu Feng, who was alert all around, replied, you have seen these zombies, to put it bluntly, it's just using the shadows of living people to make the dead stand up again. A more disgusting ability. Isn't this resurrection from the dead? Chopper said in surprise, this is much more powerful than Brook's fruit ability. After all, he can only revive himself once, but this Mariah can revive others. If only it were that simple. Chu Feng waved his hand and said, even if those zombies stand up, they are no longer the same person they once were. After all, the soul that belonged to that person has long disappeared. They will only inherit the character of the shadow. Brook once said that there is a thing called the underworld, which proves that the souls of people in this world will leave here after death. So it can't be the soul of the original owner. Chu Feng feels that Gecko Mariah's ability is more like giving other people a shadow soul. Although it has the character of the original owner, it can indeed make the corpse stand up because they have a soul. Forget it, forget about this kind of thing. Luffy strode forward. Mariah, get out of here. Let me beat you up. 7 warlords of the sea, he seems to have defeated one before. Chu Feng looked at Luffy's back and smiled, this guy, who is it? Feeling the malice coming from behind, Chu Feng immediately came to his senses and grabbed him. How is it possible? The spider rat looked at Chu Feng in disbelief. He could actually detect his arrival. And the speed was so fast that he was caught before he could react. What's impossible? Chu Feng snorted coldly and said, it was you, a little thing, who took my friends away. So what? After seeing that he couldn't break free, the spider rat said, anyway, your friends can't get out of the palm of the master's hand. I advise you to follow me obediently, so that you can avoid some physical pain. Otherwise, when the zombie generals come out, you will be in trouble. I'm so scared. Little Meili pouted, if they dare to come, I will turn them into ice sculptures. Zombie generals? What the hell is that? I didn't expect that Zoro and Sanji would be captured by such a small thing. Usopp touched his chin and came up, is this a zombie too? It must be. Chu Feng calmly lit it and threw it aside and said, all the weird things here are zombies. It's just the product of Moria's ability. Looking at the screaming zombie spider rat burned to ashes, Usopp touched his chin and said, it seems that these guys are afraid of fire. Well, it seems that he can kill people everywhere. Thinking of this, Usopp said happily, Yoshi. It's up to me next. Let him teach these bastards a lesson with the hot flames. Chopper was stunned for a moment, and then dumbfounded, where's Luffy? Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and quickly turned their heads to look behind them, and then found that the figure standing there had disappeared. Feint to the east and attack in the west. Chu Feng frowned. Do you still know how to use such a method? And the speed was extremely fast. Chu Feng used the thermal sensing device on his glasses to take a look and found that Luffy was no longer in this castle. Hurry up, Luffy and the others should be in the main castle in front. I hope these 3 guys have not lost their shadows. Although the probability is not very high. Big. Soon, everyone came to an open area with a high platform like an arena in front. It looks like an arena. Usopp looked around and said, there doesn't seem to be anyone else. The other end of the hall is outside. Nico Robin pointed to the front and said, we should be able to reach the other side from here. What are we waiting for? Let's go. At this moment, Chu Feng sensed a violent killing intent. After feeling the source of the killing intent, he quickly looked up. At this time, a zombie in armor rushed towards Nico Robin with a sword in his hand. Do you like to sneak attack so much? Chu Feng, who was a little unhappy, quickly rushed to Nico Robin's side, picked her up, and kicked the sneak attacker hard. The powerful attack containing the armed color domineering directly kicked him out and stuck in the wall and couldn't move. What is this? Nico Robin, who was put on the ground by Chu Feng, still had a fear on her face. If Chu Feng didn't come, wouldn't she? This zombie is different from other zombies. Frankie touched his chin and said, not only is he fully armed, but he also knows how to use weapons. I'm afraid this is the zombie general that the guy just mentioned. Sure enough, his strength is not comparable to that group of minions. Is this guy invincible? Looking at the zombie general still struggling in the wall, little Mary frowned slightly, and then activated the fruit ability, manipulating a large amount of ice and snow to rush towards the opponent, freezing him directly into an ice sculpture. Humph! Let's see how you can move now. Little Mary clapped her hands with a trace of disdain on her face. What zombie general? Isn't it just a thing that turned into an ice sculpture? Humph! Don't be too proud too early. The wall zombie instantly fell down and blocked the intersection of the future. Soon you will realize how terrible the zombie generals are. Tisk! Is the road blocked? Usopp was a little unhappy that he actually cut off their retreat. It doesn't matter. Chu Feng waved his hand. If he wanted, he could smash the roadblock with one shot. Compared to this, what we should do is to deal with the guys in front of us. Chu Feng pointed to the large number of zombie generals that appeared in front of him and said, I'm afraid these guys are not weak. Indeed. Frankie nodded, based on my experience, these guys are definitely not easy to deal with. And they are all zombies. I'm afraid ordinary attacks will have no effect on them. If you kill all of them, I'm afraid you will waste a lot of physical strength. I guess there won't be much physical strength left to fight the Shishibukai in a while. Although Frankie doesn't know how strong the opponent is, he can become a Shishibukai, so his strength will definitely not be weak. That's true. Chu Feng nodded, then grinned, and said, but these guys probably won't let us pass so easily. If we go straight through here, we should be able to reach the yard. Nico Robin pointed to the front and said, rush out. Oh! Without any hesitation, the remaining members of the Straw Hat Pirates quickly rushed forward. Go, kill them! The zombie generals roared and rushed towards Chu Feng and others. Don't fight! After Chu Feng split a general with a laser sword, he showed a disgusted expression when he saw that the other party was not dead yet. These guys may not be killed even with domineering, so rush out first. I'm afraid that only sea water or sea salt will work. What a disgusting ability. That being said, the other party will not let us succeed so easily. Nami's face was a little embarrassed. In this situation, she couldn't even use the weather stick to attack. The space is too small, and it is easy to hurt your own people. Chu Feng also knew this, so he didn't stay far away from them while fighting. Usopp fought very hard, and occasionally a gunpowder explosion directly ignited the opponent's body and burned several people to death. Just when everyone was about to rush to the door, a voice came from the side, one sword flow 36 trebles wind. The flying slash instantly flew out of the smoke and hit Chopper directly. Frankie grabbed Chopper and pulled him back forcibly, dodging the attack. This move Chopper looked at the smoke and said, Zoro. Why? Why did Zoro attack him? Did he not do well enough? Hey, Zoro, what are you doing? Usopp said unhappily, it's very dangerous, your enemy is over there. Usopp pointed to the group of zombie generals, they are the enemy. He is not Zoro. After Chu Fengrui defeated a zombie general, he turned around and looked at the three-sword zombie and said, I think there is Zoro's shadow in his body. Has he been captured? It seems that Luffy's shadow. It's almost time. It's a shame for a swordsman to have a wound on his back, the three-sword zombie said, but I'm covered in wounds, so I won't worry about these things. Chu Feng. You look like a pancake. It seems to be the shadow of Zoro. Nami looked at the guy's posture and the way he spoke. Isn't it Zoro? The pirates are so annoying. The three-sword zombie took a fighting stance and said, you are the enemy. I'm going to kill you. Three-sword style 360 treble whines. Boom. The terrible flying slash was quickly swung out from the opponent's hand and hit Chu Feng and others directly. Tisk, your flying slash is far inferior to Zoro's. Chu Feng sneered, first blasted away for Nami and others to rush out, then swung the laser sword in his hand and chopped it up, directly breaking the flying slash. You are worthy of imitating Zoro's words. Zoro is a real man, you are just a fake. Forget it, what's the point of telling them this? He shook his head, waved his weapon and fought with the group again. After Nami and others rushed out completely, Chu Feng stopped and rushed out as a beam of light. Stop, the three-sword zombie chased up, I'm going to kill you. Sorry, you don't have a chance. Chu Feng sneered and threw a bomb back. Boom. The terrible power instantly blew up the house behind and buried all the zombies. After doing all this, Chu Feng walked slowly towards his companions. Sure enough, there is a bridge here. Chu Feng snorted, it's really a special structure. Great, it's finally safe. Chopper wiped the sweat from his forehead. Those zombies can't be killed at all. This is too foul. I have used my strongest moves, but they can still stand up. Wouldn't it be that the damage to the body would not have any effect? Worthy of being a zombie. At this moment, Cass's voice came to Chu Feng's ears. Master, there is something going on with the star. What's wrong? Chu Feng was a little confused when he heard it. Could it be that some blind zombies are looking for trouble? A girl who claims to be a ghost princess came here with some zombies. Cassa looked at the zombie troops that were still walking here not far away and said, I guess they are here to move goods on the ship. Maybe in their opinion, there will be a lot of treasures in such a huge ship. Little did they know that the real treasures were in Chu Feng's pocket. Okay, I know. Chu Feng nodded, isn't the self-defense system already turned on? Give them a good treat. I hope they like the weapons of the star, ha ha ha. Okay. Kasha hung up the call after she finished speaking, silently waiting for the other party to approach. Since you dare to come here to cause trouble, you will have to pay a heavy price. Humph, those guys actually dared to do this to me, I must move all their things away. Perona was unhappy, and she must retaliate fiercely. Not only treasures, but also no food for them. Humph. Let them linger in the forest and gnaw on tree bark. Ha 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 ha, that's natural. A little zombie laughed, nothing will be left for them. This is all for Lord Moria. After all, their ship will not trade with others, nor will it go out of the Devil's Triangle to buy things. It relies only on robbing these passing ships. Whether it is food or supplies, they come in this way. So they will not miss this opportunity. This ship. After seeing the star clearly, Perona stopped, her eyes full of confusion. Is this also a ship? Why is it different from other ships? Why is there no sail? How can it move without a sail? But it is indeed floating on the sea now, and the flag is also painted with the straw hat on the man's head. Straw Hat Pirates. Strange name. Perona shook her head. Although she didn't know what was going on with this ship, it didn't matter. Her purpose of coming here was just to take away the treasure on this ship. It has nothing to do with what it looks like. Thinking of this, Perona waved her hand and said, Go, take everything away. I hope they don't cry too sadly when they come back and see that there is nothing on their ship. Ha 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 ha. Yes, the little zombies didn't think much about it. After receiving the order, they quickly rushed to the lowered stairs of the star. The moment they stepped on the stairs, the star immediately sounded the alarm, alarm, alarm. A large number of enemy invasions have been detected. There are no combatants on board, the self-defense system is activated. The weapon system is turned on, and the enemy is being annihilated. What is that? Perona stopped. He stepped down and looked at the star in surprise. How could this thing talk to itself? Could there be an enemy inside? Perona hesitated in her heart and did not choose to go up, but stood below to observe. After all, her combat power was not strong, so she was not suitable for close combat. Just this stop saved her. At this moment, a laser shot down from the top of the star, directly smashing a small zombie. However, this was just the beginning. All the small zombies who stepped onto the stairs became the target of the star. Mercilessly fired one laser attack after another, turning them all into mosaics. You dare to invade when the self-defense system is turned on. Cass's image appeared beside the ship, looking at the only survivor Perona with cold eyes and said, "You are really brave." You, who are you?" Perona was so scared that she couldn't speak properly. This was too scary. Fortunately, she didn't go up, otherwise, wouldn't she be dead? Cassa ignored Perona and looked at her coldly. When she saw that she had no intention of coming up, she disappeared from the spot. Her mission was just to guard the ship, nothing more. Perona turned around and ran away when she saw this. It was terrible. Chapter 183, Surprise, the man with the fastest speed. What's wrong? Nami glanced at Chu Feng. Is there something wrong with the ship? We all left, so naturally the enemy has set their sights on the pirate ship. Chu Feng shrugged, but they may have miscalculated. Cassa will not let them go. Chu Feng had already set it up. As long as all of them left the pirate ship, the self-defense system would be passively turned on. Any villain who does not agree with the Straw Hat Pirates will be killed. Of course, if they are very polite, Cassa will contact Chu Feng as appropriate, and decide whether to attack after seeing the situation. But the premise is that the other party does not force his way in. If he forces his way in, he will be greeted by laser. Even if they go up, they will be disappointed. After all, the valuables are in your pocket. In Nami's opinion, it is very dangerous to put it in the open. So it is better to put it in Chu Feng's dimension, so that no one can get it except him. The most important thing is that others don't know how much money they have. The three-sword swordsman just now. Frankie's face was a little ugly. I'm afraid that the three of them will have their shadows taken off and awaken a similar zombie. A dead body can be slashed with flying slashes because of Zoro's shadow. Will Luffy's shadow have rubber ability? It's hard to say. It's really bad news. Almost. Chu Feng nodded, but you don't have to worry about Luffy's shadow. Even if the other party uses Luffy's shadow to create zombies, they won't have the ability of Devil Fruit. Unless that guy Gecko Mariah takes action personally. Only when that guy uses the fruit ability to change Ounce's shadow, he will get the same ability as the rubber fruit. That's true. Frankie nodded, accepting this statement. At this moment, a huge spider monkey slowly climbed down from the building tower, grinning at the Straw Hat Pirates below. What is this? Usopp was a little dumbfounded. How come there is another enemy? Is this a spider monkey? Ha ha ha, hello. The spider monkey grinned and said, you are quite powerful. You can temporarily repel the zombie generals. The spider monkey glanced at the collapsed ruins behind him, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. But he didn't worry too much, these are all minor problems. The zombie generals will not be killed. Just that group of garbage. Frankie snorted, if it weren't for the rush, they would have been killed long ago. 547 Hey, everyone can brag. But don't be too proud too early. The spider monkey laughed and said, soon you will be caught, minus the shadow. And don't think that you have killed the zombie generals. Just wait, they will stand up again and attack you soon. Haven't we encountered such arrogant pirates before, and they were finally captured by them? I don't know if you are a stupid monkey or a stupid spider. Frankie squinted his eyes and said, that rat spider should be your subordinate. Have you been monitoring our actions from the beginning? Ha 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 ha! Spider Monkey laughed proudly. That's right, don't underestimate our intelligence capabilities. Your actions are all clearly understood through Perona's ghost network. Ghost network? Nami thought for a while and said, are they the ghosts from before? If so, those guys are not only here to scare them, but also to monitor them. What a tricky ability! Hateful ghost! Little Mary's face was filled with anger. It was that bastard who made her socially dead. Don't let yourself find her, otherwise, I will definitely make her suffer. Are your huge ears also used to collect information? Nico Robin said curiously. It looks like your hearing is very sharp. However, the spider monkey did not hear what Nico Robin said, and his face was full of confusion. What did you say just now? Usopp? So it's used for decoration. Usopp opened his shark mouth and roared, your body structure is too weird. It's like a mess of animals sewn together, so disgusting. Hey, whatever you say. The spider monkey snorted, and then said with a ferocious face, okay, let's stop chatting here. Let me show you how terrifying I am. It commands countless spider rats, and its strength is also very terrifying. Once you are caught in his spider web, don't think about getting out. Just when the spider monkey was about to take action, a strange sound came from the sky. Frankie looked up at the sky and said, it seems that something fell down. No, someone fell down. That's Brook. Hearing this familiar shout, Chu Feng's mouth twitched. Why did he fall from the sky? Bang! Brook fell heavily on the wall, almost smashing it through. Where did this guy fall from? Frankie was full of confusion. This was indeed Brook, but shouldn't he challenge Moonlight Moria? Was he defeated? Hey, although I don't know who this strange guy is. The spider monkey quickly fired a large amount of spider silk to make a large web, and the whole person also jumped up, but you can't escape from my palm. Once you get caught in his spider web, you'll never get out. Leave this guy to me. Frankie sneered and took out his nunchaku and said, I'll teach this guy a lesson. After that, Frankie pulled up two huge pillars on the side and inserted the nunchaku on them as weapons. What kind of strange weapon is this? Usopp's mouth twitched, using stone pillars as weapons. Nothing, just using my steel nunchaku inserted into the stone pillars. Frankie walked towards the spider monkey with a grin. To deal with such a monster, of course you have to use a giant weapon. Hearing this, the others walked aside and cleared the battlefield. Seeing this, Frankie waved the huge nunchaku in his hand and smashed it up without hesitation. Super heavy nunchaku. Boom! The terrible force hit the spider monkey's face, and directly knocked him to the spider web in the distance. The force was so great that the spider monkey almost rolled his eyes. What is this power? The spider monkey's eyes were full of shock. Isn't this guy a human? This power definitely does not belong to humans. There is no such terrible existence among the humans he has met. Just as the spider monkey was thinking, Frankie rushed up again, waving the giant nunchaku in his hand. Continue to feel the enthusiasm of this uncle. Bang! The heavy attack hit the head, followed by a violent attack. The opponent screamed in pain. Stop! Stop it! Stop it, bastard! The spider monkey roared and broke free from Frankie's attack suppression, and then sprayed out spider webs to imprison Frankie's giant nunchaku on a stone not far away. Hey! The spider monkey breathed a sigh of relief, and then sneered, your reliable weapon is gone, what a pity. You deserve it. Ha! Frankie laughed, slowly raised his left hand, turned on the weapon system, aimed at the spider monkey's head and said, weapon left hand, fire. Boom! The powerful explosion directly blew the spider monkey's eyes, and it was obvious that the power of the bomb made him a little unbearable. Hey, garbage! Frankie turned around calmly and walked towards Chu Feng and others. Now that the enemy has been solved, there is no need to stay here. Hey, what are those? Frankie looked at the small ice sculptures around Chu Feng and others and was a little dumbfounded. This is the spider rats we met before. They wanted to sneak attack us, so they were frozen by me. Little Mary pinched her waist and said, I'm awesome, right? Awesome. Nami smiled and rubbed Little Mary's head and said, our Little Mary is really awesome. Hee hee. Damn, was she killed? After seeing that his subordinates failed, Spider Monkey stopped pretending and immediately got up. In that case, let me deal with you. Originally, he wanted to let these little guys capture them alive, but now he had to do it himself. At this time, the voice of a man humming a little tune came. Yo ho ho ho. Yo ho yo ho. Yo ho ho ho. Yo ho yo ho. Here's to you, Binks's wine. Face the wind and waves and let me go. This song, surprisingly, is the Binks's wine hummed by Brooke. Looking at Brooke, who appeared not far away at some point, Chu Feng's eyes were a little surprised. This is finished. What a man with extreme speed, Brooke. Sure enough, everyone has landed on this island. Brooke, holding a sword in his hand, smiled, in that case, let's fight side by side. I will tell you everything that happened here. Hey, are you okay? Chopper looked at Brooke with some concern and said, you fell from such a high place just now. Don't worry, I'm fine. Brooke smiled, and don't worry about this spider monkey, because I've already finished chopping. As soon as the voice fell, Brooke walked in front of Chu Feng and others, and slowly put the knife back into the scabbard. By G.E. Sanding. Arrowtail slash. Puff. A knife wound suddenly appeared on the spider monkey's body, almost cutting him off directly. The intense pain even made the spider monkey speechless. When did this bastard cut him? It's useless. This guy is a zombie. Even if it is cut, it can still stand up. Frankie raised his head and arms and said, let me use the wind to explode and blow him away. Since it can't be killed, then knock it away. Hit far away, as long as it doesn't affect them. Yo ho 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 ho. Don't worry, I've taken care of it, Brooke said with a smile. Zombies also have weaknesses. Frankie. What do you mean? However, the next moment, the strangeness of the spider monkey made Frankie a little dumbfounded. What is that? Looking at the black thing flying out of the spider monkey's mouth, Frankie's scalp was numb. That's the soul of the zombie. Brooke said lightly, it is also the power source that supports their activities. Okay, go back to your master. Soul. Usopp glanced at Chu Feng and said, it's the shadow you mentioned before. Yeah. Chu Feng nodded, did you use sea salt? Yes. Looking at the completely motionless spider monkey, Brooke smiled, it's sea salt. This thing can purify these zombies. This is what I discovered accidentally. After getting this information, he turned the place upside down. If it weren't for that terrible man. Brooke looked at Chu Feng and others carefully and said, why are there a few of you missing? They were captured by this spider rat. Chu Feng pointed to several ice sculptures on the ground and said, the silent kind. I see. Brooke sighed, since they have been caught, it may be too late. What do you mean? Chopper said, a little scared. Could it be that Luffy and the others will be killed? No, he doesn't want Luffy and the others to fall. Chu Feng's mouth twitched, so what did he say before? Don't be so excited. Brooke smiled, and then said seriously, like I said before, my shadow was taken away by that man here. 5 years ago, I came here like you. At that time, I was going to find some tools to repair the rudder. Unfortunately, I was caught by bad luck. However, when I arrived at Moonlight Moria, I found something extremely terrifying, that is, the man could pull up other people's shadows from the ground and cut them off. Then he stuffed the shadow into the body of a corpse, and the corpse stood up. That's what I called a zombie. Is this what Chu Feng meant before? Nico Robin nodded. Then what do you mean by Luffy and the others are too late? They are most likely to have their shadows taken away. Brooke sighed, But don't worry. Although I don't know if the other party did it on purpose, the person whose shadow was taken away will not be killed, but will only be thrown out. In fact, Brooke has been wondering about this question. Do they need people to be alive? It's a very simple truth. Chu Feng said lightly, the reason why people have shadows is because the person is still alive. Once he dies, the shadow may disappear. At least it's not the shadow of a living person, so it won't have the ability to resurrect the dead. The main reason is that there will be no soul in the shadow of a dead person. Otherwise, Gecko Moria can dig up the graves of the dead and take away their shadows in this way. At least there is no need to worry about the sudden death of the owner of the shadow. Usopp touched his chin and said, speaking of which, we just encountered a shadow zombie belonging to Zoro. That three-sword style, plus the way of speaking. It must be his. So you have already met Brookside. This is really bad news. In short, as long as that man has a corpse, he can use shadows to create zombies. What's more troublesome is that he can assemble the corpses of creatures into a stronger person. Brooke's tone was solemn. The genius surgeon Hagubargu, that person is the companion of Moonlight Moria. As soon as this was said, Chopper was dumbfounded. Hagubargu? Are you talking about Hagubargu? He knew that person. Isn't he a genius scientist and a very kind person? What's wrong, Chopper? Hey, is it really that person? Chopper ignored Usopp's doubts, but looked at Brooke seriously and said, is it really that genius surgeon, Hagubargu? Brooke looked at the excited Chopper and was a little surprised. Although I don't know why you are so excited, it is indeed that person. Well, I do remember that there was such a thing. Chu Feng touched his chin and said, the doctor suddenly disappeared before, which was still a big news. I thought he died suddenly, but I didn't expect him to come here to help Gecko Moria. Of course, the intelligence is nonsense, and that person was not a good person. The reason for saying this is to make Chopper believe that this matter is true. That person is a scumbag. Chopper was silent after hearing this, as if he was hit. This person has always been an idol in his heart. But he turned out to be a scumbag who desecrated corpses. I'm going to knock him away, Chopper shouted angrily, I'm going to kill that bastard. Dare to do this, it's really a shame for the medical community. Okay, if we see him later, let's kill him. Nami said a little unhappy, such a scum is not worthy of living in the world. Chapter 184, Mechanical Swarm Highly Efficient Search Methods. Well, let's talk about this later. Brooke coughed and continued, I'll continue to talk about my findings. Since you have encountered zombies with companion shadows before, you can probably know something about it. The shadow determines the personality and characteristics of the zombie, and the strength of the flesh depends on the strength of the puppet. The stronger the corpse, the more powerful the shadows and needs to be activated. Only when a strong body and a strong shadow are combined can a stronger zombie be created. So what Moria wants most is the shadow of the wanted criminal, so that a strong zombie can be created. I see. Usopp nodded, which is similar to what Chu Feng said just now. No wonder we were targeted. Nami covered her face, feeling a little tired. As expected, they were targeted. After all, they are a pirate group with a total bounty of more than 1.2 billion. That Ryuzo was also released on purpose. From this point of view, even if they don't take the initiative, they will be found. This is the full picture of the three terrifying ghost ships. Nico Robin thought for a while and said, for Moria, the biggest benefit will be obedience. Originally, the more powerful the warrior, the harder it is to obey orders. The products created by the fruit ability will never betray the ability user. I'm afraid this is what Gecko Moria thinks. That's right. Brooke nodded. As long as you get a shadow with the same combat power as the main body, you don't need the disobedient main body. In that case, I have heard some things. Chu Feng touched his chin and said, when Gecko Moria was not yet a Shishibukai, he was a person who could compete with the four emperors Kaido. Although Kaido at that time may not have the strength of the four emperors, it is enough to show how terrifying Gecko Maria's strength is. That was a head-on fight. It's not a dirty trick. But he failed. Usopp thought for a while and said, after all, the four emperors are Kaido, not Gecko Maria. Yet. Chu Feng nodded. Although the specific process of the battle is unknown, Gecko Maria did fail in the end. It seems that all his partners were killed, and he has never recovered since then, and came here to be a local emperor. But there is another gossip, that is, Gecko Maria was betrayed by his subordinates when he fought Kaido. This is also the reason why he recruited his subordinates again. After all, zombies will not betray, but his subordinates will. This news may not be accurate, but it is possible. Otherwise, why is Gecko Moria unwilling to recruit more men? There are only these three people. Betrayal. Nico Robin's eyes flickered when she heard it. It was really a terrible word. Having experienced countless betrayals, Nico Robin knows that feeling very well. Especially the first time, it was extremely painful. After all, it would not be a good feeling to have a partner who you have been with day and night suddenly stab you in the back. Terrible. There is such a story in Gecko Moria. Frankie said with some emotion, it is actually related to the four emperors. That. Brooke said, although I don't know who the four emperors you are talking about, what we need to consider now is what to do. Yes, yes, yes. Usopp said immediately, since you know this place so well, come with us to rescue Luffy and the others. No, 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 this is not the best way. Brooke shook his head and said, I suggest you go back to the ship first. Why? Frankie's eyes were full of confusion. Why go back to the ship? At this time, we should rescue Luffy and his shadows before they are taken away. Oh, the green algae head should have been taken down. After all, the shadow zombies have appeared. It's probably too late now. Brooke sighed and said, but don't worry. The worst thing that a captured companion may encounter is that his shadow is taken away. But even if his shadow is taken away, he won't die, just like me. After Brooke finished speaking, he was silent for a while, and then shouted loudly, ah! I forgot that I was dead. Chu Feng! You oil cake! Frankie was speechless, and resisted the urge to beat Brooke up and said, the point is, you won't die even if your shadow is taken away, right? Yeah, that's it. Brooke nodded, but the problem is that everyone will faint the moment their shadow is taken away. They won't wake up within 2 days. During this time, the strong will be thrown back on the ship and driven out of the Terror 3 ghost sailboat. I just said this, do you know why? Nico Robin thought for a while and said, probably to prevent the victims from returning to the island to snatch their shadows. That's one of the reasons. Then why not kill them while they are unconscious? Frankie was a little confused. Wouldn't this be a one-time solution? That won't do. Brooke shook his head. This is very important, listen carefully. First of all, even if the main body and the shadow are separated, they are still one and the same. If the main body dies, the shadow will disappear as well. That is to say, the zombie will also die at the same time. Because this is also a headache for the enemy, they must keep the main body alive. Chu Feng nodded when he heard this, which was consistent with what he knew. Otherwise, Moonlight Moria would have been invincible long ago. Glancing at Chu Feng, Brooke continued, even if your companions were taken away from their shadows, they would definitely return to the ship alive. This is absolute. So, if even you are sacrificed, this is the worst case. Everyone goes to the shadow and wanders on the sea. At that time, there is no chance of a comeback. Brooke took a deep breath and said, while there is still a chance, go back and find them, find a way to wake them up, and prevent them from being separated from the ship. This is the only way, do you understand? So that's it, it makes sense. Frankie nodded, and he understood it. That's good to know. Brooke breathed a sigh of relief, and then came over with a few bags of salt. This is for you. What is this? Sea salt. Brooke pointed to the zombie monkey and said, it's also the weakness of zombies. The effect has been verified when dealing with the zombie monkey just now. Usopp nodded and reached out to collect both bags of salt. We have seen the effect just now. Sea salt can purify the zombies created by the ability users. This is similar to the ability user's fear of the sea. By the way. Brooke stretched out a finger and said, if you want to defeat the zombies, you must put the sea salt in the zombies' mouths to be effective. It's useless if you just hit them. In other words, it must enter the body. Chopper nodded, I roughly understand. After knowing the weaknesses of the zombies, things are much easier. Targeted attacks can completely defeat them. No need to be like before, all attacks are ineffective. Chu Feng thought about it, what if those guys don't dare to return to the vicinity of the star? After all, Kassadin just killed all the little zombies that were moving things. Thinking of this, Chu Feng immediately contacted Kassadin and said, Kassadin, release the mechanical bee swarm and find the traces of Luffy and the other three. This is a small robot developed by Chu Feng to collect intelligence. After all, drones cannot enter some places. But mechanical bees are different. They are small in size, but not slow. They can get into any place and are a powerful tool for collecting intelligence. So this kind of thing is very necessary, and because of the number the amount is particularly large, so the speed of collecting intelligence will be much faster than that of drones. Instructions have been received, start executing. As the voice fell, the star opened a cover, and a large number of mechanical bees flew out, searching in the forest at a very fast speed. Soon, the figures of 3 people were found in the forest 100 meters away from the star, and there were some zombies around them, and it seemed that they were going to play a trick on the 3 people. Seeing this, Kassa sneered and controlled the mechanical bees to attack. Countless microbombs flew out and blew up all these daring guys. Then he controlled the mechanical bees to stay here and wait for the auxiliary robot to take people back. After receiving Kassa's information, Chu Feng looked at his companions and said, Luffy and the others have been found, let's go back now. So fast. Nami was a little surprised. Cutting off the shadow and sending people back was completed in such a short time. It's really a terrifying speed. I guess they have some special means. Chu Feng waved his hand, then glanced at Brooke and said, what about you, will you go with us? Brooke was silent for a while and said, I won't go with you. 5 years ago, I ran away to survive. Because I was the only survivor on the ship, I ran away to see Lab alive. But just staying alive can't solve anything at all. So. Brooke raised his head and said firmly, I'm not going to run away this time. I want to defeat that man, even if he almost beat me to death. After all, living like this can't get out of this sea area, so it's better to fight. Actually, you don't have to fight like this. Chu Feng said, the man you are talking about, I think it should be Shimotsuki Ryoma. When the body of Shimotsuki Ryoma, the first-generation swordsman of Wano country, was stolen, Gecko Mariah happened to be in Wano country. Is the sword in that man's hand the black sword Autumn Water? Yes. Brooke nodded, he still recognized the famous sword. I didn't expect that man to be the greatest swordsman in Wano country. No wonder I couldn't beat him. If that's the case, then the matter is clear. Chu Feng smiled. After finding Zoro, Zoro will naturally go to trouble that man. The sword in his hand has been spotted by our swordsman. So you just need to wait for Zoro to defeat him. Brooke was silent for a moment, then shook his head. No, I'll challenge him myself. 0-0. After all, he didn't want to trouble these people who were willing to entertain him. After all, the enemy was also a great swordsman who became famous in the world hundreds of years ago. Let them take risks or something. Sorry, although it may be a bit willful to say this, let me try again. Brooke smiled. You guys go back to find them. Then we'll meet again. Yo hoo hoo hoo. Looking at Brooke running away, Chu Feng was a little helpless. Is your self-esteem so strong? Even if he knew that he might die if he challenged the other party, he was not afraid. Well, he kind of likes this guy. Damn, I like this skeleton too much. Frankie burst into tears. I'll never find such a good guy again. He's too stubborn. Asshole. I'm not crying, I'm crying. Strange guy. Chu Feng's mouth twitched. You are really sentimental. He shook his head, turned his head and looked at the castle behind him and said, the way back is blocked, let's go from this side. Although it may take a long detour, it's better than jumping directly. Usopp glanced at the ground after hearing this, and suddenly felt a little dizzy, such a high distance. Ahem, I agree with Chu Feng's opinion very much, let's go. Everyone ran inside quickly after hearing this. Their current task was to get back to Luffy and the others as soon as possible. But Chopper said hesitantly, even if we find Luffy and the others, we may not be able to wake them up. Didn't Brooke say that he would be unconscious for 2 days? 2 days, Nami snorted coldly, how can they have so much time to sleep? Don't worry, there will be a way after we find them. Let me wake them up with my fists. She didn't believe that her fists couldn't wake them up. Didn't Chu Feng say that when she beat her own people, she would have special blessings? Although she didn't know what it meant exactly, she still understood the general meaning. That is, beating your own people will break the defense 100%. They can definitely be woken up. Chu Feng glanced at Nami, then at her fist. After a moment of silence, he sighed angry. Forget it, you guys have been beaten a lot in normal times anyway, so this time is not a big deal. But this time, it is highly likely that Nami's fist will not work. After leaving the front of several people, Brooke returned to the corridor. Humming a little tune, he walked calmly towards the direction of Shimotsuki Ryoma's room. Yo hoo hoo hoo. Yo hoo you. Yo hoo hoo. Yo hoo you. This cheerful song can tell Brooke's mood at the moment. Although he is about to face a strong enemy, he still maintains an optimistic attitude. Looking at the wall zombies in front of him, Brooke's mouth corners rose, and then disappeared instantly. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the opposite side and slowly inserted the weapon back. Okay, it's done. By Ge Sanding Swallowtail / Pucci. All the mural zombies were cut off and fell to the ground. At the same time, sea salt was stuffed into the mouth of each zombie and was successfully purified. For them, this is the real death. Looking at the large number of dead zombies lying on the ground, Brooke sighed, then ran inside shouting, it's still scary. Although he is a living and moving skeleton, his heart is still that of a normal human. Although he has no heart, yo ho 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 ho, but he won't give up, absolutely won't give up. This time he must defeat that bastard and get his own shadow. As if he noticed something, Shimotsuki Ryoma slowly raised his head and looked in the direction of the gate, with a smile on his face. Yo ho ho ho. You really don't remember? Do you still have the courage to come back and challenge him? Do you really think you are a good man for letting him go twice? If it weren't for the fact that killing this guy would make the shadow disappear, he would have killed him long ago. Yo ho ho ho, I haven't got my shadow back yet, how can I give up? Brooke slowly stepped through the gate, looked at Shimotsuki Ryoma seriously and said, this time, I will definitely defeat you. Betting his life, he must get the shadow. Yo, then it depends on whether you have the ability. Shimotsuki Ryoma's tone was full of disdain, but you won't be so lucky this time. Your hair is the thing you cherish most. After defeating you this time, I will cut off all your hair. He didn't believe it. After this time, this bastard dared to challenge him again. He wanted to completely shatter this person's confidence. Brooke's face changed when he heard this, and he subconsciously protected his hair. It's really cruel. He actually wanted to cut off his hair. For him, nothing is more cruel than this. Brooke was silent for a while, and then said viciously, "If you can do it, come and try it." 7. Chapter 185, shocked Nami's internal iron fist actually failed. Brooke looked at Shimotsuki Ryoma, his expression had never been so serious. "Pull out the sword, move slowly, looking for the opponent's flaws." Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Shimotsuki Ryoma smiled and said, "To be honest, I admire your courage a little bit. You have been defeated by me more than once, but you are still willing to challenge me. For the promise between me and my friends, I must get my shadow back." Brooke rushed up quickly after saying that. Even if he died, he had to get his own shadow back. Otherwise, he couldn't leave here and go to C-Lab. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Shimotsuki Ryoma laughed, "Even if you have become stronger in these 5 years, I am the same. Because we think in the same way." As soon as the voice fell, the sharp blade in his hand pierced Brooke's abdomen and passed through his body. The whole person was blown away by this force. But because only bones were left in his body, he was not hurt. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Shimotsuki Ryoma laughed and said, "You still care about that afro? You can never defend such a big weakness. This guy just gave up defense and chose to protect his hair. It's really interesting." Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Shut up. Brooke immediately stood up and rushed forward. "I must protect this hair only in order to go back to C-Lab, in order to let Lab recognize him. He must protect this afro. This is the only physical feature that can make Lab recognize him." Yo-ho-ho-ho. "Then you try it." Avoiding Shimotsuki Ryoma's attack, Brooke stabbed with his sword. "Come on, let me see your determination." After saying that, the sharp blade in his hand went straight through Brooke's eye socket and directly shattered part of the skull. "Are you still unwilling to give up?" Shimotsuki Ryoma taunted. "If it wasn't for avoiding your hair, you wouldn't be hit in the skull by me at all. It doesn't matter if it's 547. Brooke panted and said, At least this afro that looks like Lab, this beautiful memories, he must protect them to the end. Then meet again in the agreed strait. Take it." The two disappeared instantly, and when they reappeared, they were already behind each other. Yo-ho-ho-ho. "Interesting, really interesting." Shimotsuki Ryoma walked out slowly, not paying any attention to Brooke lying behind him. At this moment, he didn't want to shave this man's head. "Lab." Brooke looked at Shimotsuki Ryoma's back, feeling unwilling. Looking at the large number of zombie remains scattered around the star, Usopp fell into deep thought. What are they? Ah, they were attacked by the star's self-defense system. Chu Feng waved his hand and said, "They wanted to get on the ship to rob our things, so they were killed." After that, he stepped on the ladder and walked towards the star. "Hey, Casa, where are Luffy and the others?" "In the restaurant." Casa's projection appeared on the deck, pointed inside and said, "They are still in a coma." Not long ago, she specially checked the life status of these 3 people and found that their vitality was still as strong as before. But they just didn't wake up. This is a bit strange. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly ran towards the restaurant, and after entering, they found that they were indeed here. "Hey, Luffy, wake up!" Usopp rushed up and shook Luffy and said, "We should get up and take back Shadow." "Hey, wake up! Zoro!" Chopper reached out and pulled Zoro's face, but this guy showed no sign of waking up. This made Chopper a little panicked. What should he do? "Leave it to me." Nami raised her fist and walked over, looking at the heads of the 3 people, her eyes condensed and she smashed it hard. "Get up for me." Bang, bang, bang. The heavy fist directly broke the chairs under the 3 people, and the whole person fell to the ground. At the same time, her body began to tremble, and it seemed that she was about to wake up, but she never woke up. Nami. Her iron fist was ineffective. This was the first time this had happened. Nami was at a loss now. What should I do? Nami glanced at Chu Feng, who couldn't even wake him up. "I'll do it." Usopp thought of a good idea, took a deep breath and shouted, "The beautiful swordsman is here with meat." As soon as these words came out, the 3 of them trembled instantly, and it was obvious that their bodies reacted extremely strongly to these words. After a moment, the three climbed up and said in confusion, "Beauty. Meat. Swordsman. No hope, this guy." Chopper looked at the three guys in shock. He didn't know what to say. How obsessed are you with three things? It was awakened in this way. Little Mary looked at the three people in shock. She felt that her thinking was a little behind. Sure enough, the world of adults is hard to understand. Luffy was silent for a while, then rushed to Chu Feng in front of him. "Asshole, give me my shadow back." "Chu Feng! You are a jerk." He raised his hand and punched, and the domineering fist hit Luffy's head again. "What are you doing?" Chu Feng said unhappily. "Look carefully, I'm not Gecko Moria." "How can you still think of him as that jerk?" It seems that his consciousness is still a little unclear. Chopper guessed, it's probably because of the sequelae caused by losing the shadow. Otherwise, Luffy wouldn't have mistaken Chu Feng for Gecko Moria. It's really a terrifying power. Where is this? Luffy, who had returned to normal, looked around. Why does it look so familiar? Of course it's familiar. Nami said unhappily, "This is the Star, our pirate ship." "Really, what a bastard who likes to cause trouble for others." The Star. Zoro looked at Nami with a slightly confused look. "Why are you back to the Star? Didn't they go to the island?" Wait, did he have a strange dream just now, dreaming that his shadow was minus? Thinking of this, Zoro immediately looked down at his feet, and his pupils shrank suddenly. No, this is not a dream. The shadow is really gone. It feels so weird. He was actually tricked. It was really annoying. That damn fat guy actually stole his shadow. He was so embarrassed, so careless. "I'm hungry," Luffy said, holding his stomach. "Anything else to eat?" "Yes." Chu Feng nodded and took out a lot of food from his pocket. He originally planned to use it for emergencies on the island. Unexpectedly, it was really used now. "Luckily I have you." Luffy rushed up with a big laugh and started eating and drinking. "Indeed." Sanji nodded. "Since we are back on the ship, it proves that the enemy may have been here too. Other things may be taken away, including food or treasures." At this moment, Sanji felt that it was a very wise thing to put valuable things in Chu Feng's pocket. The enemy can't get in. Chu Feng smiled faintly. "The self-defense system of the Star is very powerful. It will be turned on when we are not there. Any scoundrel who dares to trespass on the Star will be warmly received by Kassadin. The kind with lasers." Laser Chopper shuddered. "So those zombies outside are so?" "Yeah." Chu Feng nodded. "So our pirate ship doesn't need anyone to guard it. If something really happens, Kassadin can solve it. Of course, the premise is that you don't encounter a guy like Grandpa Luffy. That old man." Chu Feng even suspected that he had the strength to use domineering power to carry the laser and rush up to destroy it. "We'll talk about this later." Frankie thought for a moment and said, "First, we have to find the shadow zombies belonging to the three of them, and then put salt in their mouths." "Salt?" "Yes." Frankie looked at Zoro and said, "Sea salt can purify these zombies and make them spit out their shadows. This way, the shadows can be returned to their original owners. This is the most effective and optimal combat plan. After all, it is not impossible to fight against the strong until daytime. If they are without shadows and are exposed to the sunday." "By the way," Usopp said, "Zoro's shadow zombie has been found. Where can I find the others?" "My shadow zombie." Zoro's eyes flashed with interest. "What kind of?" "What kind of?" Usopp hesitated, looked up and down at Zoro and said, "It can only be said that they are roughly similar. He can do the sword moves you can do. At the beginning, he used the 3 sword flow 360 treble winds to chop us." "Really?" Zoro's face sank slightly. "He actually used his shadow to chop his partner. It was really bad." Brooke said that the shadow will determine the character of the zombie. Chu Feng laughed, so that zombie has another special attribute. What? Location is difficult. Zoro. Hey, you are so stupid. It's enough to tease me at this time. This is the information detected by the mechanical bee colony. Chu Feng shrugged, and I also found the shadow zombies belonging to Luffy and Sanji. Sanji's is a zombie penguin dog, with a personality similar to Sanji, and he won't kick women. Humph, worthy of me. Sanji smiled proudly, even if I become a zombie, I won't attack women. This is his way of chivalry. Don't be happy too soon. Chu Feng waved his hand. Just now, the Moonlight Moria said that although the personality of the zombie will be the same as the owner of the shadow at the beginning, it will change after a long time. For example, in order to eliminate the invaders, even women will be kicked to death. Sanji was silent after hearing this. Is it so bad? No, before that, I must kill that zombie. Sanji's body seemed to be on fire. I must not let him do such a thing. This made him feel like he was going against his own way of chivalry. After all, that was his shadow. Damn it, I'll leave now. Wait a minute. Chu Feng grabbed Sanji and said, why are you in such a hurry? This process won't be so fast. Let me finish what I'm saying first. And you can't find the other party's specific location. Sanji was silent after hearing this. He didn't seem to know where the other party was. What about mine? Luffy said expectantly. What does my zombie look like? Your? Chu Feng hesitated and said, your zombie is the most powerful one on this island. Hundreds of years ago, there was a huge demon named Ounce. It was so big that it was even taller than my red wolf. It was so powerful that it carried away a country with its hands. So scary. Chopper widened his eyes. Is Luffy's shadow zombie such a scary guy? Are they going to fight that kind of person? How to fight? It's a zombie. Little Mary thought for a while and said, its strength should not be as good as before. That's for sure. Chu Feng nodded. Even if the zombie is reawakened, it can't get all the power it had before. After all, the body has been corrupted, even after being processed. Apart from anything else, the armament haki can't be used. No, how did such a terrifying guy die? Frankie was full of surprise. Even the admiral of the navy could fight against someone who could transport a country's people. Frozen to death. Frozen. Frankie's mouth twitched. Such a big guy was actually frozen to death in the end. It feels so dramatic. As big as Gundam. Lu Fei's eyes were shining. My zombie is so powerful. Stupid, this is not a good thing. But, it's really handsome. Nami. Forget it, just be happy. Leave Luffy's giant zombie to me. Chu Feng waved his hand and said, Luffy, your main task is to defeat Gecko Moria. He is the culprit who cut off your shadow. Now the two sides are in a situation of life and death, so let's kill each other. To be honest, Gecko Moria at this time is really not a threat in Chu Feng's eyes. The people in the house are almost useless, and they are just living off their old capital. But even so, his physical condition is still declining day by day. I guess he can't even catch a stick from Kaido now. Anyway, we need to find the three zombies, and then stuff the sea salt into their mouths. Zoro thought for a moment and said, then the shadow will come back. Yeah, that's it. Frankie nodded, that's the weakness of the zombies. Thank you for finding this weakness. Zoro was a little emotional, it was really reliable. It doesn't matter if it's the weakness of the zombies, or if you can be rescued first. The one who helped us was the Skull Boy. Hearing Frankie's words, Luffy said with a smile, have you seen Brook? Yeah, I saw him. To be honest, that guy is a real man. Frankie said seriously, I have no objection to him becoming our partner. After knowing about this man, who would not be moved. He was willing to endure loneliness alone for 50 years for a promise. That's not 5 years, but 50 years. He 0.7 likes this skeleton too much. Damn, tears are about to flow. Chu Feng, Can you see where that man is now? Yes. Chu Feng nodded, pushed his glasses and said, not long ago, he went to challenge his own shadow zombie Shimatsuki Ryoma. Unfortunately, he failed again. However, Brook let him and Shimatsuki Ryoma see the backbone of a man. Is it the guy holding the black knife Chu Shui? Yes. Hat. Zoro grinned, in that case, leave this zombie to me. Since Luffy has already planned to let Brook join them, this person is a partner. What the partner can't do, he will do. Defeat the zombie, take away his weapon, and take back Brook's shadow. Humph, it seems that there is one more shadow to take back. Sanji snorted and laughed, by the way, I will kick that invisible man to death. Obviously Sanji has a deep resentment about this matter. After all, this is the devil fruit he wanted when he was a child. I hope Brook is okay. Little Mary prayed silently, I hope he won't be killed. He is already a skeleton, there is no way to kill him. Usopp's face was a little strange. How to kill someone who has already died? After the bones are crushed, he will die naturally. Usopp. Why did little Mary become so sinister now? Who did she learn this from? Wait, Robin seems to like to say this kind of thing. Thinking of this, Usopp glanced at Nico Robin, his eyes full of suspicion. Unfortunately, Nico Robin did not see this scene, otherwise, she would definitely emphasize the relationship between this matter and herself. Probably. Let's go. Luffy supported it, looked at the huge castle in the distance and said, brothers, prepare to fight back. Oh. Chapter 186, The guy with narrow eyes is so scary. Let's go, beat up that bastard Moria. Luffy said, pointing to the stairs in front and said, as long as you climb that staircase, you can find Moria. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Luffy nodded, anyway, I'm going to defeat that bastard Moria. Then everyone's shadow will be back. After this was said, the others were stunned for a moment. It seems. Sanji hesitated and said, that's the truth. After defeating the ability user, the ability will naturally be lifted. Luffy is quite sharp. Chu Feng's mouth twitched, what do you think I was talking about just now? That being said, those powerful zombies with your shadows also need someone to stop them. Chu Feng waved his hand and said, we can't let them affect Luffy's battle with that Gecko Mariah. The others nodded, and this sentence made sense. In short, according to what Luffy said, he will defeat Gecko Mariah, and we will contain the enemy's cotters or zombies. Chu Feng stretched out a finger and said, we only have one night. If we can't defeat the enemy during the day, we'll be very passive. If things go wrong, Gecko Mariah will be desperate and give up saving his shadow, letting the sun shine on you. That's true. Nico Robin nodded, so let's fight quickly. Is Luffy's intuition very sharp at this time? Little Mary looked at Luffy in surprise and said, it seems that every time he knows who the enemy he should defeat is. Because he is Luffy. Chu Feng smiled and put Little Mary on his shoulder, this guy's beast instinct is very terrifying. To be frank, Chu Feng feels that there are not many people like Luffy in the world. Anyway, let's go. Frankie put on his sunglasses and said, I'm going to find Brook, I'm more worried about his battle. If Luffy can defeat Gecko Mariah first, then the problem will be solved. If you are killed by the other party, things will be troublesome. Don't worry, I can definitely defeat that guy. Luffy said with a smile, I won't lose. Luffy knew very well that if he didn't kill that bastard, not only would Shadow not be able to come back, but his friends might also die here. So he had to defeat the other party. What's more, this bastard actually dared to bully his friends, which was a crime. Take me one. Zoro walked to Frankie and said, I'm very interested in how powerful the legendary samurai zombie is, and I must get the knife in his hand. Being able to fight a powerful opponent, hone yourself and get a good knife at the same time. Why not? As for failure, sorry, Zoro never thought of this possibility at all because he had sworn a long time ago that he would never lose to others again. Are you talking so easily? Chopper said, a little scared, the opponent is the 7 warlords of the sea. The strength of that kind of guy is very terrifying. Can he really beat the opponent? It's okay, anyway, it's the same as crocodile. Luffy picked his nose and said nonchalantly, just hit him. It's not like I haven't beaten the 7 warlords before. What's wrong? Chopper shouted, you were almost killed. Please, be careful. He was too scared of the terrifying existence of the 7 warlords. Chu Feng was a little helpless. There's no need to be so scared. If you have to say it, Gecko Maria's strength may not be as good as Crocodile. At least he fought in person, and as long as he got back his former spirit, his domineering and other things would naturally come back. But Gecko Maria is different, he is useless. Now he doesn't believe in anything except zombies. He may not even believe in his own strength. The gap can be imagined. Really? Chopper looked up at Chu Feng, is it really okay? You have to believe in Luffy. Okay. Chopper sighed and accepted this fact. It's really exciting to be in this pirate group. From time to time, you will challenge the 7 warlords of the sea and other big pirates that others will never challenge in their lives. The key is that you still win. Exciting. Here are the ones. Usopp took out a lot of small bags from his bag and said, take 1 bag each. This is my special zombie ascension salt bullet. Oh, Zoro said in surprise, you were doing this just now. Just now he was wondering what Usopp was squatting on the ground fiddling with, and the result was this. You really have no sense of crisis. Usopp was a little speechless. Have you forgotten what Brook said before? Take 1 each. Although Brook gave us some before, the number is not enough. We don't know how many zombies there are on this island. It would be bad if it's not enough. So it's right to prepare more. Chu Feng nodded, this makes sense. But he didn't plan to feed ounce salt, it was probably useless. He planned to chop that guy to death or throw him into the sea. I just don't know if that Gecko Maria will stop him, just like Chu Feng said before. Usopp said seriously, we have a very tight schedule, we must resolve the battle before dawn. Otherwise, once dawn comes, the situation will become very unfavorable to us. So, remember. Quick battle. The others nodded and kept this information in mind. The battle must end before the sun rises. Wait, damn Gecko Maria, Luffy roared, wait for me to beat you up. After that, he took the lead and rushed forward. Watching the Straw Hat Pirates leaving, the bat zombie hiding in the forest broke out in a cold sweat. Are they all awake? This is bad. I have to report to the master. Quickly thinking of this, the bat zombie quickly took off and flew towards the castle. Perona. Moonlight Maria glanced at Perona and said, where is Ounce now? On the top of the strange pole, Lord Maria. Really? Moonlight Maria smiled, what a naughty guy. Wait, master. A zombie said, with so many big zombies with dreams wandering around the island, we can't protect ourselves at all. That bastard is very dangerous. It doesn't matter, it's just a matter of time. Gecko Moria smiled faintly, he will be honest soon. As long as Ounce is here, we can snatch the shadow from the powerful guy. From now on, we can keep making special grade zombies. Here. We need more solid puppets, Hagibaku. Leave it to me. Hagibaku smiled, these are all small problems. For him, it's just a matter of moving his hands. A mere special grade zombie is no problem. By then, the strength of their pirate group will become even stronger. At this moment, the bat zombie flew in. Ho! Lord Hagiba! Not good. What's wrong? Hagiba looked at the bat zombie in confusion, why did he look so flustered? The 3 people whose shadows we just took away woke up on the boat, and they are now coming here with their companions. It seems that they are going to fight us. What? Hagiba was dumbfounded. How is this possible? How can someone whose shadow was taken away wake up immediately? It is probably that their companions found a way to wake them up. This is the situation now. And they seem to have something to do with the Hummer. I'm afraid that person taught them. The evidence is that the pirates now know how to purify zombies. What did you say? Haguba's pupils shrank. Damn Hummer. He actually told the pirates this important information. Is he a pancake? He is sincerely against us, right? Moonlight Moria was a little surprised when he heard this, and then laughed. Although it was a bit tricky, he didn't care too much. Even though the other party was a pirate group with a total bounty of more than 1.2 billion. The zombies are now very afraid of pirates and are being chased everywhere. Bat Zombie said with his head down, what should we do? Tisk. Hagubako looked unhappy, those guys. Animal zombies, scary zombies, and soldier zombies would not work on them. Hagubako thought for a while and said, send zombie generals. They will definitely not be fed sea salt, and they can defeat the pirates. He knew very well how terrifying those guys were when they were alive. By the way, what is that bastard Absalom doing? This. Bat Zombie said awkwardly, I don't know, but I heard from him before that he fell in love with a woman and is now trying to snatch her away. By the way, many general zombies were taken away by him. Hagubaku. He's a pancake. What time is it now? The enemy is a pirate group with a total bounty of over 1.2 billion. There is a war going on here, and you want to marry a concubine. They took away the zombie generals, what are you thinking? Those idiots. Hagubagu felt that he was going to be mad. Forget it, don't use that beast. Perona said, if I weaken them with my ghost, the zombie soldiers can also catch them. Don't panic just because the zombies' weaknesses are known. I will catch everyone here. Why don't you prepare puppets that can fit the remaining pirates? Of course, the premise is to avoid the man named Chu Feng. He is so scary that he can crush her ghost. By the way, Lord Mariah. Perona looked up at Gecko Mariah and said, for some reason, the man named Chu Feng can catch my ghost. I'm afraid you will need to take action against that person. Hacky. Gecko Mariah's eyes flickered. He didn't expect to meet a pirate who could be hacky in the first half of the Grand Line. But if you think about it carefully, if you don't even have this ability, you can't do something like destroying Judicial Island. Damn, if it weren't for what happened back then, he wouldn't. Sighing, Gecko Mariah replied, I know, you just need to deal with the others. The guy called Chu Feng, I will let Ounce deal with him later. Scientists. It would be great if he could use them. With flesh and blood plus mechanical transformation, his zombies will definitely become more powerful. Thinking of this, Moonlight Moria's eyes became hot. Let's talk about it when we meet later. Maybe he will abandon the dark and join the light. In that case, I will go back to my room first. Perona smiled and turned away. Let's go, Kumasi. Ha 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 ha. She needs to hide her physical body and then use the ghost body to defeat them. Looking at Perona's leaving back, Haguba smiled, that's relieved. With Lord Moria and the Ghost Princess working together, there will be absolutely no problem. Now we just need to wait for Ounce to calm down and let him defeat Chu Feng. Is that so? Moonlight Moria suddenly felt bored, so boring. Why is it like this again? Hagubaku's mouth twitched. Lord Mariah was a little negative. Well, Lord Mariah seems to have always been like this. A real stay-at-home. I'll stay here for a while. Moonlight Mariah looked into the distance and said, play with Ounce for a while, and then I'll go find that Chu Feng. Okay. Hagubaku nodded, but I have a request. What? Can you give me 2 zombies that look like Absalom? Hagubaku smiled, I'll use them. Whatever you want. Moonlight Mariah said nonchalantly, just choose and take them away. 547. Thank you very much. Then I'll borrow 2 of my treasured zombies. The zombies that Hagubaku chose were the ones with the shadows of Zoro and Sanji. Those 2 guys are very powerful. Go Luffy roared, the enemy is just ahead, kill them. Oh. Ordinary zombies can't stop their progress at all. Boom! With just one kick, Luffy knocked a large group of zombie soldiers away. Damn it, run! The zombie soldiers cried and shouted, these humans are too scary. Who is the zombie after all? Damn you invisible bastard, get out of here! Sanji yelled with anger all over his body, and that damn penguin dog. Come out quickly, let me kick you to death. The powerful fighting power of the two made these zombie soldiers unable to resist at all, and they could only passively escape. They are both a bit fierce. Usopp said in surprise, in that case, there is no need for salt for the time being. They can be completely hammered away by hard power. Didn't you see that this group of zombies have been beaten by them and cried for their parents? It seems that their hearts are full of anger. Chu Feng glanced at Sanji, who was about to burn, and his mouth twitched. How obsessed are you with the transparent fruit? It seems that whether there is a shadow or not does not affect their combat effectiveness. Little Meili, who was sitting on Chu Feng's shoulder, touched her chin and said, interesting. As expected of partners, they are so powerful. At this moment, the special voice of the ghost came again from a distance. A moment later, several shadows rushed out from a distance and passed through Luffy and Sanji's bodies in the blink of an eye. It's no good, what Pirate King, if there is an afterlife, I hope to be a caterpillar. Like me, my eyebrows are curled like an idiot, I'd rather die. Chu Feng. So, what is your haki for? Hey, you two! Chu Feng shouted angrily, use haki, haki. Haki can deal with this ghost. Damn, it's you again! The ghost looked at Chu Feng, with no intention of rushing over. After flying for a while, it quickly got into the wall. Wait, I will be back. I don't believe you can protect them forever. Tisk. Chu Feng spat and gave up the idea of attacking. You guys! Chu Feng looked at the zombie soldiers who were going to catch Luffy and Sanji and said, put them down, otherwise, I will be very angry. The zombies looked at Chu Feng and shuddered. Why does this guy with squinting eyes and glasses look more terrifying than others? Is it an illusion? He thought in fear, and at the same time let go of the hands holding the two. Humph, you know what's good for you. Chu Feng snorted coldly, get out. Before I change my mind, the farther the better. There is no need to waste time on such a small zombie. It's meaningless. Chapter 187, The Marching Gundam Red Wolf. Let's go, take them both with you. Chu Feng signaled Usopp and Chopper to take the two with them, and then quickly ran away. At this moment, a huge monster fell from the sky and smashed through the aerial building they were in. Boom! The huge force caused the place to completely collapse, and Usopp, who was somewhat out of touch, fell to the next level with Sanji. It landed right in front of Frankie and Zoro. This is... Zoro looked at the two people lying on the ground and retracted his sight, turning to look at Ounce. What is this? This is probably Luffy's zombie. Usopp climbed up, his face a little ugly. It's huge, it should be this guy. No wonder Chu Feng said that he would deal with the guy. This huge body, except Chu Feng, no one else can fight it. Don't worry about this big guy. Usopp pointed to the road on the other side and said, let's go this way. Leave this guy to Chu Feng. Okay. Zoro didn't say anything nonsense. His main goal was to find the legendary samurai, defeat him and take away his famous sword. This is what he wants to do now. After taking a look at the huge monster, Chu Feng grinned, this makes me feel like Ultraman fighting a small monster. Then he put little Mary in Nami's arms and walked slowly towards Ounce. Hey, Luffy! Chu Feng said without looking back, the garlic Moria is left to you. Oh! Luffy turned around and left without any hesitation. Be careful, Chu Feng. Nami bit her lip and finally left here with the others. Chu Feng thought for a while and put the wolf god armor on Nami. He could modify this armor before, so that Nami could also use it. Nami was stunned for a moment, and then she was a little moved. Did Chu Feng actually give this to her? Okay, let's go. Chu Feng looked up at the huge Ounce, with a gleam in his eyes, I want to meet this big guy. After that, he took out the floating flying board and soared into the sky. Hey, big guy, how are you? Ounce heard Chu Feng's voice and looked at Chu Feng. Little thing, how can you fly? Because I have a floating flying board. So cool, Ounce said excitedly. Can you give me one too? No, you're too big. Tisk. Ounce pouted when he heard it. What? It's not possible. It's really boring. Then he ignored Chu Feng and lowered his head to start looking carefully. Chu Feng had a trace of doubt in his mind. What is this for? Found it looking at the hat-shaped stone on the ground. Ounce picked it up happily, put it on his head and said, "This is good." This made him feel like he was a pirate Captain Yoshi. I feel it. Then I'm going to be the pirate king. Ah, the house is broken, I was scared. Chu Feng. As expected of Luffy's shadow, his behavior is so nonsensical. Looking at the demon Ounce walking away, Chu Feng frowned slightly. Could it be that this guy has not been tamed by Gecko Maria? That is. Gecko Maria glanced at Chu Feng in the air, and a strange color flashed in his eyes. Is that Chu Feng? Flying in the air, this is an ability that many people dream of. You are worthy of you, the devil scientist. Looking at Chu Feng leaving, Gecko Maria did not take it seriously. In his opinion, no matter how powerful Chu Feng is, he can't be the opponent of his Ounce. That was a top powerhouse hundreds of years ago. Even a country can transport a terrifying existence. At this moment, Luffy rushed out of the tunnel behind and came to Gecko Maria. Moonlight Maria looked at Luffy in surprise. Are you here? At this moment, the hull suddenly shook violently, and Luffy said in surprise, "What's wrong? It's shaking so badly." I guess the ship was caught in a strange current. Moonlight Maria smiled faintly. I think it's probably your fault. Here. After all, the shadow on Ounce belongs to this guy also. What do you want from me? Moonlight Maria glanced at Luffy, and he heard the guys shouting just now. Why are you here? What for? Luffy looked at Moonlight Maria coldly and said, You dared to cut off my shadow just now, give it back to me. And give me back all the shadows of Zoro, Sanji, Brook and the uncle. He must get these shadows back. Gecko Maria looked at Luffy sarcastically. What a greedy guy, so what are you going to do? Of course I'm going to beat you up. Hey. He Gecko Maria said as if he had heard a big joke. You said you were going to beat me up? Ah, yes. Whether I am beaten or killed, the zombies will lose their rulers, and the shadows will not return. Gecko Maria laughed. Even so, are you going to do it? Is that so? Luffy's eyes showed a hint of doubt. There is such a thing. Yes, my ability is just to control the shadows. Gecko Maria laughed. If you want to fulfill your wish, the way is this. Facing all the shadows, I, as the ruler now, personally order them, return to the master. If you do this, will all the shadows come back? Gecko Maria narrowed his eyes. Yes, it's very simple. If you can beat me like that, it will be fine. But with your strength, you can't even touch me. That's right, even if Luffy's bounty is 400 million Baileys, Gecko Maria didn't take him seriously. In Gecko Maria's eyes, he is always the one who can compete with the four emperors Kaido. Just a newcomer in the pirate world. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, just coming straight to challenge him. Isn't this courting death? Well, it's really boring, I'm a little sleepy. Okay, I know. Luffy nodded, and jumped into the air rubber pistol. Bang! What? Looking at the dark arm blocking his fist, Luffy was a little dumbfounded. What is this? Moving his sight, Luffy soon found out what this thing is. It's a shadow. Gecko Maria laughed and said, Try to beat him. This is my clone, Shadow Mage. If you can't even defeat my clone, you have no right to challenge me. Although his clone cannot be defeated. That's right, from the beginning, Gecko Maria was playing Luffy, after all, he is a pirate. How can a pirate keep his word? After looking at Luffy, who was full of surprise, Gecko Moria said calmly, I used to be full of confidence and ambition in my own strength. But I still understand the importance of having excellent subordinates. If he had such awareness back then, maybe the 4 emperors would not be that bastard Kaido. Wait, sooner or later I will go back to avenge you. There was a gleam of hatred in Gecko Moria's eyes, and he must kill that bastard. Hey, get out of the way! Luffy looked at the shadow mage in front of him with an unhappy face and said, I'm going to beat up that garlic fat guy. Only in this way can everyone be saved. Gecko Moria glanced at Luffy indifferently after hearing this, and then retracted his gaze. These 1 or 2 sentences still couldn't anger him. Retracting his gaze, Gecko Moria looked outside and said, I don't have to do anything, I can become the Pirate King by relying on the power of others. As long as he has a large number of powerful zombies, he can become the real Pirate King. At that time, not to mention Kaido, even the old guy Whitebeard will have to kneel in front of him. He. I am the one who will become the Pirate King. Luffy, who dodged the attack of the Shadow Mage, said unhappily, how can I give it to you, a bastard? This is the purpose of his going to sea, the Pirate King must be his. Your zombies also said so. Gecko Moria glanced at Ounce, who was still playing in the distance, and laughed, it's really interesting. The shadow and the body have such a big gap because they still retain the strong consciousness of the distant master. But it doesn't matter, it's just a matter of time. Soon he will lose all his memories of you and become a zombie that completely submits to me. No matter how strong his personality is, the fate of all zombies is absolute obedience. This is why he is willing to let Ounce play around. Just wait for a while, Ounce will naturally become his most loyal subordinate. This is Ounce, the demon with extremely terrifying power. I'll get it back right away. Luffy kicked the Shadow Mage aside fiercely, and launched his own attack at Gecko Moria fiercely, rubber machine gun. Bat fragment. As the voice fell, Gecko Moria's shadow suddenly exploded, turning into a sky full of small bats, blocking all of Luffy's attacks. Luffy said in shock, all of them were blocked. Because of the special nature of the fruit ability, even if I can't use the observation haki, I can still observe the surrounding situation. Gecko Moria grinned, at least in the direction his shadow was looking. This is equivalent to him having 2 pairs of eyes. Of course, if it is split into countless small bats, then the observation will be more acute. As the voice fell, a large number of small bats rushed towards Luffy and bit his thigh. He ran around in pain. Looking at Luffy screaming, Gecko Moria laughed and said, really, it's a noisy guy. It's so annoying. Luffy said viciously, just wait for me. You'd better deal with my shadow first. Gecko Moria glanced at Luffy, who was bitten by the shadow bat, and ran around and said, don't worry, they won't suck blood. What do you mean by beating me up? That's ridiculous. With your half-baked level, you still want to defeat me? It's so funny. Luffy was furious when he heard it, it's so noisy, get out of here. He punched all the shadow bats around him and flew out. But unfortunately, even if they were all blasted against the wall, they couldn't be killed, and soon they gathered again. Looking at the shadows that formed the Shadow Mage again, Luffy's eyes flashed with a strange color. Is this thing indestructible? Inexperienced kid. Gecko Moria sneered, you dare to look down on others, it's just asking for trouble. Who do you think the person in front of you is? I am Gecko Moria, the great pirate who was famous all over the world back then. Forget it, I guess this kid hasn't heard of this either. Thinking of this, Gecko Moria suddenly felt bored. Damn it! Luffy gritted his teeth and rubber machine gun. Scatter the bats! Countless black bats blocked Luffy's attack. Although they were beaten into a pile of black liquid in the end, they soon gathered again and stood up. In other words, the Shadow Mage will not disappear unless Gecko Moria dies. This time Luffy also reacted and had to attack his body. Looking at Gecko Moria's mocking eyes, Luffy angrily said, asshole, I'm angry. The whole person jumped from a high place. What? Ran away? Gecko Mirai looked down and was a little speechless. Did he run away in fear? No. Luffy, who grabbed the floor, bounced back quickly. Rubber stamp. The powerful force directly penetrated the floor, and even Gecko Mirai flew up. Luffy, who grabbed the stone, smiled. He roughly knew how to deal with the other party. It hurts, damn kid. Gecko Mirai was full of anger. How dare you hit me? How long has it been since he was attacked? Humph, isn't this very effective? What do you mean I can't touch you? Garlic head. Next, he will let the other party know what a beating is. It hurts to take it down just now. Straw Hat Boy. Gecko Mirai looked at Luffy below angrily and said, I will make you regret it, Straw Hat Boy. Humph, so long-winded. Luffy laughed, no matter how many times, I will beat you up. Rubber stamp. Don't even think about it. Gecko Mirai's eyes condensed, and he manipulated the Shadow Mage to knock Luffy's attack aside. Boom. Directly penetrate the floor. Tisk. Luffy spat and jumped up quickly. What a tricky ability. Can't you come and fight me by yourself? I can defeat you without doing anything. Why should I do it? Gecko Mirai looked at Luffy strangely. This kid's brain is not burnt out. Why would he do it when he can lie here comfortably and wait for his Shadow Mage to kill the opponent? What a strange idea. Shaking his head, Gecko Mirai focused his eyes on the outside, and then froze for a moment. What is that? I don't know when. A huge red gold Gundam appeared in the sky outside. He likes this thing so much. Which man can refuse Gundam? Ah, that's Chu Feng's Gundam. Luffy punched all the bats on his body and said, awesome, he is my scientist. He likes the expression of Gecko Mirai now. Hey, is that so? Moonlight Mirai said with a grin, then he is mine now. Wait until I defeat all of you, and then I will subdue him. Chu Feng. He must get it. On the other side, Chu Feng, who was sitting in the Red Wolf, suddenly sneezed, and immediately said in confusion, am I catching a cold? It shouldn't be. His physique is that he won't die. Even if he dies, how could he catch a cold? I guess someone is thinking about you, Master. Cassius smiled, after all, this is not the first time. Spray, it should be some beautiful girl who worships me. Chu Feng's mouth corners rose, no way, who told me to be so outstanding? Okay, it doesn't matter who it is. Chu Feng looked at Ounce not far away and said, our mission is to beat this guy up. Then find an opportunity to pull out his shadow. Although Moonlight Mirai, that bastard, may not let him do it so easily. Chu Feng glanced at the castle in the distance, and now he can see through the air the situation inside the cave. He could clearly see Luffy fighting with Gecko Mirai's shadow. By the way, was there something wrong with the way Gecko Mirai looked at him? Well, it was an illusion. So Handsome Ounce looked at the Red Wolf and said excitedly, is this a robot? So handsome. Judging from the size, he should be able to get in. Thinking of this, Ounce subconsciously shouted, Chu Feng, I want to play too. After saying that, Ounce was stunned, lowered his head and whispered, who is Chu Feng? Why did he subconsciously call out this name? So strange. Could it be someone he knew? But why didn't he have any impression of him? Chapter 188, Red Wolf vs Ounce. Chu Feng smiled when he heard what Ounce said. I didn't expect this guy to be able to call out his name. It seems that the memory of Luffy has not completely disappeared. You want to play this? Yeah, Ounce nodded. He said with great anticipation, can I? No. Ounce, no, what did you say? Where can I get you a Gundam that fits your body? Chu Feng said unhappily, besides, you are enemies. Is that so? Ounce scratched his head and turned away. Since he couldn't play, he would go somewhere else to have a look. He had more important things to do. He was the man who wanted to become the Pirate King. Enemies or something, Anyway, if you don't attack him, there's no need to fight. Seeing Ounce turn around and leave without any hesitation, Chu Feng was silent for a while. Shouldn't this guy punch him? In other words, if there is no reason to fight, he won't attack. Tisk, exactly the same as Luffy. But I won't let you leave so easily. Thinking of this, Chu Feng punched him hard and hit him directly on the back. The force was so great that it even made a cracking sound. Boom! Ounce fell to the ground with a bang, with a trace of confusion in his one eye. Why hit him? He just wanted to do what he wanted to do. Could it be that this guy wanted to hinder him like those little guys? Not long ago, the general zombies came to trouble Ounce, but unfortunately he was beaten flat. Still a little fragile. Chu Feng glanced at Ounce lying on the ground, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. In this way, even if it is huge, without the support of domineering, it is not the opponent of the Red Wolf. If you attack me, you should be prepared. Ounce got up again, turned around and looked at Chu Feng, and said in a muffled voice, I will beat you. Come on. Chu Feng drove the Red Wolf and posed a provocative posture, see if you have the ability. Then the two behemoths started fighting. Of course, most of the time it was the Red Wolf that beat Ounce violently. After all, one is a corpse that has been dead for many years, and the other is a steel behemoth. The combat power is not at the same level at all. What's more, Chu Feng also has armament haki. If he didn't want to have some fun, Chu Feng would have taken out the laser knife and cut Ounce in half. Without haki, he definitely couldn't withstand the laser knife. Damn it, Ounce, who was knocked out, got up again. Rubber bazooka. However, his arm didn't change at all, it just hit the position in front of him. It was as if 550 was hitting the air. Damn it! Ounce felt like he was going to be mad to death, he clearly felt that his fist could be extended. Why didn't it work? Without Gecko Mariah to help you, you don't have that kind of means. Chu Feng said lightly, come on, let's continue. I finally got the opportunity to beat Luffy up, I can't let it go. Luffy in the distance, so you are so happy to fight because the opponent has my shadow on him. Gecko Mariah looked at Luffy, then looked at the Red Wolf. He wondered what was going on with these pirates. Why does he feel that guy? The reason why he fought so fiercely was because that guy was the shadow of his captain. Forget it, Ounce is not in any danger for the time being. Although he is being suppressed at this time, it is not a big deal. After the memory of the original owner in Ounce's body completely disappears, he will go over and use the power of the shadow fruit to help Ounce. Damn it! Ounce said in a muffled voice, although I don't know why my body can't stretch, I can still flatten you. He didn't believe that his huge body couldn't beat a guy of the same level as him. Their sizes are the same. It's so big, it's impossible that there is no chance of victory at all. Then you can try. Chu Feng smiled, try to resist, it will be more interesting. If this guy is killed directly, it will be meaningless. However, ideals are full, and reality is skinny. Although Ounce has been trying hard to attack Chu Feng, it is a pity that in the end he only got a beating. How could Ounce be the opponent of the Red Wolf when the Red Wolf can attach armed color domineering? After a violent attack, Ounce was hammered to the ground. Then he was pressed to the ground by the Red Wolf and suppressed. Looking at Ounce lying on the ground and trying to struggle to stand up, but being suppressed, Chu Feng thought for a while and said, well, I've beaten enough, give others a chance to beat Luffy. Especially Zoro, that guy has wanted to cut Luffy for a long time. He can't eat alone, this kind of thing is fun when everyone comes together. Thinking of this, Chu Feng immediately took out a special huge rope from the dimensional space and tied up Ounce below. Well, in this way, this guy can't get up at all. After doing all this, Chu Feng noticed Usopp by the window in the distance. What is he doing? After seeing the white ghost clearly, he understood that this guy was fighting with the ghost Princess Perona. It's you, the lowly killer. Usopp, who was alert to the surroundings, was full of tension on his face. Where did that bastard go? Ha 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 ha, Perona laughed, I'm behind you. Usopp turned around and aimed the weapon in his hand at the other party, and then he was dumbfounded. What is this? Why did this guy suddenly become so huge, just like the giants? Come and hit me, Perona taunted, if you can do it. What's wrong with you? Usopp looked at Perona in shock, with horror in his eyes. Ha 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 ha, Perona laughed, are you scared? You're too scared to attack. Then you underestimated me. Usopp gritted his teeth and raised his slingshot. Sure, kill. Swallowtail meteor. Swoosh. Boom. The moment the bomb flew out, Perona returned to her original size and dodged Usopp's attack. Has it changed back again? Usopp's eyes were full of caution. Why would she choose to dodge her own bomb? Is she afraid of this? Isn't she a spirit? Ha 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 ha. Come and hit me. Damn it! Looking at Perona flying around, Usopp said viciously, look, I'll knock you down. Mantis Meteor. Unfortunately, physical attacks are almost ineffective. This made Usopp even more confused. If that was the case, why did she dodge the attack just now? Was it just to tease him? What's wrong? Perona, who was flying in the air, mocked, shouldn't you hit the target every time? Ha 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 ha. Why can't you hit me even once now? The annoyed Usopp launched attacks continuously, and countless explosive projectiles flew out of his weapon, chasing after Perona. But unfortunately, it had no effect. Perona seized the gap when Usopp stopped, took the cover of the floor, drilled out from the next floor at a very fast speed, stretched out her hands and poked into Usopp's body. This scene directly scared Usopp. Hand reached into my body. Usopp's eyes were full of fear. What was this guy going to do? It was over. He couldn't even feel the pain. Is this the ability of this woman's fruit? Too scary. Is he going to die? Ha 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 ha, Perona said with a smile, stupid, watch carefully. There is no external injury, it's just my hand in your body. Do you know what's going on? What's going on? Usopp gasped, his heart was extremely terrified. Could it be that this woman can affect his internal organs? Looking at your expression, I guessed something. Perona's mouth corners rose. Yes, that's right. You will die soon. Because I will crush your heart with my hands right now. Usopp's pupils shrank. No, stop it. You will die, you will really die. He will definitely not survive if his heart is crushed. Chu Feng is not by his side now, so even if he wants to install a mechanical heart for him, he can't do it. Damn it, is there still time to leave a last word? Kaye, I can't go back. I'm sorry. And Chopper, you have to be strong in the days without me. By the way, there is no Mei Li yet, you must listen to Chu Feng in the future, and don't be willful. Damn it, I really can't accept it. Am I going to die here? I am going to kill you. Perona laughed. Come on, die in the struggle of pain. Looking at Usopp, who seemed to be beaten to death, Perona suddenly took out her hands and said mockingly, you are so funny when you are scared. I can't do this kind of thing. If I have the ability to crush your heart, I would have crushed it when my hands entered your body. How could I let you have the chance to scream? Usopp. You are a jerk. Are you just trying to scare me after all this trouble? Damn it. Usopp covered his heart and said, even so, it's not good for the heart. It was really scary. He almost thought his heart was going to be crushed just now. At that moment, he even thought of his last words. You are just too timid. Perona taunted, I am the ghost princess. It just passed through your body. Usopp's eyes widened. Doesn't that mean this guy is immune to physical attacks? Is it so unsolvable? Even if you can see me, it's useless. Perona's mouth corners raised. My body can pass through everything, which means that your attack is ineffective against me. Usopp gritted his teeth, he didn't believe it. He glanced at the slingshot beside him, picked it up immediately, and launched an attack must kill. 6 Linked Viper. However, the 6 method bomb went straight through Perona's body and did not cause any effective damage. Perona ignored the fire coming from behind her, and raised her mouth corners. I said I could pass through. Her fruit ability can be immune to physical attacks. Of course, the premise is that the man doesn't come. Perona thought of Chu Feng, he could crush his own ghost, so he should be able to attack her soul. So you must not provoke him, and leave that enemy to Lord Moria. Usopp was breathing heavily, and suddenly thought of something and said, even if my attack can't hit you, your attack is also ineffective, right? If everyone's attack is ineffective, then there is nothing to be afraid of. Perona's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule when she heard this. My attack will be ineffective. You will soon know whether it works or not. Mini Ghost Perona stretched out her hand to summon some mini ghosts, manipulated one of them to fly to the wall, and snapped her fingers in Usopp's puzzled eyes. Ghost Blast. Boom. Directly blew a big hole in the wall. Usopp's pupils shrank, and his face was full of disbelief. The wall is dented. This is made entirely of stone. If this shock wave hits a person. At this moment, a small ghost landed on Usopp's shoulder, and he immediately reached out to slap it in fear. Damn it, get away from me. Ha 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 ha. Perona slowly raised a finger and said, feel it well. Ghost Blast. Boom. Blow Usopp away directly. Damn it. Enduring the severe pain of the human body, Usopp stood up and aimed at Perona and said, I will never admit defeat. Must kill. Firebird Star. Boom. I told you. Perona taunted, your attack is invalid. She didn't even need to dodge, after all, she couldn't be hurt. Looking at Usopp, who turned around and ran, Perona was a little surprised, and then laughed, are you scared? Interesting, don't think you can escape from my palm. She doesn't allow such a depressed person in this world. Damn, I have no idea what's going on. Usopp ran away with a confused look on his face. My attack is ineffective, but her attack can hit me. Why? How can there be such a battle? Damn, if he also has armament haki. Where do you want to escape to? Perona came out from nowhere and blocked Usopp's way. I will chase you all the time. Damn, get out of the way, I can't see the road. Usopp reached out to pull Perona, but it was useless. At the same time, because of the high speed, the whole person hit the pillar directly, and his nose was directly broken. I won't give you time to breathe. Perona raised the corner of her mouth, launched a large number of ghost bombs to fly to Usopp, and then snapped her fingers. Boom. The whole person vomited blood and fell to the ground, almost losing consciousness. Damn it. He thought this woman was weaker than him, but it turned out to be so weird. Usopp came back to his senses and saw a stuffed bear appeared in front of him, and it seemed that it was going to raise its hand to slap him to death. Be careful. Perona raised her lips, Kumasi's power is superior to the real chest. Boom. The powerful force hit Usopp's body, almost breaking all his bones. Damn. He had already boasted that he could definitely deal with her. Now he showed this ugly appearance, which was really bad. No, he couldn't do it. It felt like there was no chance of winning at all. Looking at the claws that were about to come down, Usopp's pupils had shrunk to the size of a needle tip. Damn, am I going to be killed? If he was killed, Luffy and the others would be harassed by this woman's ability, and it might even lead to the annihilation of the whole army. Let him save everyone, the burden is too heavy. Help! At this moment, the appearance of Little Mary appeared in Usopp's mind. He was suddenly stunned. No. He can't die yet. If he died, Little Mary would be hurt. He would not allow such a thing to happen. Mary finally survived, and he would not allow anyone to hurt her. He would also live to sail with his companions. Thinking of this, Usopp's body surged with infinite power, and he immediately dodged Kumasi's attack. He shot away and quickly stuffed all the salt in his pocket into the opponent's mouth. What? Perona's eyes were full of horror. What happened to this man? Didn't he lose his fighting spirit? Why did he suddenly regain his determination and purify Kumasi instead? What did this man experience in his heart just now? Asshole, you dare to take my Kumasi! Perona widened her eyes and shouted, unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Chapter 189, Holmes Pu worthy of being a lowly killer. Perona looked at Usopp viciously, and Usopp chose to face her directly, as if all the fear in his heart had been eliminated. Usopp didn't say anything, but thought about all the details of this battle carefully. If you think about it carefully, there are indeed a few confusing points. The first thing that puzzled Usopp was that this woman suddenly became full of confidence for some reason. At the beginning, she was obviously very afraid of him and ran away in fear. If his attack was ineffective from the beginning, she shouldn't have needed to run away. Whether it was floating in the sky or penetrating the wall, if she could do it, she should have done it long ago. But at that time, she would only scream and run away. What was wrong with that negative look? That's right, Usopp widened his eyes. This woman had disappeared for a while, and something must have happened during that period. Humph, aren't you going to take action? Perona snorted coldly, summoned a large number of ghost bombs and fell on Usopp's god, and then snapped her fingers. Boom! Looking at Usopp, who was blown down, Perona's eyes flashed with doubt. Didn't she run away this time? Ha 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 ha, Perona taunted, although I don't know what you are thinking, I am invincible. You will never be able to defeat me. That's not necessarily true. Usopp, who was lying on the ground, coughed, any ability has its weaknesses, and it is impossible to be invincible. This is what Chu Feng said, he must find the weakness of this woman. Think quickly, think about it as soon as you think about it. It was because of the bear before that he lost this woman. What happened at that time, Usopp? You must deduce it. Hey, who doesn't brag? Perona said disdainfully, okay, it's time to kill you. Such a negative person exists in the world, and sooner or later he will threaten her. So it's better to kill him in advance. She believes that if there is one less shadow, Lord Moria will not blame her. Usopp ignored Perona and brainstormed. A moment later, a flash of lightning flashed in his mind. I know. Usopp looked up and looked into the depths, looking at the place where he had passed by. I wonder if there is a place to hide nearby, like a hidden room or something like that. He roughly understood the ability of this woman's fruit. Ghost fruit. Maybe this guy is just manipulating souls to attack and scare people. And her real body is hidden somewhere. This will make his attack completely ineffective. The room is found. Usopp looked at the room not far away, and he had a strong premonition that the woman's body was in there. Your trick. So, do you want to say your last words? Perona taunted, I can give you this chance. Ha 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 ha. No, I've discovered your secret. Usopp quickly stood up and aimed the weapon in his hand at the room, directly hitting Perona. Perona was frightened. Hey, where are you aiming? Haha, seeing how nervous you are, I guessed it right. Usopp laughed and launched an attack without mercy, must kill. Comet Atlas. Swoosh. Boom. The wall of the room was directly blown apart, revealing Perona's true form inside. Perona's pupils shrank. Was she really found by this bastard? At this moment, Perona felt a little scared in her heart. Hey! Usopp panted and said, although I can see the body, I can fly into the sky. I can pass through walls and people's bodies, and I can change my size freely. It's just like a ghost without a body, Usopp said with his eyes wide open, but when I think of the way you ran around before, I feel it's unreasonable. You must have been the real body at that time. Then, what's the matter? Hehe, are you still stubborn? Usopp sneered, in other words, the current you is a ghost created when I wasn't paying attention. And the one over there is your real body. I'm right, right. I won't be fooled by you again. Usopp glanced at Perona's real body not far away. As long as he killed that real body, this ghost would collapse. I thought you were just a pessimistic idiot. Perona gritted her teeth and said, I didn't expect you to be able to use your brain to think calmly. I'm really surprised. But you only guessed 90%. I don't need to rely on my real body to control the number of ghosts. I just left my body through the soul out of my body. Now I am a soul with self-awareness. Usopp was a little surprised. Do you still need to explain this? What a considerate enemy. In this case, I'll be gentler this time. Thinking of this, Usopp smiled and said, Actually, I'm curious. If you lose your real body that can go back, what will you look like? Usopp glanced at Perona's real body and said, If you look like that, I can definitely hit you. Must kill. Big Bang Star. Asshole, stop it. Perona was so scared that she was dumbfounded. If her real body was destroyed, she would be finished. However, what surprised Perona was that this attack did not produce an explosion. This made her sigh with relief. That was a close call. Then she said sarcastically, It didn't hit, and it was a dud. Then try again. Do you think I'll give you this chance? Perona quickly activated her fruit ability and created a huge exploding ghost, super large exploding ghost. Then she bit Usopp into her mouth. Is this the exploding ghost horse from before? Usopp's eyes were full of horror. It's an extra large version. Stop, let me go. If it's this powerful, I'll be blown to death. Humph, give up. Perona snorted coldly, I won't let you hurt my real body. You can't touch it even if you struggle, Perona said and quickly flew towards the real body, because it's a ghost. Ha 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 ha. After entering the real body, Perona slowly opened her eyes. How pathetic, long nose. At the next signal, you will be blown to pieces. Stop, stop it, Usopp said in panic. I don't want to be torn into pieces, it will kill people. While speaking, he quietly put his hand in his pocket and took out the shock shell. Ha 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 ha, Perona laughed loudly. Don't worry, I will let Hagubagu make you a puppet. Even if you are torn into pieces. Okay, go to hell, kamikaze blast. Boom. The oversized ghost quickly lit up and a violent explosion occurred. But the shock wave did not hurt Usopp, but was absorbed by the shock wave in his palm. What? Perona's eyes were full of horror. What was going on? It's so dangerous. Usopp took a breath and said, the impact just now was all absorbed into this shock wave. What the hell is going on? Perona found that her real body was glued before she finished speaking. The whole person was stunned for a moment. I can't move. What is this? I was lying to you. Usopp put away the blaster and said, the first Big Bang star I fired was a lie. That's not a dud, it's a sticky glue star. I used it to make you unable to move even if you return to your true form. Ha 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 ha. Cheating is his secret weapon after all. If he doesn't use such means, he has no way to take it. Victory. What did you say? Perona's face was covered with cold sweat. Damn, I was tricked. Both the body and the soul can be eliminated at the same time. Usopp's mouth curled up. He could defeat this enemy. It's you, the guy who purified Captain Kumasi. The hippo zombie walked behind Usopp and raised the long knife in his hand. Go to hell. Just in time, Perona said excitedly, kill him, Vice Captain Hippo Gentleman. As long as she kills this bastard, she won't have to die. This damn long nose, this guy must be torn into pieces. Hey, want to kill me? Usopp snorted coldly, turned around quickly and aimed the shock bay in his hand at the hippo zombie. Try the power of the shock bay. After seeing this scene, Perona was dumbfounded. Is this guy actually very powerful? Was that dying look just now just an act? Damn pirates. Hippo Gentleman. It's over. If no one saves her, isn't she doomed? Usopp, with his back to Perona, gritted his teeth. He felt that his arm was about to break. Sure enough, things like Impact Bay can't be used casually. After forcibly suppressing the pain, Usopp used the remaining salt to purify the hippo zombie. Then he turned to Perona and smiled, "You don't have time to worry about others now." Then he took out a huge projectile and aimed at Perona. "Must kill. Black light star." Swoosh! Perona's pupils shrank as she looked at the huge black ball flying towards her. Is she going to die? With such a big bomb, she can't survive at all. Thinking of this, Perona closed her eyes in despair. However, the imagined pain did not come, which made Perona feel a little confused. Is he trying to scare her again? After opening her eyes, she was stunned. "No!" Perona cried, "why are there so many cockroaches? It's so disgusting, someone save me! Someone drive them away!" A large number of cockroaches crawled around Perona and even on her body, scaring the little girl to cry. Yes, this is Usopp's tactic. Use cockroach toys to stimulate Perona's psychology and make her feel afraid. Then Usopp raised his mouth, and while Perona was too scared to pay attention to the surroundings, he made a huge hammer with balloons. The number written on it is 10T. 0, 0. That is 10 tons. Humph! Usopp snorted and said, "Although cockroaches are also scary, the scariest one is me. You look down on me too much. I am the most famous super strong man in the East China Sea." 10 tons, Perona said tremblingly. "Hey, when did you get so much strength? Stop it, I have nowhere to escape, and you still use this kind of thing. 10 tons or something, I will die." Perona was scared, she was really scared. First, the cockroaches that frightened her so much, now they took out such a heavy hammer. She will die. At this time, Perona no longer had any extra brain space to think about whether this was a false question. The cockroaches on her body were crawling back and forth, and she had no time to think about those things. Usopp laughed and said, "Let you go. Then let you attack my companions." What a joke! As soon as the voice fell, Usopp picked up the huge hammer with great effort, raised it above his head, and slowly walked to Perona. "Please, please." Perona cried and said, "Don't hit me, I give up. I will really die if this hammer comes down. Also, drive away the cockroaches quickly, I'm scared. Don't take the cockroaches and the hammer, please. I won't attack your companions, I don't want to die. Please, Lord Usopp." "Humph, that won't work." Usopp walked slowly to Perona and said, "Feel it well." Usopp golden hammer. The huge hammer hit Perona's head mercilessly. Although it exploded because it pierced the headdress on Perona's head, the effect has been achieved. 0. Perona rolled her eyes and fell down. She was obviously frightened and lost consciousness. Usopp looked at the unconscious Perona and laughed, "Humph, you are against me. Is this considered a princess in a haunted house?" Usopp's face was strange, she was scared to death by balloons and cockroach toys. This is too easy. After putting away the things in his hands, Usopp raised the corner of his mouth, "You dare to challenge me, pessimism and deception, little girl, you are still too young. Humph, sleep until dawn." After looking at Perona with disdain, Usopp turned and walked out. "Let's go. This Zoro and the others are useless." The enemy that could not be killed was solved by him. Well, as expected, Lord Usopp is awesome, ha 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 ha. Shaking his head, Usopp walked out slowly and soon came out. Looking at the Red Wolf, Usopp was a little surprised. "Isn't this Chu Feng's Gundam? How did it get summoned? Oh, there is Luffy's zombie underneath. No wonder there were all kinds of strange roars just now. It turned out to be a battle between Chu Feng and this guy. Hey, Chu Feng!" Usopp smiled and waved his arms. "Is the battle over here?" "Almost." Chu Feng signaled Casa to control the Red Wolf, and he jumped out of the cockpit and came to Usopp's side. "Why, is your side over?" Of course. Usopp raised his head and said with his nose up, "Is there any enemy that I can't defeat when I take action?" I defeated her head-on. What ghost princess? She is still defeated by me. Ha ha ha. That's an enemy that even Zoro and the others are helpless against. As soon as he said this, Usopp was extremely proud. Am I also very strong? His role is also very important. Chu Feng smiled and gave a thumbs up and said, it's worthy of you. A true lowly killer. The Ghost Princess Perona in the Horror 3 Ghost Sale. The little girl Sugar in Dressrosa. Aren't these two defeated by Usopp? Humph, that's Usopp didn't know what Chu Feng was thinking, he just thought he was praising himself. This made him very happy. He is also an important member of the team, and there are some enemies that only he can defeat. Just when Usopp was about to say something, a roar suddenly came from the tall building in the distance, and then a flying slash flew out from it and hit Usopp directly. Usopp! I'm standing here, are you going to attack me too? It seems that Zoro's battle has also begun. Chu Feng smashed the flying slash with a punch and smiled, after this battle, Zoro's strength will become stronger. Really? Of course. Chu Feng nodded, after all, his opponent is the legendary dragon-slaying warrior Shimotsuki Ryoma. Dragon-slaying Usopp's pupils shrank, his face full of disbelief. Are there still dragons in this world? Wait, if that's the case, this enemy is very powerful. Is Zoro really okay? Thinking of this, Usopp looked at the tall building with worry in his eyes. Don't worry, Zoro will definitely win. Chu Feng crossed his arms and his eyes were full of confidence. After all, he is Zoro 7. Chapter 190, The Ultimate Hodgepodge. A powerful combination attack to beat his own captain. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Shimotsuki Ryoma looked at Zoro with a hint of sarcasm and said, you said you wanted to take this black knife from me. Kiashui. The correct way to say it is to take the knife that fell next to your body. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. I see. Shimotsuki Ryoma laughed, very courageous. How many years has it been since he saw someone dare to talk to him like this? Really courageous. It's better not to provoke him. Brooke, who was lying on the ground, said, this guy is very strong. Unfortunately, the other two people did not intend to pay attention to this guy. Shimotsuki Ryoma glanced at Zoro's waist and said in surprise, you seem to be holding 3 swords. Ah, but one of them is broken and just hanging. I am a 3-sword style. 3-sword style. Shimotsuki Ryoma laughed when he heard it, yo-ho-ho. Never heard of it, is it acrobatics? Holding 3 swords, this man would not think that the more weapons he has, the stronger he is. Humph, it's a pity that I can't let you see it. Zoro said with a grin, but I will break your flat nose. Even with 2 swords, he can defeat the enemy. That's right. Looks very strong. Shimotsuki Ryoma seemed a little happy, I can't help but feel a feeling I've never had before. It's like confronting a huge creature, an incredible inexplicable excitement, my body seems to be dancing. This is a feeling I never had before when fighting Brooke. Although Shimotsuki Ryoma didn't know Zoro's specific strength, this time, he felt that he would definitely have a great time. As soon as he finished speaking, Zoro rushed forward. The 2 swords in his hands mercilessly slashed at Shimotsuki Ryoma. Clang! Boom! Just a collision, a shock wave was generated. Directly shattered the floor of this room. Brooke and Frankie, who were watching the Battle of 550, were shocked. Zoro looked at Shimotsuki Ryoma excitedly. This guy was really strong. Interesting. After Shimotsuki Ryoma pushed Zoro away, he launched an attack posture morning song. Stab! He rushed over like a cannonball and stabbed Zoro's head fiercely with a knife. Zoro bent back to avoid Shimotsuki Ryoma's attack, and while keeping a distance, he slashed out with a knife. Boom! The flying slash that crossed over Zoro hit the wall like a bullet, directly piercing the wall. Frankie! Pistol, pistol! Can such an attack be launched with a knife? So scary. No, it's a stab. Brooke's face was covered with cold sweat. If I were to use that move, it wouldn't be that powerful. The sword energy actually flew out. How much strength does he have? This made Brooke feel powerless. Obviously, everyone used the same sword move, why was there such a big difference? Yo ho 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 ho, Shimatsuki Ryoma said playfully, it's a tie. Hey, yet. As Zoro's voice fell, the wall behind Shimatsuki Ryoma suddenly cracked, obviously split by Zoro's flying slash. Yo ho 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 ho. I almost got hit by you. Shimatsuki Ryoma's tone was full of admiration. It would be fun to fight with such swordsmen. What's going on? Frankie's eyes were full of horror. When did Zoro fight back? Why didn't he see it? At the same time, Brooke said, their attacks were almost launched at the same time. Can his slashes also generate sword energy? The two just now were a tie, Brooke said with a hint of shock in his tone, although the samurai zombie can only move with the help of my shadow now, he must have been a powerful samurai when he was alive. As swordsmen, those two people probably have power that matches each other. They are really two scary guys. Chu Feng did say that this person knows the legendary samurai. Frankie swallowed and said, but what if they have the same power? It means that they have the same degree of destructive power. Brooke guessed, it probably won't take long to decide the outcome. As Brooke's voice fell, Zoro and Shimatsuki Ryoma moved at the same time. Prelude. Touch the sword to attack, Shimatsuki Ryoma shouted, and the weapon in his hand was like a slender sword, stabbing wildly. Every time it hit Zoro's double swords. Look at the weapon to attack. Zoro's face changed slightly. He had to break his moves, otherwise he would be attacked soon. Wanting to attack here, Zoro immediately held up his two swords and said, two-sword style. Dodge. He countered the moves and broke Shimatsuki Ryoma's sword skills. While deflecting it, Zoro leaped into the air and shouted, Magic Bear. The two swords in his hands slashed fiercely on Shimatsuki Ryoma's black sword Shushui. The powerful force made him unable to resist and kept retreating until he hit the wall. Frankie's eyes flashed with a trace of horror. Did you suppress him? It's not over yet. Brooke said nervously, it won't be decided so quickly. Even if they are swordsmen of equal strength, it won't be decided so quickly. Sure enough, Shimatsuki Ryoma seized the gap when Zoro was stiff, and frantically waved the black sword Shushui in his hand, forcing Zoro to retreat. Prelude. Charge. The whole person rushed towards Zoro at a very fast speed like a cannonball. Two swords III. Rashomon. Clang. The two turned into sword lights, passing each other in an instant, and the weapons in their hands collided fiercely. Did you catch it? Zoro's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he became excited. This is more interesting. The next moment, boom. The attack of the two directly cut off the walls on both sides. Frankie was dumbfounded. House. Hey, this floor is going to collapse. Too dangerous. Is this a battle between swordsmen? Too scary. Thinking of this, Frankie picked up Brooke and ran out quickly. Let's go out first. This place may collapse at any time, and he can't help Zoro. In this case, why not leave here first? Zoro nodded to Frankie and motioned them to leave quickly. Then he quickly ran with Shimatsuki Ryoma, looking for each other's flaws. 72 winds of trouble. Swinging the double swords in his hands, he slashed out a terrible flying slash. Boom! Although it didn't hit Shimatsuki Ryoma, it still broke part of the wall. Yo ho ho ho! Interesting. Shimatsuki Ryoma excitedly danced the black knife Kyushui wine bottle dance in his hand. Hit again. Countless flying slashes flew out of Shimatsuki Ryoma's hands and hit Zoro mercilessly. Zoro's face changed slightly, and he waved his double swords to hit all the flying slashes that hit him. All bounced off and hit the roof. Boom! Under the attack of the two, this time it collapsed completely. However, at the last moment, Zoro and Shimatsuki Ryoma rushed out together and came to the roof. Although there was no flat ground, it did not affect the fighting desire of the two at all. The two continued to rush towards each other and fought on the top of the tower. Looking at the two people's battle like walking on a tightrope, Frankie and Brooke, who rushed out in advance, were dumbfounded. "Can you continue to fight in this situation?" Brooke's eyes were full of horror. What a powerful swordsman! They were not affected by the environment. Maybe. Frankie didn't know what he thought of, but relaxed instead. Wait, Zoro will be able to defeat the opponent soon. Just like on the Judicial Island, wasn't the enemy also very powerful? But in the end, they were the winners. Such a long battle consumed a lot of physical strength for the two. Pulling a distance and silently looking at each other, secretly accumulating strength. Although it is not clear why zombies will also get tired, this is the fact. Frankie had a feeling that the outcome might be decided soon. If it takes too long, the sword will break. Zoro glanced at his two swords, thought about it, attached his haki to the Wado Ikimonji, and put away the Sandai Kaititsu. The body and courage supported by the legendary powerful swordsman are completely genuine. In this case, he can't hold back. Although he can't maintain the degree of coverage of the armament haki for a long time, he can't care so much now. Thinking of this, Zoro immediately rushed up. At this time, Shimotsuki Ryoma launched his attack, piercing the roof with one knife, and almost attacked Zoro. But unfortunately, Zoro noticed all this and rushed to the top in advance. Zoro, who came to a high place, soared into the sky and poured all his haki and strength into this knife. One sword style, Flying Dragon. Flame. Hinage Sando. Arrowtail Slash. Clang. Puff. While splitting Shimotsuki Ryoma's sword moves, Zoro's attack also tore Shimotsuki Ryoma's abdomen. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Shimotsuki Ryoma's eyes were filled with a hint of shock and relief. Didn't expect that he would actually lose. Especially after seeing the wound on his abdomen start to catch fire, this emotion became even stronger. Shimotsuki Ryoma fell on the wall and was silent for a while, looked up at the sky and said, "Lost." Turning his head to look at Zoro, who fell to the ground and gasped, Shimotsuki Ryoma's tone was full of emotion. "The famous sword Shushui that was once on the waist of the legendary samurai, you are its master, and it is also the long-cherished wish of this sword. You are worthy of this famous sword to be able to defeat me." Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho-ho. At this moment, Shimotsuki Ryoma has recognized Zoro. "I think he is worthy of this sword, and I also think that one day in the future, he can become a famous figure in the sea." Did the samurai say something just now? Frankie in the distance looked at the still burning Shimotsuki Ryoma with some uncertainty. "So, what is the situation now?" "Needless to say," Brooke said with a hint of disbelief, "the winner has been decided. This is the first time I have seen a battle of this level. When that samurai fought me, he didn't really fight at all." A sense of frustration emerged in Brooke's heart, and his heart was full of unwillingness. Is the perception so big? "So, Zoro won, right?" Frankie asked tentatively. It was Zoro. Yes. What an amazing competition. This battle really opened Brooke's eyes. Hearing the sound of the black sword being sheathed, Zoro looked up at Shimotsuki Ryoma at the top, and caught the black sword Shushui thrown by the opponent. This battle, he won. It's so sad that my samurai body has tasted failure. As a legendary samurai, Shimotsuki Ryoma has never failed. Feeling ashamed is enough. Zoro said without looking back. Only a swordsman can be considered a swordsman if he is both physically and mentally prepared. I really want to meet you in your lifetime. Yo, who, you dare to say that? Shimotsuki Ryoma smiled, and then the shadow flew out of his mouth, and his body gradually fell down, and was completely burned into ashes by the blue flames. I'll take the knife. Zoro glanced at Shimotsuki Ryoma's body and said, just pretend that we didn't compete. Didn't Chu Feng say that he had something that could transcend time and space? If there is a chance, go and compete with this guy. By the way, do we have to find that country like Wano first? I'm back, I'm really back. Looking at the shadow under his feet, Brook was very excited. Can be himself. Great, his shadow is finally back. Look, my shadow is back, Brook said while making strange movements. This is my shadow that was taken away by Moria before. Look, it's exactly the same as my movements. It's really great, he can return to the sun. Of course. Frankie was a little speechless. That's your shadow. Of course it's the same as your movements. It would be strange if it was different. You can't understand it. Brook stood up and said, people who haven't experienced it can't understand it at all. Anyway, I finally found my true self. This gratitude and touching are deep in my bones. Ah! Although I don't have bones, I'm just a skeleton. Yo hoo hoo hoo. After 5 years, my shadow is finally back. Looking at Brook, who was laughing and jumping, Frankie smiled. Although I can't quite understand Brook's feelings, at least, the shadow is back, isn't it? This is the best news. Frankie glanced at the distance and was stunned for a moment. Isn't that Chu Feng's Gundam? The one below is Luffy's shadow zombie. Why didn't he just kill that guy, but tied him up there instead? Let's go over and take a look, Zoro said after putting his knife away. Although I don't know what's going on over there, since the battle here is over, there's no need to stay. Let's go over and take a look at the situation first. Oh. It seems that the battle is going well. Chu Feng glanced at Zoro, who was walking over, especially the black knife Chu Shui on his waist, and said, how do you feel, that samurai? Compared to him now, I want to fight him when he was alive. Really? Chu Feng nodded thoughtfully. There will be a chance. After all, he has a prop that can transcend time. What about you? Zoro pointed at Ounce, who was struggling under the red wolf, and said, why not just kill him? Don't you think he is the best target now? Chu Feng raised his mouth corners. This guy has Luffy's shadow in his body, there are not many opportunities to beat him. After a pause, Chu Feng continued, the kind of thing that can be done with a knife. As soon as these words came out, not only Usopp and Frankie's eyes lit up, but Zoro's eyes also shone. If that's the case. Zoro slowly pulled out 3 swords and looked at Ounce and said, there aren't many opportunities like this. In that case, let me treat him well. Wait a minute, take one of us. Sanji and others who came here at a very fast speed, looked at Ounce fiercely and said, how can I miss such a good opportunity? Beat him. Ghost Chi 9 swords style. Ashura 1 mist silver. Devil wind kick ultimate shot. Sure kill. Flame star. Sakura hoof cross. Iron right hand. Powerful blow. Ultimate mixed potion. What about you two? Looking at the partners who were fighting vigorously, Chu Feng glanced at Nami and Nico Robin wearing wolf god armor and said, are you not going to come and hit them? No. Nami shook her head. Usually, when she wanted to beat Luffy, she would just do it directly. She didn't have such a big grudge as them. I don't have any idea. Nico Robin shrugged. She didn't think the captain deserved a beating. I say, Brook said a little dazedly, why do I feel something is wrong? What's wrong? Are you so angry with the captain? Brook pointed at Ounce, who was beaten mercilessly, and said, if he wasn't a zombie, he would have been killed now. This is too cruel. Chapter 191, The Terrifying Annihilation Bomb Scare. Moria silly, Ounce was blown to ashes. After taking a look at Ounce, who screamed because of the beating, Chu Feng retracted his sight and said, you will know why later. Are you sure you don't want to go up and beat him a few times? There are not many such opportunities. After all, they will only encounter such zombies once. By the way, will Ounce also be beaten and scream? Could it be because of Luffy's shadow? Brook was silent for a while, and finally shook his head, forget it. Although he didn't know what happened specifically, he felt that this was not good. I'm glad you don't regret it. Chu Feng shrugged. I hope you won't regret not taking action today. Brook shrugged, indicating that he didn't think so. Chu Feng smiled and turned his attention back to Ounce. Well, let's kill this guy when we've had enough. However, Gecko Mariah didn't know what Chu Feng was thinking. At this time, he was walking Luffy. That's right, walking Luffy. After tricking him into the forest, he slowly returned to the castle from another road. Although he saw Ounce being beaten, but he didn't think that this group of people could kill Ounce. Even with that huge Gundam. Yo, what a rare guest. Moonlight Mariah, who returned to the castle, looked at the huge figure standing not far away and said, right, Tyrant Bear. The only man among the 7 warlords who obeys Conquer. Moonlight Mariah's tone was full of sarcasm. Conquer seems to value you very much. What are your intentions? People like you are the most terrible. He is obviously a pirate, but he obeys the words of World Conquer. Moonlight Mariah can't think of such a guy. Tyrant Bear didn't answer, but asked, where do you want to go if you travel? Moonlight Mariah. You oil cake. What is our identity? You just say this to me. Don't play this. Moonlight Mariah said unhappily, I still know your abilities and so on. Meatball fruit and so on, a bit disgusting. Moonlight Mariah didn't want to fight with this guy. You're not here to fight me, are you? Tell me, what are you doing here? I have something to report to you. 08 Report. Moonlight Mariah was a little surprised. Report what? Could it be that the Conquest has issued another order? After the departure of Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, his successor has been decided. He. Moonlight Mariah laughed when he heard it. Why didn't you say this earlier? I thought you were here to fight me. Tell me, who is it? Moonlight Mariah was very curious. Could he find it so quickly? The bounty should not be low. The name of the successor is Marshall D. Teach. Tyrant Bear said lightly, the man known as Blackbeard. Blackbeard. Moonlight Mariah turned his head and glanced at Tyrant Bear and said in surprise, I haven't heard of this name. How could a little-known person become a Shishibukai? He is a man who escaped from Whitebeard's group. The whole world is buzzing about this. Tyrant Bear said calmly, it just hasn't reached your foggy sea yet. He showed his strength and was able to join. This was specially allowed by World Conquest. So what about his original bounty? 0. Gecko Moria was a little surprised, then smiled, and said, I see, an unknown number. I didn't expect Conquest to recognize it. The bounty represents strength, and this guy was recognized by World Conquest when he had 0 bounty. It seems that this man named Marshall D. Teach must have something extraordinary. Otherwise, World Conquest would not have recognized a person with 0 bounty as a Shishibukai. Interesting. But it's good that the vacancy has been filled at last. In this way, the world balance can be maintained. No. Tyrant Bear glanced at Gecko Mariah and said lightly, I think it's the opposite. But it doesn't matter. Compared to this, World Conquest seems to be more worried about one thing now. Since the Judicial Island incident, they have been on guard against the movements of the Straw Hat Pirates. If you go from the 7 water capital to Fishman Island according to the record pointer, you may be stopped here. In other words, do you know what Conquest is worried about? After saying this, Gecko Mariah's face darkened slightly. He vaguely guessed a possibility. Conquest is very scared. Tyrant Bear looked at Gecko Mariah and said seriously, I'm afraid that another Shishibukai will fall under the hands of the Straw Hat Boy. After all, the Admiral of the Navy, Aokiji, was defeated by them. If it weren't for the special ability of his fruit, he would not have been sent here as a Shishibukai. Tyrant Bear has the ability to deflect all attacks, the meatball fruit. What a joke! Gecko Mariah was immediately angry, grabbed Tyrant Bear's collar and said, you said you are worried about me. In order to suppress the Straw Hat Pirates, you came here to say this to me. If necessary, I can help you. Tyrant Bear didn't care about Gecko Mariah's attitude at all, just stating a fact. After all, in his opinion, Gecko Mariah is indeed at the bottom. Who are you talking to, bastard? Gecko Mariah was extremely angry. I can't lose to a pirate group with a small number of people and no experience. He was the one who could wrestle Kaido in the past. Do you think that a group of newcomers can fight against him after doing some so-called big things? What a joke, that Straw Hat Kid couldn't even defeat his Shadow Mage. Nothing is 100% certain in a battle. Tyrant Bear didn't care about Gecko Mariah's tone at all. Who could have expected World Conquest to lose in the Judicial Island incident? Who could have expected that Judicial Island would be destroyed and the Admiral would be defeated? Even the Gate of Justice was blown open. Who dares to underestimate this group of pirates? Of course, these are all secrets and cannot be told to Gecko Mariah. Tyrant Bear knows because World Conquest trusts him absolutely. After all, he is about to undergo transformation and his personality will be erased. Even so, Gecko Mariah gritted his teeth and said, "Is Conquest still afraid that they will kill two Shishibukai? Ah! Answer me. I'm just reporting and reminding you, by the way." Tyrant Bear said calmly, "I didn't receive any orders. As for the real purpose, this can't be said." "Then you just watch carefully," Gecko Mariah said viciously, "then tell those idiots in the greenhouse. How easily did the Straw Hat Pirates, who you are worried about, become Gecko Mariah's zombie soldiers? He 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 he. Just wait, I will turn them all into zombies soon." Hasn't Luffy, that idiot, found Gecko Mariah yet? Chu Feng frowned slightly. There has been no movement until now. Of course he can't find me. Gecko Mariah appeared beside several people at some point, grinning. That idiot has been tricked into the forest by me. What? Several people were shocked when they heard this, and quickly distanced themselves. When did this guy appear? Shadow Chu Feng glanced at Gecko Mariah's feet and found that his shadow had disappeared at some point. Oh! Gecko Mariah looked at Chu Feng with some surprise. "It seems that you have some understanding of my abilities." Actually knew that he relied on his shadow to get here. It's hard not to know about Moonlight Mariah, who was once famous in the sea. He Moonlight Mariah was very pleased. "Boy, you still know how to talk. Let ounce go quickly, I cannot take your shadow. You are a scientist, follow me in the future. I will give you an unimaginable status." He. This kid is really smart. It seems that he should have a certain understanding of his own strength. It seems that taking him down is not a problem. With the addition of this kid, his zombie army will definitely become more powerful. The combination of powerful flesh and machinery, these powers are enough to make him become Pirate King. Chu Feng looked at Moonlight Mariah in surprise. This guy is really shameless. Give up this idea, Chopper said with an unhappy face. Chu Feng will not agree. Noisy. Moonlight Mariah looked at Chopper with disdain. Why are you, a monster cat, butting in? It's not your turn to talk about what's going on here. Didn't you see that he was talking to Chu Feng? What are you talking about? What did you say? Chopper was immediately angry. This bastard actually dared to say that to him. You seem to think too highly of yourself. Chu Feng sneered and said, "Our ship's doctor has already said that I will not join you. And apologize to me." As soon as the voice fell, the domineering fist hit Moonlight Mariah fiercely. You are really ignorant. Moonlight Mariah instantly exchanged positions with his shadow and entered Ounce's body. Forget it, after I knock you all down, you will naturally know how big the gap between us is. This ignorant kid has to be taught a lesson by him personally. Tisk, he went in, didn't he? Chu Feng pushed his glasses and raised his mouth. You guys, stay away. What's wrong? Nami's eyes flashed with doubt, but she still ran away with everyone. Zoro remembered something, and his face suddenly changed. Is Chu Feng planning to? Thinking of this, Zoro ran faster. Hey, green algae head, what's wrong with you? Looking at Zoro's back, Sanji's eyes flashed with doubt. Why is this guy so scared? Don't talk nonsense, run quickly. Otherwise, if Chu Feng takes out that thing later, everyone will die. After seeing that everyone left, Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, Kasha, take back the red wolf. Kasha didn't say anything after hearing this, and silently took the red wolf back into the dimensional space. Humph, you know what's good for you. Moonlight Moria, who was sitting in Ounce's body, snorted, okay, quickly untie the chains on your body. At the same time, he manipulated Ounce to sit up, so that he could see the surrounding situation clearly. Moonlight Moria looked at the Straw Hat Pirates running away and was a little confused. What are they doing? Why did they all run away? Of course it's more dangerous here. Chu Feng raised the corner of his mouth and looked up at Moonlight Moria said, Garlic Fatty, have you ever felt the threat of death since you lost to Kaido? What do you mean? Moonlight Moria's face darkened. Why is this kid talking about something else? Are you rubbing salt into his wounds? No, how did he know that he lost to Kaido? I shouldn't have spread this matter everywhere. At the same time, he also felt something was wrong, and immediately controlled his shadow mage to rush away. Chu Feng did not answer Moonlight Moria's question, but slowly raised his head and said, feel the taste of death. Kassa, throw the annihilation bomb on Ounce. I want to crush him. While speaking, Chu Feng quickly retreated. The order has been received and started to execute. As the voice fell, the dimensional space opened, and a ball was thrown out and hit Ounce's body. What is this? Moonlight Moria's pupil shrank. Although he didn't know what that thing was, he felt a deadly threat from it. Without time to think about it, Moonlight Moria immediately exchanged positions with his shadow mage and moved to a far place. The next moment, boom! An extremely terrifying explosion sounded, and a strange black light acted on Ounce's body. The powerful force directly crushed Ounce's body and disappeared completely. Moonlight Moria, who witnessed all this, was dumbfounded. Looking at the distance with an unbelievable face, there was Ounce's figure just there, but now, not even 550 ashes were left. This. Moonlight Moria opened his mouth and couldn't speak. Is this really a weapon that humans can research? It actually killed such a huge Ounce in one go. Moonlight Moria couldn't believe his eyes. Spray, I didn't expect your speed to be so fast, Chu Feng in the distance exclaimed, how about it, how does it taste? Is it very good? Boy Gecko Moria's face darkened, you pissed me off. You don't think I got to be one of the 7 warlords of the sea by relying on zombies, do you? Isn't that right? Gecko Moria. Bullshit. Although he likes to study zombies now, he was not able to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea because of this. That's because of his record in fighting Kaido back then. And his high bounty. Forget it, there's no need to think so much. Shaking his head, Gecko Moria raised his head and said gloomily, wait, you'll soon know how terrifying I am. Your opponent is not us. Chu Feng shrugged, glanced at the direction where Luffy's shadow flew away and said, your opponent is our captain, Straw Hat Boy Luffy. Don't worry, he'll come to you soon. At this time, Luffy probably has already inserted a shadow in his body. Interesting operation, that kid. Gecko Moria said disdainfully, he can't even beat my shadow mage, and you still expect him to beat me. It's really a joke. Now he finally understood why World Conquest was so worried about the Straw Hat Pirates. It turned out that it was not because of that Straw Hat Boy Luffy. It was because of this Chu Feng. The power of the weapon in his hand was really terrifying. This was not caused by the huge robot. How powerful would that thing be? Gecko Moria's eyes were full of doubts. It seemed that when fighting with them, he had to pay attention to Chu Feng's movements at all times. He must not be hit by his Gundam attack. Otherwise, he might die. Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. Chu Feng knew what Gecko Moria was thinking by looking at his eyes. My mission is also completed. Now you are Luffy's opponent. Hehe, in that case, I hope you don't cry when you see the Straw Hat Boy being defeated by me. You can talk about it when you have the ability. Chu Feng was not nervous at all. Luffy without Haki could defeat Gecko Moria, let alone Luffy who learned Haki. But the main reason was that Gecko Moria, the idiot, chose to absorb all the shadows, which was a state that his body could not bear. So he failed. I just don't know if it will be the same this time. Chu Feng's eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness, and he was looking forward to how things would develop next. By the way, the tyrant bear should have come, where will it be? Thinking of this, Chu Feng began to be secretly alert. The threat of the tyrant bear is much greater than that of Gecko Moria. The strength is not at the same level at all. Chapter 192, The Arrival of the Dream Demon Luffy the Runaway Moria. At this time, Tyrant Bear was standing on the high tower and silently watching the situation below. That weapon, so that's why World Conquest fears him. If he can be brought into their organization, he should give it a try if he has a chance. I hope Luffy won't blame him. The Tyrant Bear looked in the direction of the forest and found Luffy running back and forth in it. Is he lost? This guy is really... Just when he was about to do something, he found that many people found Luffy. It seems that I don't need to take action. Thinking of this, Tyrant Bear sat down silently. In this case, let him wait for the development of things. Who are you? Looking at the group of people in front of him, Luffy frowned. I still have to hurry. Don't worry, you want to defeat Gecko Moria. So what? Luffy shook off the hand that grabbed him and said, I have to find him quickly, otherwise it will be bad if he attacks my partner. Don't worry, we can help you. Yes, we know the secret of Gecko Moria's ability. We will give you extremely powerful power, please defeat that guy. Secret. Luffy was speechless. What? No, I've said it all. Who are you? Suddenly ran in front of him and said these weird words. What's the connection? Ah, this is not important. The man waved his hand. By the way, let me introduce you. This is the captain of the Tumbling Pirates, Lola, who likes to propose marriage. The number of proposals is now 4,443 times. I like you. Lola looked at Luffy and said, marry me. No. Luffy was speechless. Why should I marry you? Who are you? Failed, the man exclaimed. The 4,444th proposal failed. Stop talking nonsense. If you have something to say, just say it. Luffy said dissatisfiedly, I have something to do. He doesn't have time to play with these guys here. Okay. Lola took a deep breath and said, anyway, we are all people whose shadows have been taken away, and victims wandering in the forest. Take away the shadow. Luffy nodded, me too. At this moment, a black shadow flew over from a distance and landed at Luffy's feet. Lola was stunned, your shadow is back. This man's shadow is really back. Really? Luffy was a little surprised. So, Chu Feng has defeated my shadow zombie. It seems that the explosion just now was caused by Chu Feng. Chu Feng is really reliable. Lola came back to his senses. Although he didn't know why his shadow came back, it didn't matter. The most important thing is to defeat Gecko Moria. Anyway, we have a way to help you. Lola waved his hand to signal his men to bring the shadow over. Soon, a shadow was caught and stuffed directly into Luffy's body. What is this? Luffy was dumbfounded. Why can the shadow get into my body? Stop, your consciousness is a little trance. Of course it is to give you powerful strength, Lola said seriously. We can also catch the flying shadows of zombies purified by salt. They rely on this method to accumulate a large number of shadows. Looking at Luffy lying on the ground, Lola said nervously, how is it? Is your consciousness still clear? Well, it's okay. Lola breathed a sigh of relief and then said, can you use swordsmanship? No. Bring him a sword. As soon as the words fell, a sheathed knife flew over. A gleam of light flashed in Luffy's eyes. After catching it, he easily used swordsmanship to cut the tree into countless pieces. After doing all this, Luffy was a little dumbfounded. What's going on? I don't know swordsmanship. Why did he cut the tree so naturally just now? This surprised Luffy. This is the secret we are talking about. Lola came over and smiled. The shadow that was just put into your body is actually the shadow of a navy swordsman. A navy swordsman? Yes. Lola nodded. All the combat power possessed by the shadow will be added to you. As long as you can bear it, theoretically, it doesn't matter how many shadows you can put in. How is it? It's amazing. Using Moria's ability, you can increase your strength several times. Can it be like this? Luffy was amazed that the garlic fat man's fruit ability could be used in this way. It's a bit strange. You can catch a lot more shadows, but the man hesitated and said, if your mind is weak, you will faint. In more serious cases, there is even the possibility of mental breakdown. By then, the power you have worked so hard to obtain will all disappear. Why do you have so many shadows? Luffy's eyes were full of confusion. How can shadows be caught so easily? No way. Lola sighed. In order to get back my own shadow, I can only work hard to purify the zombies. That's why so many shadows of unknown origin are released. Then we tried to catch those shadows, and it really worked. Listen, Straw Hat Boy. The man said with a serious face, although the shadow can turn a corpse into a zombie by entering it, it cannot stay in the body of a person with a soul for a long time. The time for strengthening the power is about 10 minutes, after which it will leave the body and return to its true owner. Got it, there are only 10 minutes to win or lose, and we must fight quickly. Once this time is exceeded, everything will be too late. Looking at the large number of shadows carried by his companions, the man said seriously, we will give you all the shadows we have tried our best to catch. Everything is up to you. If they can't win, they may never have another chance. After all, the Straw Hat Boys are the strongest group in so many years. So many shadows. Luffy was a little dumbfounded looking at the large number of shadows. Will he faint? The fog in the sky is going to dissipate. Lola looked up at the sky. Although I don't know why this ship will sail out of the foggy sea, it is indeed about to usher in daylight. Now we only have 20 minutes to act. In short, hurry up. You must stay conscious. You should be able to withstand the shadows of 20 or 30 people. Although we can only withstand 2 or 3 people. That's the limit. Luffy. You 2 or 3 can't do it, but I can do it with 20 or 30. How did you come to that conclusion? Before Luffy could say no, the other party stuffed all the shadows into his body. However, what shocked them was that Luffy actually endured the shadows of 100 people. How strong is this man? Lola's eyes were full of horror. It's amazing, it's unprecedented. All the shadows of 100 people were stuffed in. It's incredible. Is this the physical and mental strength of a true strong man? It's amazing. Hey, are you still conscious? Are you still the dominant consciousness, Straw Hat Boy? Ah, it's me. Luffy panted, carefully felt the power contained in his body and smiled. The power is gushing out, and it can't be stopped at all. Now he even feels like he can poke a hole in the sky. Okay, Lola said in surprise, quick, give him the weapon. Now that he has become so huge, it should be no problem to use that giant sword. As soon as the voice fell, a huge weapon was lifted up and handed to Luffy. I'm going to fight. After Luffy put the weapon on his back, he turned and left. Megami Mariah, wait for me. I'm going to beat you up. Ah. Looking at Luffy's back, Lola said excitedly, go, let Mariah see the Dream Demon. Our star of hope, Dream Demon. Luffy. This time, they will definitely win. Kill him, Straw Hat Boy. On the other side, the Straw Hat Pirates are still confronting Gecko Mariah. The Straw Hat Boy you mentioned is still looking for me in the forest. Gecko Mariah said disdainfully, it's a question whether he can come here. Don't worry, he will come. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said lightly, just wait for him. Of course, you can also try to attack my other partners. At that time, I can't guarantee that my weapon will not be aimed at you. If he really fights, Chu Feng will not tolerate Gecko Mariah's problems. Just shoot a laser cannon at his face. As for Luffy, with a drone, it shouldn't be a problem to come here. Tisk. Gecko Mariah spat, he really didn't dare to gamble. Forget it, now Chu Feng's attention is all on himself, so he should defeat the Straw Hat Boy first. Then find an opportunity to reduce his shadow first, and things will be easy afterwards. The main reason is that he wants to take Chu Feng as his own. For this reason, Gecko Mariah doesn't mind defeating Luffy first. Moonlight Mariah Luffy's huge body appeared on the battlefield, looking at Moonlight Mariah fiercely and said, I'm going to beat you up. Luffy Usopp looked at the nightmare in shock. Luffy, his eyes full of horror, is it really you? The voice sounds like Luffy, but why is the color of his body different? Ah, of course it's me. Does that guy have the ability to transform? Moonlight Mariah was a little hesitant, or? This guy has his own body. Your own shadow. It looks a bit similar, but is it possible? Moonlight Mariah, I won't let you attack my companions. Moonlight Mariah. So far, I don't think I have ever taken action. Instead, it is your companion Chu Feng who is threatening me, bastard. Forget it, let's knock this guy down first. Thinking of this, Moonlight Mariah immediately summoned the Shadow Mage to rush towards Luffy. But unfortunately, Luffy's power at this time was extremely terrifying, and he rushed over from a distance in the blink of an eye. What? Moonlight Mariah's pupils shrank. Why is this guy so fast? Rubber pistol armament Haki covered his fist, and hit Moonlight Mariah's abdomen fiercely, knocking him out directly. The Haki contained in this punch has surpassed Luffy in his usual state, and almost knocked Moonlight Mariah unconscious. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Moonlight Mariah slammed heavily into the castle in the distance. Swoosh! Boom! The huge impact force almost knocked down the castle. This state is interesting. Chu Feng touched his chin and thought, the increase in strength is so huge. Luffy is probably now as strong as a vice admiral. In addition, Gecko Mariah, a otaku, does not exercise his body, and his ability to resist blows is extremely poor. It is estimated that Gecko Mariah will almost lose consciousness after this punch. Damn it! Gecko Mariah roared and broke the boulder pressing on him, and the whole person shouted angrily, damn Straw Hat Boy, I will tear you into pieces. How long has it been? How long has it been since he suffered such a heavy blow? It's really annoying to use his fruit ability to fight him. Can you still stand up? Luffy took a fighting stance when he saw this. Next time he will beat this guy unconscious. Come on! Straw Hat Boy Lola and others appeared around the forest and shouted, we must defeat Gecko Mariah. That's right, defeat him and take back our shadows. Gecko Mariah, if you don't want to be beaten to death, return our shadows as soon as possible. That's right, otherwise, Straw Hat Boy will definitely beat you to death. They just want their own shadows, they don't have to kill this guy. After all, he is a 7 warlords of the sea. Who knows if world conquest will cause trouble for them if they kill this guy? It's not a quarrel between children. For real pirates, death is not a threat. Gecko Mariah laughed and said, I didn't expect you to have contact with the losers in the forest. It really surprised me. Now I understand why Straw Hat Boy is like this. You used my fruit ability to put the shadow into this kid's body. It's so hateful. This made him so upset. They actually used his ability to beat him. These damn guys, if he had known earlier, he should have driven them all out. The most important thing is that the bastard tyrant bear is now on the island. I'm afraid he is hiding somewhere to watch his joke. Thinking of this, Gecko Mariah became even more upset. "Stop talking nonsense," Lola roared, "give us back our shadows quickly." Gecko Mariah sneered and ignored the noisy woman. "Give it back to you. What a joke, who do you think you are? 4 emperors. Straw Hat Boy." Gecko Mariah turned his head and looked at Luffy and said viciously, "How dare you mess up my Horror 3 Ghosts sailboat? You are the one who is hindering our sailing," Luffy said unhappily. "Give us back our shadows before the sun rises. Otherwise, I will beat you up." "He hasn't lifted the Dream Demon state yet." "That's right, Straw Hat Boy, beat him up. Kill him, while there is still time, the power has not disappeared, beat him to death." He, Moonlight Moria laughed, "A bunch of noisy guys, I will definitely deal with you. Straw Hat Boy, even if you continue to sail, you will only die with your strength. It's no match for the New World. There is nothing like here, you will die if you are not careful. Although you have many subordinates with great potential, you will lose them all," Moonlight Moria said with wide eyes and a ferocious face. "Do you know why?" "Why?" "Because there are extremely terrifying guys in that place," Moonlight Moria roared. "I got the answer from my own experience. Why did I lose those famous and capable subordinates, companions, etc.? Because I will lose them because I am alive. If you are a dead zombie from the beginning, you have nothing to lose. Zombies are immortal, even if they are purified, they can be used against infinite soldiers. I will lead these legions of the dead and aim for the throne of Pirate King again. You should feel honored that your shadow can become my subordinate." As soon as the voice fell, Gecko Mariah launched the fruit ability attack. A large number of shadows flew out from under his feet, connected to one zombie after another, and pulled all the shadows back to his body. That's right, Gecko Mariah is ready to gather the shadows on his body in exchange for powerful power. Chapter 193, The Terrifying Nightmare Demon, the Second Gear. Looking at Gecko Mariah's actions, Nami widened her eyes. This guy. Is he planning to gather all the shadows on the island on his body? It seems so. Chu Feng looked at Gecko Mariah, whose body was getting bigger and bigger, and squinted his eyes and said, "Luffy, let's fight quickly. The sky will be bright soon." That's right. Luffy felt the condition of his body, and it was estimated that it would not take long for the shadows in his body to disappear. Thinking of this, Luffy immediately rushed towards Gecko Mariah. "Don't worry," Gecko Mariah immediately used his shadow to create a wall to block Luffy's fist. "I'll deal with you after I finish this." What? Luffy's pupils shrank. Why can this guy block his attack now? It's very strange. Gecko Mariah raised the corner of his mouth. Is it strange why I can block your attack? Luffy was really confused. He was just Humph, there are only 100 shadows in your body. Gecko Mariah said with a ferocious face, and now, I have more than 200. How can you be my opponent? Wait, this is just the beginning. Wait until I gather all the shadows on this island together, and then I will kill you all. Otherwise, it would be difficult to relieve his hatred. Ounce is his only most special zombie, but he was destroyed by that bastard Chu Feng. After killing the others, if he doesn't make a more powerful mechanical zombie for himself, he will kill him. With this resentment, Moonlight Mariah accelerated the output of the fruit ability. Soon, 1,000 shadows entered his body. And Moonlight Mariah's body became extremely huge, like a giant. He. Now there are 1,000 shadows in my body, Moonlight Mariah said with a grin. Straw Hat Boy, do you still dare to say that you can defeat me now? Turning his head to look at the horizon where light had appeared, Moonlight Mariah laughed and said, the sun is about to come out. He. S.A. What are you going to do? At this time, Gecko Mariah was full of confidence. He could definitely defeat this group of people completely. It's just like a monster. Frankie pulled down his sunglasses, his eyes full of horror. What a terrifying guy, his body can actually become so big. Aren't you afraid of exploding? It's over. Lola looked at Gecko Mariah in shock. What is that? Although he is a fruit ability user, he can absorb 553,000 shadows or something. Isn't it a bit too exaggerated? This is too incredible. And the sky is basically getting light, and there is no time. The Straw Hat Boy who absorbed 10 shadows just punched Gecko Mariah out. The man said in horror, now the opponent has 10 times his. What a huge power is gathered in that body. Is the capacity difference too big compared to the ability user himself? It's no use anymore. How to fight this? Hey, you guys go hide in the forest quickly. Chu Feng looked at Lola and the others and said calmly, this place will soon become a battlefield. If you stay here, you may get hurt by mistake. What about you? Chu Feng raised his mouth. Of course, we will defeat this guy. Lola looked at Chu Feng in shock, and then looked at the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. I found that they all had the same expression. Don't they know how to be afraid? Anyway, I'm very grateful. The man turned around and ran away. Everyone, run away. Want to run? Moonlight Mariah lowered his head and roared, everyone, must die. Raised his huge fist and smashed it hard on the ground. Boom. With just one punch, the ground under his feet was torn into pieces. The island is cracked. The main ghost pole is about to fall down. Run away. Run from the shadow of the building and go into the force. Captain Lola, hurry up. What are you doing? Hurry up. You guys run away. Lola's face was full of calmness. I'm not going to run away. What are you talking about, Captain? You can't see the sun. I'm the person in charge. Lola looked at her companions seriously and said, the person in charge of this bet. After all, this matter was initiated by her. Even if she died, she would gladly accept this outcome. Look at them. Lola pointed in the direction of the Straw Hat Pirates. Obviously, their shadows were also taken away, but now they are motionless. Do they still want to win? The man's face was full of disbelief. In this case, do you still think you can win? That Gecko Mariah has completely turned into a monster. Can such a monster be defeated? This guy broke the island with just one blow. Such a terrifying guy, they haven't given up yet. So I won't leave. Lola said seriously, if you look forward to them as a star of hope without authorization, and run away when you encounter danger, you will be a coward. But Captain, in this situation now. You guys go. Lola interrupted the other party and said, as the captain, it makes sense for me to stay. You. Lola smiled and looked at her men and said, you must cherish your life. As the voice fell, the sun shone on her body, burning her body directly. But she was not timid at all, and stood there resolutely, waiting for the final judgment. Captain, come here. You will die. It doesn't matter. Lola gritted her teeth and said, put your hope on others, that's it. Captain Lola. Why, do you want to die? Death or life, choose one. Lola said calmly, no matter how I fall, it doesn't matter, I will never go back to the shadows again. Even if I die. You are still quite courageous. Chu Feng smiled and retracted his gaze. As expected of the daughter of the four emperors, Charlotte. Lola. But this Gecko Mariah. Chu Feng glanced at Gecko Mariah. Why did this guy roll his eyes? Could it be that he went berserk? This guy. Zoro hesitated and said, he is almost going berserk, and he looks out of control. Indeed. Nico Robin nodded, did you overestimate yourself because of anger and stupid self-esteem? Excessive use of the fruit ability caused his body to be unable to bear it, and he might only be a little bit away from going berserk. What a stupid guy. Luffy. Chu Feng looked at Luffy in the state of a nightmare and said, you can beat this guy, right? Of course, Luffy said with a heavy breath, I will definitely beat him. He will never let his companions get hurt or die. So. Gecko Mariah must be defeated. Hey, everyone. Luffy looked up at Gecko Mariah and said, there is not much time left, I have to mess around a little bit. I'll take care of the rest. He was going to hit this guy hard with his strongest force, and he might lose his strength afterwards. But it doesn't matter, he has companions. Okay, leave it to me. Frankie clenched his fists, and he would protect Luffy afterwards. Beat him up, Luffy. Usopp waved his arms. Kill this guy. Hey, you guys, how can you win? The man in the distance was a little dumbfounded. It's impossible to win. The enemy is now a monster equivalent to 1,000 people. Yet another man also spoke up. Think about it, even your shadows are in it. And that monster-like power, just one blow cracked the island. The most important thing is that there is not much time left. If you want to watch the battle, just shut up and watch. Zoro turned his head and glanced at them and said lightly, we have already won the battle with Moria. Zoro glanced at Gecko Moria, who was about to lose consciousness, and said, but next we have to race against time before the morning sun shines on us. Gecko Moria can only vent his crazy power in a short period of time. Just kill him before the sun shines in completely. That's all. Will we disappear first, or will Gecko Moria be defeated by Luffy first? Come on, take a gamble. Zoro raised his lips, not caring about his life or death at all. This is the absolute trust in Luffy. Chu Feng glanced at the rising sun in the distance. His eyes were very calm. Because he believed that Luffy could definitely kill Gecko Moria before that. I'm going to get on. Second gear. Luffy in the dream state slowly squatted down and immediately started the second gear state. The strength and speed of the body were raised to a higher level again. But the pressure brought by this huge increase the power was also huge, and veins even appeared on Luffy's face. It seems like it's not such an easy thing. Chu Feng looked at Luffy's back with some worry. Is there really no problem in this state? I'm on. Luffy disappeared instantly, and when he appeared again, he was already in front of Moonlight Moria. Rubber jet rocket launcher. Boom! The extremely terrifying force hit Moonlight Moria's abdomen, almost denting his body. Ouch! Severe pain acted on Moonlight Moria's body, stimulating his last remaining conscious nerves. This pain even made Moonlight Moria unable to maintain the fruit ability, and released a lot of shadows from his body. Luffy seized this opportunity and launched a series of rubber jet rocket launchers without mercy. Rubber jet rocket launcher. Rubber jet rocket launcher. After being beaten, Moonlight Moria had no chance to fight back and could only stand there and passively receive the beating. At the same time, a large number of shadows flew out of the mouth. Moria's consciousness has weakened. Chu Feng pushed up his glasses and said, his consciousness has already reached the limit. In addition, Luffy's attack on him was very painful, so his nerves collapsed. It is estimated that a large number of shadows will be released before a trace of consciousness can be restored. It is estimated that by then, it will be the final decisive battle. I see. Usopp swallowed and said, it seems that even Moonlight Moria cannot fully control 1,000 shadows. Come on, kill him. Luffy. Little Meili waved her little hand and said, after we kill him, we will have a banquet together. Anami looked at Little Meili in surprise. Where did you go just now? Ahem, I'm lost. Little Meili's eyes drifted to the side. She would not admit that she was looking for trouble with the zombies. Nami was speechless. Your talent for lying is exactly the same as Luffy's. Forget it, now is not the time to pursue these matters. After the battle is over, let's have a good chat with this little guy. Luffy, he's almost regaining consciousness. Chu Feng reminded, be careful. Although Moonlight Moria still may not be able to fully withstand the power brought by the shadow in the body, it is enough to regain a trace of consciousness. It's too late. Moonlight Moria, who had regained some clarity, immediately launched an attack, flying bats. A large number of shadow bats flew to Luffy's side, creating a huge shadow box and trapping him inside. Shadow box? Go to hell! Moonlight Moria raised his fist and shouted, watch me smash you. Crazy! Moonlight Moria punched the shadow box hard, with such force that it even shattered the tower. A direct hit. The man in the distance was dumbfounded. This is a punch that breaks the island. Straw Hat Boy. Isn't he dead? It's not over. Moonlight Moria looked at the smashed shadow box hanging on the ground and stepped on it hard. Boom. The huge force even made the island shake. This is baptism. Moonlight Moria gasped. What will happen if a brat like you is so self-righteous in this sea? What will happen if you resist the Shishibukai? Now you know. After saying that, he stepped on me hard. Boom. In this world, all the outstanding birds will only be eliminated. You should understand this now. Looking at the shadow box that was crushed under his feet, Moonlight Moria's eyes were full of ridicule. This is what happens when you go against him. Luffy Chopper's face was full of anxiety, and he was about to rush over as he spoke. Stop! Chu Feng grabbed Xiao and said, what were you doing in the past? Luffy will die if he's beaten like this. Chopper struggled and said, let me go, I'm going to save Luffy. Luffy is fine. Chu Feng raised his voice and said, have you forgotten what Luffy's fruit power is? Do you think Luffy can be killed with just one blow? This guy doesn't even know how to be domineering. Do you think it's possible? This is absolutely impossible. Chopper was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then he realized that this seemed to be what happened. Moonlight Moria in the distance also heard Chu Feng's words and was stunned for a moment. Can't the Straw Hat Boy be killed? Damn it, if he can still use his domineering power. No, he couldn't give the Straw Hat Boy time to breathe. Thinking of this, Moonlight Moria immediately used the shadow to create several spears. Go to hell, shadow spears. However, before his attack could land, Luffy broke the shadow box and rushed out with his hands full of armament haki. He smashed all the shadow spears with 2 fierce punches. After doing this, Luffy squatted on the ground and panted. It was obvious that his consumption was also very huge. After all, using the Dream Demon state to maintain the second gear, this huge improvement, even Luffy could not maintain it for a long time. The longer the time, the greater the burden on the body. Luffy slowly raised his head and looked at Gecko Moria, saying word by word, no matter if it's a brat or a troublemaker. I won't be defeated by anyone. Will not be defeated. Gecko Moria laughed as if he had heard a big joke. He. Say such unfounded big words, it shows that you are inexperienced. This sea is beyond your imagination. The 4 emperors in the New World are monsters, you can't defeat them anyway. That's why you can't become the Pirate King. Luffy panted and said, I heard from Chu Feng that you were defeated by Kaido in the New World, right? You are already scared, what qualifications do you have to teach me? I am a man who wants to become the Pirate King, how could I be afraid of the 4 emperors? New World. I'll be there soon. That sea will also be conquered by him. In the end, he will definitely become the Pirate King. Brother Gecko Moria's face darkened, and Luffy's words made him extremely angry. He really can't talk. Chapter 194, The End of Victory. Strong enemy attacks Chu Feng vs Tyrant Bear. It's very uncomfortable. Luffy laughed. Don't worry, I'll make you spit it all out. As for our going to the New World, you need to worry about it. Next is the last blow, he beat this guy completely unconscious. What's wrong with that guy? The man's eyes were full of horror. Immortal body. Even if you have 100 shadows, you shouldn't be so strong. Too powerful. We can win, we can win. The Straw Hat Boy can definitely defeat that Gecko Moria. Luffy looked up at the huge Gecko Moria and slowly put his hand in his mouth. 3rd gear. Bone Ball. The whole person swelled rapidly and became extremely huge. Hey, is it okay to use these 2 moves together? Frankie was a little dumbfounded, it looks like it will consume a lot of energy. How can it be okay? Usopp shouted anxiously. Hey, Luffy, have you forgotten how much pain you suffered last time when you only used the 2nd gear? That was the damage that made him unable to stand up. Now he actually used them together, and in that special state, is it really okay? It's really too much. Luffy Chopper was a little dumbfounded. You might die. Your body will be broken. Believe him. Chu Feng said in a deep voice, believe in our captain. Didn't he say that he would definitely defeat Gecko Moria? He always believed that Luffy could do it. As soon as the voice fell, Luffy's body had swelled like a huge balloon. Rubber giant jet shell. Like a shell, it hit Gecko Moria hard. The powerful impact almost made him lose consciousness. The shadow in the body also began to struggle to fly out. Don't even think about escaping, my troops. Gecko Moria covered his mouth and tried his best to prevent the shadow from flying out. Shadows, I am your ruler. Moonlight Moria said viciously, don't even think about escaping from the body of the former. You are just my tools, how dare you resist your master? Moonlight Maria's eyes were full of bloodshot, and the whole person was full of tyranny. Garlic Fatty Luffy looked up at Moonlight Moria and said, I am the one who will become the Pirate King. This is the last one. Rubber Giant Jet Cannonball Armament Haki quickly covered Luffy's head, and the whole person rushed out like a huge cannonball, hitting Moonlight Maria's abdomen fiercely. The power was so great that he rolled his eyes directly. At the same time, this force also broke the main castle's strange pole behind Moonlight Moria, cutting it in half and hitting Moonlight Moria fiercely. The heavy force almost made Moonlight Moria lose consciousness. Feeling the weight on his body, Moonlight Moria was in great pain. He moved his eyes with difficulty, looked at Luffy who had returned to normal and shrunken in the distance and said, damn Straw Hat Boy. Just go and see the new world, the real nightmare is in the new world. Then you will understand what I mean. As soon as the words fell, a large number of shadows flew out of his mouth and soared into the sky. At this time, the sun also shone from a distance, igniting all those who lost their shadow. Everyone. Usopp was completely dumbfounded. Didn't Moria be defeated? Why hasn't the shadow come back yet? Sanji. Zoro. Damn it, their bodies are disappearing. Chu Feng, think of a way. Why can you be so calm? Your bodies are disappearing. Chu Feng glanced at the two motionless people, turned his head and glanced at the shadow falling rapidly in the sky and said, don't worry, it's okay. As soon as the voice fell, the shadow fell from the sky. The disappearing shadows of the crowd instantly returned to their original appearance. The body determines the state of the shadow, and vice versa. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, even if their bodies only have one hand left, the shadow can be restored instantly after it returns. This is the terrible thing about the shadow fruit. What a pity. Chu Feng glanced at the unconscious Moonlight Moria, his eyes full of pity. This fruit ability was developed by him. If the imagination is big enough, the upper limit of this devil fruit is very high. Zoro moved his wrist and smiled, alive and well. What a strange feeling. Sanji lit a cigarette and carefully recalled the feeling just now, this is the feeling of almost dying. But I finally survived, ha 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 ha. Can you still laugh, idiots? Usopp was almost angry to death, I thought you were really dead. You almost disappeared, bastard. I saw something terrible. Chopper collapsed on the ground. The scene just now was too scary. Yet. Brook nodded in agreement, it's really bad for the heart. Ah. Although I don't have a heart, Yororo. But. Brook turned his head and looked at the sun. This feeling has been missing for a long time. How long has it been since he tried to stand under the sun? It's really great. You can go with us now. Little Mary pinched her waist and looked at Brook, Uncle Skeleton. Yo ho ho ho. Of course. Brook smiled. Being able to stand under the sun, he certainly liked going out to sea with this group of people. After all, he is now a skeleton, and not many people can accept him. After everyone took a look at the noisy guy, they gathered around Luffy. Everyone over there seems to be safe and sound. Chopper looked at Lola and others and smiled, that's great. Finally one. Humph, it seems that interesting things like shadows leaving the body will never happen again. Zoro snorted and laughed. Although it is dangerous, it is also very interesting, isn't it? Anyway, no one disappeared, it's great. Unlike the optimistic Zoro, Usopp was really scared. Hey, I'm tired. Frankie looked tired. No Coke to drink. Here you go. Chu Feng took out 3 bottles of Coke from his pocket and threw them to Frankie. I thought there would be such a possibility a long time ago, and I prepared it for you in advance. Oh, thank you, Chu Feng. Frankie took the Coke happily and put it into his body, and immediately regained his vitality. Sure enough, men with Coke are different. The strange creatures and events encountered on this island were all caused by Moria. Sanji took a puff of cigarette, looked at the large number of zombie corpses lying on the ground in the distance and said, now that he has been knocked down, there is nothing left on this island. It's like waking up from a nightmare in the morning, everything disappeared. What a bad haunted house. Does this Moonlight Moria have a special aesthetic? Like these things? What a strange guy. Luffy, that guy, just shrunk. Zoro glanced at Luffy and said, is it a side effect of the move? Yeah. Chopper nodded. After using the giant move, the same time will be shortened according to the length of time it is used. Will Luffy's new fighting style bring too much burden to the body? Usopp's face was full of worry. In that special state, the second and third gears were activated at the same time. The load on the body must be very large. I am very worried. If the enemy becomes stronger in the future, this guy will always mess around by himself. We must work harder. They must become stronger so that they can help Luffy and not let him mess around by himself. So, Chu Feng raised the corner of his mouth. Dear friends, after this departure, you will train together. I will treat you well. However, what surprised Chu Feng was that no one showed a timid expression this time. Sure enough, everyone has grown up. I want it too. Little Meili stretched out her hand and said, I want to join too. I couldn't help at all in this battle. So I want to become stronger too. Okay. Chu Feng didn't stop Meili this time, but squatted down and rubbed her little head and said, I will help you improve your fruit ability. There is no rush for physical skills for the time being, she is still too young. But the fruit ability is okay. From the observations during this period of time, Chu Feng has also discovered that Meili seems to have no restrictions on using the fruit ability. Unlike Luffy, they will consume physical strength. This surprised him very much, and his previous guess was confirmed. Sure enough. If you think about it this way, if the fruit ability is developed strong enough, even if you don't have haki, you can help your partners. Then we're settled. Little Meili stretched out her little hand and said, Pinhook. Okay. Pinhook. Ha 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 ha. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates laughed when they saw this scene, and the atmosphere became warm. Sure enough, this little guy has a magical power. At this time, the old man who was injured before came over. Usopp and Nami were shocked. What is this? Damn it! Usopp immediately picked up his weapon. Is there still a guy whose shadow hasn't come out? No, I'm a seriously injured old man. Usopp. You look like a zombie. Okay. Usopp opened his shark mouth and roared, too confusing. Isn't this the uncle I met in the cemetery? Sanji looked at the old man curiously and said, is there anything? The battle is over, is there any other request? Unbelievable. The old man looked at the Straw Hat Pirates and swallowed his saliva. I didn't expect you to really defeat Gecko Moria. And I didn't expect that I could walk under the sun one day. Thank you. How can I thank you? This great favor is so heavy that he doesn't know how to repay it. At this time, Lola and others ran over from a distance. Hey, Grandpa Spoiler. 00. Old man. Oh, everyone. The old man looked at Lola and others happily and said, you are all okay. Grandpa, are you okay too? Yeah, I'm fine. Do you know each other? Usopp looked at them in surprise. He didn't expect that they were acquaintances. Yeah, yes. Lola nodded, and then smiled, speaking of which, it's a little late to thank you. We also thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Seeing how you guys are making trouble, I believe that only you can win. So I put my hopes on you without authorization. I'm really sorry. Anyway, thank you. Thank you very much, Straw Hat Boy. As soon as the voice fell, Lola and others all knelt on the ground and saluted. We will never forget this kindness. If you have any requests, just tell me. Although it's not much, we still have some food reserves. I guess these guys are hungry after fighting all night. They can't be stingy with their treasures. Compared to this, how about I be your bride? Lola said excitedly. Anyone can do it. With so many people, someone will definitely choose her. Straw Hat Pirates. I don't want it, all the men in the Straw Hat Pirates said with cold sweat on their faces. Absolutely not. The captain was rejected by 7 people at once. The 4,451st failure. Sure enough, the captain can't get married, ha 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 ha. I said, Zoro said speechlessly, even if you want to thank us, don't do it this way. But didn't Luffy say that, Uncle? Zero, we only fight for ourselves, and just saved you by the way. As soon as the voice fell, Zoro was directly punched to the ground by Nami. What are you talking about? Nami opened her shark mouth and roared, it's rare that people want to thank us. Is it really okay to reject others like this? Chu Feng's mouth twitched, but her way of thanking. We can't afford it. Ahem, can we use other ways? Nami coughed and looked at Lola and others and said, right. Yes, this lady is right. No matter what, even if it's by the way, it's all right. We want to thank you for defeating Gecko Moria. Is that so? Nami turned around and looked at Lola and others and said, anything is fine, right? While speaking, Nami's eyes have turned into symbols of money. Usopp. I said your eyes. Dirt. By the way, Lola suddenly remembered, how about taking all of Moria's treasures? We will all move to your ship. No, you just need to take Chu Feng with you. Nami laughed, his pocket can hold everything. Great, treasures and so on, are all theirs. Before Lola and others could speak, a man's voice appeared on the side. Is that so? Has the ominous premonition finally come true? It seems so. Tyrant Bear said lightly, Moria has been defeated by the Straw Hat Boy and fell to the ground and lost consciousness. It's so hard to decide who will take over Crocodile's vacancy, and now there is another vacancy. I order you to kill them all. The news of the failure of the 7 warlords of the sea cannot be spread. With your fruit ability, it should be no problem. Tyrant Bear glanced at the ground and looked at Chu Feng with indifferent eyes and said, although the Straw Hat Boy has lost consciousness, Chu Feng is in a very good condition. I can't guarantee that I can kill them 100%. The person on the other side was silent for a moment, then said, do your best. If you can't kill them, retreat. We don't have much energy to deal with them now. After we deal with Whitebeard, we will deal with them when the army is approaching. Understood. Tyrant Bear hung up the phone after saying that, and appeared in front of Chu Feng and others with a teleportation. The speed was so fast that it was shocking. What? Zoro's pupil shrank, this speed. If you can travel, where do you want to go? Don't try this, Tyrant Bear. Chu Feng pushed Zoro away and walked to Tyrant Bear and said, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Tyrant Bear, right? Want to wipe us out? Do you have the ability to do so? Is he a 7 warlords of the sea? The others looked at Tyrant Bear in shock, and they were all dumbfounded. Just defeated one Shishibukai, and here comes another. You are dangerous. Tyrant Bear said slowly, World Conquest's evaluation of you is even higher than that of Straw Hat Boy. Really? Chu Feng's mouth corners raised, it's really an honor. Everyone, don't do anything, leave this guy to me. Luffy can fight a Shishibukai alone, what's wrong with him? The most important thing is that Tyrant Bear is not an enemy at all. So it's best to let him solve the problem. Tyrant Bear looked at Chu Feng after hearing this, his eyes full of scrutiny. His real target is also this guy 7. Chapter 195, Personality Condenser, a sharp weapon to protect soul consciousness. Hey, Chu Feng, the opponent is Shishibukai, Chopper said anxiously. The strength of Shishibukai can't be viewed with common sense at all. This man gives me the feeling that he is even more dangerous than Gecko Mariah. Although I don't know why, I just have this feeling. Don't worry, it's okay. Chu Feng looked at Tyrant Bear indifferently and said, your main target is me, Luffy can't move now. If you can kill me, Luffy can't escape naturally. As soon as the voice fell, the wolf god armor flew over from Nami's body and was worn on Chu Feng's body in the blink of an eye. Armor fusion. Tyrant Bear's eyes flickered when he heard it, and then he said, are you going to fight me one-on-one? Exactly. Hee, so brave. Tyrant Bear praised, you actually have the courage to say such words in front of me, which is worthy of praise. You don't think you are stronger than the Admiral of the Navy? Chu Feng snorted and appeared in front of Tyrant Bear in an instant. Compared to that ice player, you are far worse. At the same time, the long legs with domineering power slapped Tyrant Bear hard, and directly slapped him into the forest. Bang! Hit it! Lola's eyes were full of shock. Is this man so powerful? Then why didn't he attack Gecko Mariah just now? Did he think it was unnecessary? I'll leave the matter here to you. Chu Feng said without looking back, I'll deal with that guy and come back. After that, the whole person flew up and rushed towards the forest. Chopper said with some concern, is Chu Feng really okay alone? That's the 7 warlords of the sea, the powerful 7 warlords of the sea. A Moonlight Mariah is so difficult to deal with, and this guy who looks stronger than Moonlight Mariah, let Chu Feng deal with it alone. Since Chu Feng said so, believe him. 560 Zoro sat down again. Now what we have to do is to seize the time to recover our physical strength. If there are any Navy guys again, we have to continue fighting. That's right. The others nodded and agreed deeply. Who knows if there will be any enemies or something like that again? It's too much. Laurel looked at the forest in the distance where explosions could be heard from time to time and said, it took a lot of effort to break through. We defeated Gecko Mariah and got back our shadow. But before we had time to be happy, another Shishibukai appeared and wanted to kill all of us. How despicable, the man said unhappily. What's the point of taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Stop talking, just stay quiet. Zoro opened his eyes and glanced at the few people and said, hurry up and recover your strength, no one knows what will happen next. If there are already Navy troops around, we still need to continue fighting. That's right. Lola nodded, in that case, let's have a good rest. At the same time, he prayed silently in his heart that the armored boy must win. The first time Chu Feng came into the forest, he was greeted by an air bomb from Tyrant Bear. Compressed air. Chu Feng laughed, interesting. He then took out the laser sword and chopped it hard. Clang! Boom! An extremely terrifying explosion sounded in the forest, destroying all the surrounding trees. A vacuum zone was directly blown out in the center. Cracks were blown out of the earth. Chu Feng, who was flying in the air, glanced at the ground, dispersed the smoke in front of him with a sword, and looked at the Tyrant Bear standing on the stone and said, you are not here to fight me, are you? Oh, Tyrant Bear was a little surprised. Why do you think so? Just now, I used Den Den Mushi to talk to the other side, I think you also heard it. He didn't seem to express any other meanings at all. How did Chu Feng see his true thoughts? If you really want to kill us, you won't give us a chance to see you. Chu Feng said lightly, if your air bomb is a sneak attack, few people here can withstand it. If Chu Feng remembered correctly, this guy was firing at full power, and an air bomb directly blew up the demon ounce unconscious. A real tough guy. Tyrant Bear was a little surprised, but didn't say anything, but nodded. It was considered to agree with Chu Feng's statement. Chu Feng looked around, first asked Casa to scan Tyrant Bear's body, and after not finding any eavesdropping devices, he slowly landed on the stone and said, "There is no one else here now, and the zombies have been killed by Moria himself. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about?" Tyrant Bear was silent for a while, then smiled bitterly and said, "What a sharp guy. If you want to get help from others, sincerity is very important, isn't it?" "That's right." Tyrant Bear nodded, paused for a while and said seriously, "This time I came here, first to shut up World Conqueror's mouth, and secondly to come here to ask you for some technical support." "Technical support?" "Yes." Tyrant Bear nodded, "It's best to have weapons or something like that." "You're not afraid of my identity?" "I'm the father of the Straw Hat Boy, Monkey D-Dragon's subordinate." "Is that so?" Chu Feng nodded and said, "I noticed you when I was in the New World." Aishi Shibukai actually chose to accept the transformation of world conquest. "Let me guess, it's to get close to Vegapunk and get his help." Tyrant Bear was silent for a while, and then said in amazement, "Should I say he is worthy of being a scientist?" Vegapunk had the same reaction as you at the beginning. "Just take it as a compliment to me." Chu Feng shrugged. To be honest, Chu Feng really wanted to meet that guy. A native actually has such a powerful scientific research ability. It's really amazing. "So, what's your answer?" Tyrant Bear asked. "Can you help us?" "Don't worry, if you don't want to, I won't force you. After all, you are also a partner of Dragon's Son, I won't make things difficult for you. Of course, please keep my affairs confidential. There is no other way, I can only take a gamble. If this man is willing to help them, it will be a great benefit to them. It will be much more convenient to act, and it will also be easier to win." Chu Feng did not answer in a hurry, but thought about it. "Should I help Luffy's dad? Don't think about high-powered weapons. Once such things are given out and used, the fact that I have helped them will be exposed. At that time, the degree of world conquest against him will be raised to many levels. Don't think this is alarmist. Now the biggest headache for world conquest is the cabinet army. Once they find such a thing, they will never show mercy." Thinking of this, Chu Feng thought for a while and said, "How about this, I'll give you a weapon design, which is more powerful than a flintlock rifle and can store several bullets at a time. At the same time, the range will be longer. Of course, I'm not giving it to you for free." Chu Feng stretched out his hand and said, "If you want the design, bring the money. I don't ask for much, just give me 500 million. 500 million? Tyrant Bear, his eyes widened, as if he was kidding. "Don't think 500 million is a lot." Chu Feng said unhappily, "Once all of you are equipped with the weapon I designed, your combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. At least the casualty rate of grassroots combatants will be reduced." "Okay." Tyrant Bear sighed. It was the first time to cooperate, so he would suffer a little loss. "Give me the design first, and I'll go get the money for you." "Okay." Chu Feng was not afraid that he would default on the debt. At worst, he would ask Luffy's father for it. After taking out a simple weapon design designed when he was bored, he put it in Tyrant Bear's hand. After watching the other party carefully put it into his pocket as if he had found a treasure, he said, "By the way, Bear. You don't mind me calling you that, do you?" "No problem, tell me what you want." "Your current state." Chu Feng looked up and down and said, "There is not much flesh left in your body. Most of it has been transformed. The next step may be to erase your personality. Are you really going to continue? You know, if your personality is erased, it is equivalent to death. Without personality, Bear is gone. This is no different from death. Even if the body exists, the soul may not matter." Tyrant Bear shook his head, as long as we can get what we want, it doesn't matter. He was ready to sacrifice from the beginning, so danger, and so on, isn't it natural? To be honest, Tyrant Bear really doesn't care about his life or death. As long as the great cause can succeed. But now that you have my help, can't you get away? No. Tyrant Bear shook his head. Vegapunk knows about us. Once I leave, all the previous efforts will be in vain. It is very likely that our affairs will be exposed. Then it will be a devastating blow. Tyrant Bear dare not gamble. He doesn't know if his body has been tampered with. If the address is marked, it will be over. Chu Feng was silent for a while. He admired this big guy a little. Why do others call you tyrant? Because a gentle person cannot become a 7 warlords of the sea. I understand. Chu Feng nodded. Is it a reputation created for the plan? Let's do this. Chu Feng thought for a while and said, are you willing to believe me? If you want, I can keep your personality. Even if Vegapunk erases your consciousness, I have a way to reawaken your consciousness. Really, Tyrant Bear was a little surprised, and then hesitant. Won't Vegapunk find out like this? Don't worry, he doesn't have the ability. Chu Feng said confidently, I made something that he couldn't figure out even if he was given 100 years. The brain itself is a mysterious field, even Vegapunk can't figure it out. The most he can do is erase a person's consciousness and become a real weapon. Then come on. Tyrant Bear sat quietly on the ground, waiting for Chu Feng's next move. Just as Chu Feng said, if you want to get help from others, you need to be sincere. And now he chooses to hand his life over to Chu Feng, that's his sincerity. Of course, the front can't be less. Chu Feng nodded, and then walked over with the tools. Scanned Tyrant Bear's brain and said, well, at least the brain hasn't been modified. There is no such thing as a video. But it still needs to be checked. Half an hour passed quickly, and Chu Feng's work was completely completed. After finishing the work, Chu Feng put away all the tools, walked aside and said, now you don't need to worry about your consciousness being erased. I made a personality consciousness collector for you. When you want to regain consciousness again, just contact me through this thing. Of course, it's better to let Drago and the others know about this, after all, they may need to save you at that time. And this personality consciousness collector is very small, and it is in a transparent state. Vegapunk will never be able to find the existence of this thing. Tyrant Bear carefully felt the state of his body and did not find any doubts. But he still chose to believe Chu Feng, I know. In that case, I'll go back first. As for the money, I will send it to your ship later. Okay. Chu Feng nodded, watched Tyrant Bear slap him away, and put on the wolf god armor again. After completely blowing up this place and bombarding the sky with the annihilation cannon, he said to his partner. They walked in their direction. Casa, if this Tyrant Bear comes, remember not to attack him. Tell him to put the money down. Yes, I know, master. Soon, Chu Feng returned to his companions. We won. Chu Feng won. Usopp jumped up and said, I said it, Chu Feng must win. What a shitty 7 warlords of the sea, they are not our opponents at all. Their straw hat pirates dare to beat even the admirals of the navy, what is a mere 7 warlords of the sea? Humph, well done. Zoro's mouth corners rose, worthy of Chu Feng. I'm glad you're okay. Nami breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Chu Feng had no injuries on his body. She was really afraid that Chu Feng would be injured. Don't do this next time. Nami walked over and said unhappily, don't be like Luffy, do it alone, understand? If Chu Feng was killed in a place where she couldn't see, she felt that her heart would be broken. She wanted to go over and take a look just now, but the others held her tightly and wouldn't let her go. She was so worried. I know. Chu Feng took off his armor, smiled and stretched out his hand to scratch Nami's little nose. I won't do it next time. Nami rolled her eyes and did it again. Brother, you are really amazing. Lola looked at Chu Feng in shock. You actually defeated Tyrant Bear in a single fight. 0.7. You can't say you defeated him. Chu Feng shrugged. That person didn't dare to take my laser cannon head on, so he used the power of the fruit to escape. Well, it's not wrong to say that. That's powerful enough, Lola said with emotion. That's the 7 warlords of the sea, Tyrant Bear. Even among the 7 warlords of the sea, it is an extremely powerful existence. After all, she is from the 4 emperors, and Lola's vision is very sharp. She feels that the strength of that Gecko Mariah is definitely not as good as that of Tyrant Bear, and even the famous eyes can see it. That Gecko Mariah can't even control his own power, the gap can be imagined. Anyway, they have won the final victory. Chopper wiped his nose and said, there won't be any more enemies in the future. One more time, I feel my heart can't stand it. After all, they are also flesh and blood, and they will get tired. Is Luffy okay? Usopp looked at Luffy worriedly and said, using the second and third gears at the same time, Luffy's body must be under a lot of burden. Is there even a possibility that Luffy's fighting style is consuming his life? It's really messed up. Chopper sighed. Luffy's condition is not very good now. Not only is he exhausted, but there are also some problems with his body. To put it in a more popular way, Luffy's fighting style may be achieved by consuming his life. Sure enough, the more powerful the power, the higher the price. However, Chopper felt that the reason why Luffy was like this was mainly because a lot of shadows were put into his body. Otherwise, even if the second and third gears were turned on at the same time, it would not be like this. It is estimated that it will take a long time for him to wake up this time. Thinking of this, Chopper sighed. What a bastard who likes to mess around. Chapter 196, Cell Repair Potion Forced Life Extension. Consume life. Usopp's voice was raised a lot. You are not kidding, Chopper. Consuming life is a bit too exaggerated. Not at all. Chu Feng glanced at Luffy, who was breathing a little quickly, and said, using power that exceeds the body's load will naturally consume a lot. After reaching a certain level, it is not impossible to consume the vitality of the cells. Then what? Let me think about it. Chu Feng thought about it, and suddenly remembered that he had a good thing. There is something that can treat this guy. As he said, Chu Feng took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket. This is it, cell repair fluid. It is specifically for Luffy, who has damaged cells due to excessive use of power, and can solve the problem of shortened life. This is what Chu Feng researched after the last Judicial Island incident. It can repair Luffy's damaged cells, but it needs to be used after the battle is exhausted, so that the effect is best. Then what are you waiting for? Give it to him. Usopp was not polite at all, and pulled Luffy up directly, and asked Chopper to open Luffy's mouth. Chopper immediately transformed into a muscular man and opened Luffy's mouth to a considerable extent. It looks like he can eat people. Chu Feng's mouth twitched, not to the point. Okay, stop talking nonsense, hurry up. Okay, okay. Chu Feng was somewhat helpless and poured the cell repair potion in his hand into Luffy's mouth. Luffy coughed and subconsciously wanted to vomit. Chopper immediately blocked his mouth to prevent him from vomiting. Wivu Luffy, who had regained a little consciousness, began to struggle. He was planning to choke him to death. After a moment, Luffy gave up struggling and lay on the ground motionless. Chopper. Little Mary hesitated and said, you won't suffocate Luffy to death. No. Chopper checked Luffy's condition and said, he just swallowed something, it's not like he can't breathe through his nose. Well, it seems that Chu Feng's medicine is quite useful, and Luffy's condition has improved. Hey, Frankie looked at the direction of the ruins and was a little dumbfounded. Where is Gecko Mariah? The other party was pressed in that position just now. Why is he gone now? Chu Feng frowned slightly when he heard this. It should be the invisibility fruit ability user 08 who did it. It shouldn't be. Sanji was surprised. He should have lost consciousness after being kicked by me. He was lying on the ground unconscious at that time. He actually woke up now. Did I hit him too lightly? He didn't hold back. All the kicks with anger were kicked at the opponent. Maybe someone woke him up with some special method. Chu Feng waved his hand. Forget it, it's better if they leave. It's just right, we can rest here for 2 days. You have to rest well after the battle, otherwise, there is no way to recover from the physical fatigue. By the way, will they hide in the dark and prepare to attack us? Usopp looked around vigilantly. Invisibility fruit or something? It's a bit tricky. Not necessarily. Frankie also looked around vigilantly, in case the opponent didn't give up and attacked them. No, they're gone. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, Casa has seen them leave here with the escape boat. Using the invisibility fruit to quietly take away an escape boat. Ha, interesting. Damn, he didn't die, Sanji said angrily. Doesn't this mean there is no chance to get the invisibility fruit? He knew that after killing the ability user, there would be a chance to get the other party's devil fruit. Isn't this how Chu Feng got the human fruit for melee? How could he repair it? His invisibility fruit. Forget it, let's have a good rest first. Chu Feng glanced at the people around him and said, if there is anything, we'll talk about it later. After all, everyone was tired after fighting all night. Soon, time came to the next day. I didn't expect to sleep for so long. Usopp scratched his head. I slept for a whole day and a whole night. Of course. Frankie smiled. After all, everyone fought all night. I'm hungry, Sanji. Luffy yelled, hurry up and give me some meat. Eat something to fill your stomach first. Sanji said unhappily, I just woke up, the food won't be ready so quickly. What? Luffy pouted, and actually asked him to wait. Chu Feng, do you have anything to eat? Yes, there is. Chu Feng rummaged through his pockets and said, but most of it was eaten by you last time, and now there is only a little cheese left. Do you want to eat it? Cheese? Luffy immediately showed a disgusted expression, but there was nothing else now, so he could only take it and chew it. After eating a little, Luffy found that cheese alone is not enough. I can't move with cheese alone. Then wait for me to move the ingredients over. Sanji called on others to go to the boat together, where there were a lot of ingredients to use. There are really too few here. The most important thing is that there is nothing to eat in this forest. It's all zombies. How to eat? Luffy looks really okay. Chopper was relieved when he saw Luffy's energetic appearance. It seems that Chu Feng's potion is still quite effective. Chu Feng is obviously a scientist, so why is he so good at potion research? Hey, Chu Feng. Chopper walked to Chu Feng and said, do you still have that potion? Yes, what's the matter? Can I study it? Chopper scratched his head, I'm a little curious. Okay, I'll give it to you. Chu Feng smiled and took out a small bottle from his pocket and said, this is the last bottle. You have to use it carefully. Luffy doesn't need this thing at the moment. The effect of the medicine can last for a long time. After watching the happy Chopper leave, Chu Feng glanced at Nami and Xiao Mei lying on the financial report, and said with a twitch of his mouth, I say, you two, do you really need it? We have much more than this. Is it necessary to be so excited? And why did Mei become the same as Nami? Could it be that Xiao Mei's personality was formed based on some characteristics of their crew members? Thinking of this, Chu Feng fell into deep thought. Who is the most sinister person? Humph, what do you know? Nami rolled her eyes at Chu Feng. Who would dislike having too much money? The more of this stuff, the better. Really, if you don't run the household, you don't know the importance of money. You're right, Mary. Yeah, little Mary nodded her head. Money is the best. Chu Feng. It's confirmed, it's definitely what he thought. This is good. Luffy walked to the side of the treasure, squatted down and picked up an arm guard. This is good, an arm guard made of glass. So handsome. I want this. Usopp, who was rummaging through the treasure, was shocked when he heard this and immediately stopped him. Hey! If you do anything with the treasure, Nami will. Don't you know how much this guy values money? It's okay, take it. Nami waved her hand nonchalantly. It's not a gem anyway. It's not worth anything at all. It probably fell in accidentally. Give it to Luffy if you want. Usopp was a little dumbfounded. Is it still possible? Okay, then I will. Well, find an interesting thing to take away. After all, this is their stuff. Nami looked at Usopp and retracted her gaze. This is her partner, so she will take one. But I won't give you any fragments. Nami looked at Lola and said seriously, all the treasures are mine. Lola was a little helpless when she heard this. I won't take anything from my benefactor, Nami. It's better. Nami smiled, these are all his. Yoshi. Usopp took out a weapon. I found a good sword. It looks pretty good, and it's okay to keep it as a collection. After admiring it for a while, Nami reluctantly asked Chu Feng to collect all the treasures. Keep it well, this is our treasure. I know, I know. Chu Feng was a little helpless. Can it disappear in his pocket? This money-loving look is really helpless, but who said Nami is his wife? Hey, we're back. Frankie and others came over with things on their shoulders. Let's get ready to cook. Oh, with Sanji's operation, the banquet started soon. A large amount of ingredients turned into extremely delicious food in his hands. Everyone was so happy eating, especially those who had been on the Terror 3 ghost ships for many years, and even cried while eating. I've never eaten such delicious food. How many years have we not had a proper meal? It's so good to be alive. Looking at the guys who were crying and laughing, Sanji laughed, I made a lot, don't leave any for me. Make sure to eat it all. Oh! How could they leave any delicious food? Yo ho ho ho, Brooke said excitedly, I can eat the food made by the chef again. It's so delicious that my cheeks are about to fall off. Ah! Although I don't have cheeks, yo ho ho ho. You guy! Frankie said unhappily, can't you just eat quietly? Why do you have to make such a fuss? Yo ho ho ho. Because I'm happy, Brooke burped after saying that. I ate a lot in the past few days and today, I feel like I'm a little fat. Frankie. Although I'm just a skeleton, Frankie said in Brooke's way, and then hammered the table and said, it's so annoying, eat well. Others burst into laughter when they heard it. Ha 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 ha, skeletons are so funny. Why can skeletons talk, and they are so funny? What a skeleton who can tell jokes, ha ha ha. Is this guy also a member of the Straw Hat Pirates? It's so funny. Awooha. Frankie stood on the table and started his performance. Everyone, let's have fun. Oh! Chopper, who was eating cake in the distance, shed a drop of cold sweat. There was no toast, but it turned out to be a party. Isn't it like this every time? Chu Feng shrugged. Banquets and such, they just started for no reason. But it's fun, isn't it? That's true. Nami nodded. Well, the Straw Hat Pirates, have always been like this. This kind of life is interesting, ha 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 ha. At this time, Brooke walked to a piano and played a good piano piece. Roar. Nami said unexpectedly, there is actually a piano here. As expected of a musician, he can play any instrument. Aren't you a violinist? Sanji walked over and asked curiously, you can play the piano too? Yo Roro Roro. I can play all the instruments. Really, you play very well. Sanji was a little emotional. No wonder he could call himself a musician. Yo ho ho ho. Thank you for the compliment. Brooke smiled and said, any song you like to listen to? Anything is fine. Yeah, yes. Then. Before Sanji finished speaking, Brooke pressed his fingers and started playing. This time, it was Binks's Wine that was played. Sanji was so angry that he opened his shark mouth and roared, didn't you ask me to choose a song? bastard. Really, are you kidding me? He rolled his eyes and turned to the side. Sitting on the chair, quietly enjoying Brooke's music. Yo-ho-ho. Yo-ho-yo-ho. Binks's wine, delivered to your side. Listening to Brooke's singing, everyone swayed together. For banquets, music is the best. Binks 560's wine. Nico Robin smiled, what a nostalgic song. Hey, Brooke. Luffy, who was lying on the piano, looked at Brooke and smiled, I know this song. Shanks and his crew sang it. It was a happy memory. When he was still a child, Shanks and his crew had a banquet in the tavern in his village. Everyone drank, ate meat and sang songs, extremely happy. Haha, really? Brooke smiled, the pirates in the past would sing this song. Whether it's sad or happy. Yo ho ho ho. I'm talking about you. Luffy looked at Brooke and said expectantly, you will be our companion, right? The shadow is back, too. It's okay even if it's exposed to the sun. We can sail now. Brooke was silent for a moment, I have an agreement with Lebo, and I must go back to see it. I know. Luffy nodded, we've talked about it before, and I've made an agreement with Lebo. After we find you, we'll go around the world and go back to see him together. Is that so? Brooke was silent for a moment, then said in a trembling voice, the last conversation was interrupted by the collision. I really want to know how Lab is doing now. Lab is very energetic. Chu Feng walked over and said with a smile, as energetic as a mountain. Really? Brooke couldn't hold it anymore, he is very energetic, that's great. As soon as the voice fell, the skeleton burst into tears like a child. 50 years. 50 years of loneliness and 50 years of persistence are meaningful. I have never been so happy as today. Lab, I'm sorry, I can't go to see you now. Can you wait for a year or two? I also have the ambition of a pirate. For you who are waiting on the other side of the mountain wall, I will abide by the promise and meet you again from the front. After a while, Brooke stopped crying, slowly raised his head and said, Luffy. Brooke took out a bounty order and slapped it on the piano and said, introduce again. I am Brooke who died and only bones are left, commonly known as Nose Song Brooke. Bounty of 33 million Baileys. I used to be the captain of the Guardian Corps in a certain kingdom, and later served as the acting captain of the Rumba Pirates. Musician and swordsman. Again, I request to join the Straw Hat Pirates. Sure, Luffy said with a smile, welcome to join, Brooke. Okay. Brooke nodded seriously, from today on, I will entrust my life to Captain Straw Hat Luffy. In order not to drag everyone down, I will fight hard with all my bones. Yo ho ho ho. What about your agreement with Lab? Luffy asked curiously, don't you need me to take you back first? After circling the world, meet him from the front. Okay. Luffy raised his glass and said, in that case, let's toast to our new partner. Oh. Chapter 197, Shocked Navy, Angry Sengoku. It's the grandson of that bastard Garp again. At this time, in a branch of the Cabinet Army, Tyrant Bear was having a secret conversation with Dragon. Is this the blueprint that Chu Feng gave you? Dragon looked at it carefully, but didn't see anything. It seems that this thing has to be handed over to professionals. Yes. Tyrant Bear nodded, but it's not free. He asked me for 500 million. 500 million? Dragon's mouth twitched. This kid really asked for a lot. Oh, right. Tyrant Bear thought of something and said, he also made me something, saying that it can protect my personality. Tyrant Bear recounted to Dragon what Chu Feng said at the time, and then said, if I want to restore my personality consciousness later, he can help me. Well, in that case, the 500 million is worth it. Drag pondered for a moment and said, besides that, didn't he mention any other powerful weapons? He knew what happened at the Gate of Justice, which was directly crushed by Chu Feng's weapon. How terrifying is that? If they have such weapons, he didn't say. Tyrant Bear shook his head. I guess he is worried about world conquest. After all, they are already being targeted by world conquest, and if we are involved. Tyrant Bear didn't finish his words, but Dragon understood what he meant. At that time, the Straw Hat Pirates might not be a small fight. It's possible that 2 admirals will go over. Just take this as a good start. Dragon sighed, then walked out to let his men get the money, and then walked to the fence and said, "You will be going back to world conquest soon." "Yeah. Then. It's okay." Tyrant Bear said nonchalantly, "For our goal, all this is worth it. Even if he will be humiliated and abused in the process, it doesn't matter. As long as he can win in the end, that's enough." Durag was silent for a while and nodded. As a leader, he can't be soft-hearted at this time. After all, if there was no sacrifice of the bear, they would not have developed to the current level. It can be said that a large part of it is the credit of Tyrant Bear. But he can't help much. By the way, Durag suddenly thought of something and said, "Didn't Chu Feng give you something to protect your personality? Once the time is right, you will contact Chu Feng and let him restore your consciousness. Then contact me through Den Den Mushi. Even if it's Marijoa, we will rush in to grab you back. As long as I regain consciousness, I can use the power of the fruit to come back by myself." Tyrant Bear shook his head. "It's just that I care more about whether the power of the devil fruit still exists after my personality disappears temporarily. This is all unknown." "That's true." Dragon nodded. "If you have any difficulties, contact me." "Okay." Soon, the 500 million Baileys were taken back and put into Tyrant Bear's hands. "In that case, I'll leave first." Tyrant Bear raised his hand to indicate the Bailey in his hand and said, "If I don't send the money over quickly, Chu Feng will say something about me." "Ha ha ha, then go quickly, we can't break our promises." "Okay." After watching Tyrant Bear leave, Dragon put away the smile on his face. "After this separation, I don't know when we will meet again." "Hey!" Dragon sighed and turned to walk into the house. He still has a lot of things to do and can't waste too much energy on this matter. This is the awareness that a leader should have. The latest news received is that the 7 warlords of the Sea Gecko Moria was defeated by the Straw Hat Boy. Zhang Guo took a deep breath, suppressed his anger and said, "Tell me what you think." This news shocked the navy. "How long has it been?" Zhang Guo was really angry and shocked. It was the grandson of that bastard Garp again. "What else can I think? Hurry up and eliminate them." Sakaski slammed his fist on the table, not caring about Garp who was sitting not far away. After all, in his opinion, what he said was not wrong. As a navy, what's wrong with destroying pirates? Sengoku glanced at Garp, and after seeing that he didn't react, he said, "If possible, of course I want to do this. But the truth is that Tyrant Bear, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, didn't get any good at the hands of the Straw Hat Pirates. You know the ability of that man's fruit." Sengoku glanced at the 3 admirals and said, "He has the ability to deflect all attacks, but even so, he was forced to escape." "Who do you think I should send?" The last sentence was said to Sakaski. "An ordinary vice admiral will not be effective at all. Don't forget that not long ago, Kuzan was defeated by Chu Feng's arm." Kuzan touched his nose awkwardly when he heard this. Why did he suddenly mention him? This is so embarrassing. Sakaski glanced at Kuzan and snorted, "That's just because he's not as skilled as others. If it were me, I would definitely wipe out the Straw Hat Pirates." Kuzan glanced at Sakaski and said lightly, "Don't be so rude. The opponent's methods are a bit weird, similar to some special devil fruit abilities. I used Haki to defend myself at the time, but it didn't work. The opponent's thing directly passed through his Haki and entered his body." Sakaski's eyes flickered when he heard this. He actually ignored the Haki of the Admiral level. What a weird ability. If that's the case, his level of danger needs to be raised by several levels. Although Sakaski feels that his strength is stronger, but after all, they are all generals, and they can't be much stronger. If even Kyuzan can't defend, then he. Countless domineering attacks. Vice Admiral Garp raised his head with interest and said, "What kind of ability?" He was a little curious. Since the kid named Chu Feng had such a method, why was he afraid to come to see him in the Seven Water City? Could it be because he couldn't break his own domineering? Ah ha ha ha! You are worthy of being an old man. It's hard to describe. Kyuzan pondered for a moment and said, "That ability is quite strange. At that time, I had already protected my body with domineering aura, but it still penetrated into my body. Then I found that my body began to gradually escape the control of my consciousness, which shocked me. So I immediately transformed into an element and rushed to the ice layer in the distance to avoid Chu Feng's pursuit. After holding on until the other party left, I lifted the element and lay on a piece of ice. After that, my consciousness fell into my mind." Yet, Kizaru nodded, "When I went there, I did see Aokiji lying on a piece of ice unconscious. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find this guy. And ice will also thaw. If Kyuzan falls into the sea at that time, he will definitely die. After all, this guy was in a coma at that time. The consciousness has fallen into the mind." Zhang Guo pondered for a while and said, "What happens next?" After that, Kyuzan was silent for a moment, then sighed, "Can I not tell you, Mr. Zhang Guo?" "No." Zhang Guo frowned slightly, "We may need to face Chu Feng's weapons in the future, so we must know the situation in advance. Otherwise, we will be hit again next time. We must find a way to deal with it." Kyuzan was a little helpless. "Okay. Anyway, after my consciousness fell into the depths of my heart, I began to face those things that were nightmares to me. At the same time, a person who was exactly like me would appear, constantly hitting me and blaming me. The purpose is to make me completely depressed and never wake up again. Even being robbed by the other party." As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. "Robbed the body?" Vice Admiral Tsuru interrupted for the first time. "Is this possible?" She knew how strong the willpower of a Navy Admiral was. But such a person could actually be possessed by someone. This is too incredible. Nothing is impossible. Kyuzan shook his head. "This is what the inner demon told me." "Oh, by the way, that guy himself admitted that he was my inner demon. How did you get out after that?" After that, Kyuzan's expression became a little ugly, as if he was recalling some bad memories. "After facing all the nightmares and defeating that inner demon, I got out." All. Vice Admiral Tsuru was silent for a while. It was probably not a small matter to be the nightmare in Kyuzan's heart. Is there more than one thing to listen to his consciousness? No wonder the doctor reported that General Kyuzan began to sweat for some reason, but there was no sign of weakness in his physical characteristics. So this is the reason. Anyway, Kyuzan organized his words. "After you are really infected, just don't deny your heart. Face your inner demons, and you will be able to come out alive. Humph, it's not because your heart is very fragile." Kyuzan was not angry at all when he heard Sakaski's pungent words. "If you have a chance to try it, you will know it naturally." Sakaski's eyes flickered when he heard it, and then he snorted and stopped talking. At the same time, he was also thinking in his heart, is there a dream demon deep in his heart? Is there a nightmare? Does he also have a demon in his heart? I know. Sengoku nodded. Although Kyuzan did not tell all the details, he already understood the general situation. Let's deal with it in this way in the future. Now let's discuss the way the Straw Hat Pirates deal with it. Garp moved slightly under the table when he heard it, and then he regained his calm. Seeing others looking at him, Garp waved his hand indifferently. "Don't look at me like that, you can handle it as you want. As a man, you should bear the consequences of doing anything. Even if Luffy and the others were arrested for this matter, Garp would not intervene. After all, he is a navy. The two words behind him made him breathless. Zhang Guo nodded, this is the best. For the time being, send someone to keep an eye on the Straw Hat Boys. We don't have extra troops to encircle and suppress them. Zhang Guo thought for a while and said, especially the admirals, they must all stay at the marine headquarters and be alert to Whitebeard, who may appear at any time. Whitebeard. Garp looked at Sengoku and said, why is Whitebeard suddenly involved again? Could it be that the guy is so crazy that he wants to attack the marine headquarters? Then I have to teach him a lesson. Do you really think you are a vegetarian? Sengoku looked at Garp, and after a long silence, he said, because we caught the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Fire Fist Ace. As soon as these words came out, Garp's body shook directly, and his eyes widened. Ace. Was Ace actually caught? Why was that little bastard caught? World conquest requires the public execution of Fire Fist Ace. Sengoku carefully observed the expression on Garp's face. The time will probably be carried out in a few days. No later than a week. When the Whitebeard pirates receive the information, they will definitely come to the marine headquarters to snatch people, so we must be prepared to fight. Now, Navy branches around the world have selected Navy officers above the lieutenant level to report to the Navy headquarters. This will be an unprecedented war. Zhang Guo predicted that the Navy should have about 100,000 people, and the Whitebeard pirates are estimated to have tens of thousands of people. Garp clenched his fists. Why didn't he listen to him and join the Navy? If you were a Navy, even if it was on the territory of the 4 emperors, I would dare to break in alone to ask for people. But now you decide. Garp stood up and said a little lonely, don't let me know about this kind of thing. After walking to the door, Garp paused again, where is Ace now? The undersea prison. I know. Garp nodded, I won't mess around. He wants to go see his bastard grandson, otherwise there may be no chance in the future. After watching Garp leave, Sakazuki frowned, what if he rescues Fire Fist Ace? Watch your words, Sakazuki. Sengoku said coldly, I have known Garp for decades, and he will never betray the Navy. The two words behind them are the best proof. Then why did he go to see that person? Is there a problem with a grandfather seeing his grandson for the last time? Vice Admiral Tsuru glanced at Sakazuki and said, Sakazuki, can't you be more humane when facing your own people? Humph, as a soldier, these things are redundant. Sakazuki said coldly, our goal is to eliminate all pirates in the world. Apart from that, everything else is empty. Could he be asked to pity an old Navy man with a pirate grandson? Sorry, he was polite for not taking action. Vice Admiral Tsuru said nothing more after hearing this. Sakazuki was very extreme, and Vice Admiral Tsuru was clear about this. So there was no need to say anything more. Don't worry about Garp's affairs, he knows it himself. Sengoku waved his hand and said, now we should discuss the matter of Whitebeard. As a naval hero, Garp would never betray the Navy. It is estimated that this old man just wants to see his grandson. Of course, if Garp really robs people, he will not be soft-hearted. Although that will cause a devastating blow to the new generation of the Navy, but some things have to be done. I hope you don't do stupid things, Garp. You should know how much impact it will have on the Navy if you do it. Too many young generations regard you as an idol. Once the faith collapses, the consequences will be disastrous. The power of the Whitebeard pirates is very terrifying. Even if we have 100,000 Navy, we can't take it lightly. Vice Admiral Tsuru thought for a while and said, the most important thing is that I am afraid of one thing. What is it? Will the Straw Hat Pirates receive the news and come together? Sengoku's face changed when he heard this. It's not impossible, others are easy to say, but the threat of Chu Feng is too great. Vice Admiral Tsuru's face looked a little ugly. If the weapon he used to destroy the Gate of Justice is fired at the crowd of our Navy, the casualties will definitely be very serious. Don't worry about that. Kuzan waved his hand. I'll take over his weapon. People like me can take it over. The premise is to have a large-scale cover and a strong domineering power. It's best to have a fruit ability that can output continuously. That's great. Zhang Guo nodded. In that case, then this matter will be handed over to you. After all, you are old rivals. At that time, I will apply to World Conquest to see if I can transfer a general-level combat force. Chapter 198, Warm Daily Life, finally arrived at the Red Earth continent. The next morning, Chu Feng received the 500 million baileys sent by Xiang, and he couldn't help but sigh that money is so easy to make. After putting it away, he said the companions ate breakfast leisurely together. Brooke, what's wrong with you? Usopp looked at Brooke in confusion. What are you so excited about since early in the morning? He has been laughing since I saw him in the morning, and I don't know what he is laughing at. Did you see a sea beast yesterday? Brooke Luffy wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth after saying this. What kind of delicious sea beast is it? Chu Feng looked at Luffy speechlessly. How obsessed are you with eating? When Brooke was guarding the ship yesterday, he saw our logbook. Yes, Brooke said excitedly, I accidentally saw part of it. To be honest, I was shocked. I'm still excited now. I suddenly realized that the Terror 3 ghost ship incident is simply not worth mentioning to everyone. Pacify the civil strife in the desert country Alabasta. The great adventure in the legendary Sky Island. And deal with the world conquest in the Seven Waters City and defeat the Demon Slayer Order head-on. I was so shocked that my heart almost jumped out. Ah! Although I don't have a heart, yo ho ho ho. Looking at the excited Brooke, the others also laughed. Yes, this is the adventure they experienced. If I think about it carefully, I still feel a little emotional. Usopp said with emotion, we actually experienced so many magical things. Being a pirate is really great. What kind of chapter will be filled in next time? Little Mary said expectantly, Fishman Island Adventure. Fighting with all kinds of powerful pirates in the new world. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. Fishman Island. Sanji immediately became energetic when he heard these 3 words, and the whole person was excited. Fishman Island must have a lot of beautiful fishman ladies. Fishman Island is great. Ha ha ha. Ahem, how should I introduce myself at that time? Gentle Prince. Powerful Knight. Well, they will definitely admire me. Looking at Sanji, who was deposited in his own world, Zoro looked at him with disdain and said, remember to take your bounty order and introduce yourself when the time comes. Sanji, asshole, do you want to fight? Are you afraid of you? Ping ping pong. That's right, the 2 of them started fighting again. What are they? Brooke looked at the 2 people's actions and was a little dumbfounded. Weren't they still talking and laughing just now? Why are they fighting again? Don't worry about 563 and the others. Nami looked at the 2 with disdain, you'll get used to it in the future. These 2 guys will feel uncomfortable if they don't fight once a day. Men are really incomprehensible. By the way, Brooke will also be written into the logbook. Chopper said with a smile, after all, we are partners now. Yes, that's the point. Brooke stood up excitedly and said, since I have become everyone's partner, I must make some contributions. We certainly understand your current mood. Chu Feng smiled and said, but I need to give you a suggestion. Suggestion? Then I'm all ears. Ah. Although I don't have ears, yo ho ho ho. It's actually not a particularly important thing. Chu Feng pointed at Luffy and said, just don't relax when eating. Brooke was stunned for a moment, and before he could ask the doubts in his heart, Luffy immediately gave the answer. That food looks delicious. Luffy looked at the food in front of Brooke and said, he's mine. Then he grabbed the food with a fork and stuffed it into his mouth. Brooke didn't even have time to stop him. So this is what you mean by never letting down your guard? Brooke was stunned. I see. In order to integrate with everyone as soon as possible, I will do my best until I die. Although I am just a bone, yo ho ho ho. Then you have to work hard. Chu Feng smiled and picked up little Meili, but you don't need to do anything deliberately, you just need to do your own thing. Then he walked out slowly. Where are you going? Of course, we're going out to bask in the sun. Chu Feng waved his hand without looking back. While the temperature of the sun is not particularly high now, it will be very comfortable to bask in the sun. Looking at Chu Feng's back, Nami's mouth twitched. He is not afraid of tanning little Meili. Every day when I have nothing to do, I take Xiao Meili out to bask in the sun, under the pretext of supplementing calcium. I don't know where this saying came from. Chu Feng, who came outside, skillfully set up a set of equipment, put Xiao Meili on the cloud bed, and then lay on another one. This is life. Chu Feng took a sip of juice beside him with a look of enjoyment, which was so refreshing. Indeed. Wearing small sunglasses, Meili enjoyed the breeze and warm sunshine, and her mood became better. By the way, don't you need to continue training today? You don't need it today. You are growing up, and it is the best to combine work and rest. Chu Feng waved his hand and said, as for the other few people, I don't need to urge them. They naturally know to go to the training room. Zoro and his guys are probably in the training room now. But Meili's training needs to be done slowly, and it can't be rushed. That's right. Meili didn't say anything more after hearing this, and closed her eyes to rest. Yesterday, Chu Feng and her carefully studied the problem of her devil fruit ability. Although it didn't improve her strength much at once, it also gave her some new ideas. In short, it won't be long before her strength will be improved to a higher level again. I don't know how long it has been. Brook walked out with a frustrated look. After seeing Chu Feng, he immediately walked over and said, Chu Feng, Meili, do you need any help? Chu Feng smiled when he heard this, and he roughly knew why this guy had this expression. He pointed to the cloud bed beside him and said, lie down first. Okay. Brook did not refuse, and said after lying on the cloud bed, then what? Then quietly enjoy this tranquility. Chu Feng said lightly, let's talk about it. You look uneasy, as if you are afraid of something. Little Meili also took off her sunglasses when she heard this, blinking her watery eyes and looking at Brook. She was very curious about what was going on with Brook. Brook was silent for a moment, then sighed, it's just as you said. I am really very uneasy and scared now. When Luffy first asked me to join you, I was so happy because of this sentence. And the excitement of defeating Gecko Mariah and others together. But can I really do it? In the process of welcoming the new world, there will undoubtedly be unimaginable strong enemies and difficulties. If I not only can't help you, but drag you down, at that time, I'm afraid I will be kicked off the ship. Yes, lose my partners again and return to those lonely days. This is what he fears the most. He doesn't want to lose these partners. Looking at Brook's expression, Chu Feng smiled and said, you are a little too sensitive. For us, partners are partners, and there is no such thing as the captain driving people off the ship. Even if your power is not strong enough and you cannot deal with powerful enemies, it is still the same. Don't we still have us? You just need to do your own thing. Really? Brook ignited hope. Do I really just need to do my own thing? Yeah. Chu Feng nodded. In fact, Robin's situation was a bit special at the time. Didn't she stay on the ship in the end? Miss Robin. That's right. Nico Robin, who had just finished training and was about to take a kettle to water the flowers, came over after hearing this. I used to be the same. I have always been uneasy and always afraid that I am not worthy of being their partner. That's why I want to give up my life for them. I thought that this would make me a qualified partner. Miss Robin actually experienced this kind of thing. Brook recalled the contents of the logbook and the things mentioned during the previous chat. Unexpectedly, Miss Nico Robin smiled and said, but, I was wrong. Real friends will not be like that. They will tolerate your shortcomings and praise your strengths. Come on, I believe you will find your own position. After that, Nico Robin smiled and went to water the flowers in the small garden in the distance. Although there are auxiliary robots that can do these things, Nico Robin prefers to do it herself. After all, this is one of the daily pleasures on the ship. My position. Brooke thought about it, and he probably knew what his position was. He is a musician. Looking at Brooke's expression, Chu Feng knew that he had figured it out. That's good. After figuring it out, Brooke relaxed. Quietly looking at the sky, looking at whether it was the sky where seagulls flew. After a moment, he sighed, the Straw Hat Pirates also have such a relaxing day. Of course. Chu Feng said with a smile, fight when fighting, enjoy when enjoying. This is the daily life of the Straw Hat Pirates. How about it? Not bad. It's really good. Brooke nodded, I like this kind of life too much. Chu Feng smiled, then looked up and said, Casa, bring Brooke a cup of coffee. Hey, is it okay? Of course. Chu Feng pointed at Casa, who was projected not far away, and said, Casa is the intelligent housekeeper of our star. If you need help, just tell her, yes, Mr. Brooke. Then. Brooke paused, coughed lightly and said, fat. Shut up. Chu Feng punched Brooke on the head, you can't even let go of a string of data. Yo hoo hoo hoo. You are really ruthless. Brooke, who had a big bump on his head, smiled, this is made by you, Chu Feng, it's really amazing. It's okay. Chu Feng raised the corner of his mouth, this is just the beginning, you will know how powerful this ship is in the future. Then I'll wait and see. Brooke smiled, and then looked at the intelligent robot who came over with coffee and said, thank you. You're welcome. Casa smiled, and then looked at Chu Feng and said, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Well. After watching Casa Din go away, Brooke said in surprise, you should be able to make a mechanical body for Casa Din. She doesn't want it herself. Is that so? Brooke nodded, then quietly leaned on the cloud bed and said no more, and fell asleep unknowingly. As if infected by him, the other two also fell asleep. Sure enough, basking in the warm sun and blowing the refreshing breeze, this feeling is easy to make people sleepy. Soon, time came to the evening. After dinner, everyone started to do what they were interested in. And Brooke walked to the deck and started playing the violin. As a musician, his position is to bring happiness to everyone at this time. This is what he should do. Haha, this guy. Chu Feng in the training room smiled, then looked at the others and said, you guys, don't be lazy. Listening to such comfortable music should be more motivated. Then I'll get up and practice again. Usopp gritted his teeth and stood up, continuing to exercise his physical strength. Well, not bad. Chu Feng said admiringly, Usopp, your willpower has become stronger again, which is worthy of praise. Humph, this uncle is very powerful. Usopp raised his head and said, wait, I will soon become a powerful sniper. By then, the whole world will cheer for it. The next day, several people did not train, but chose to relax. Sitting by the boat, fishing leisurely. I always feel something is wrong. Nami frowned slightly, walked to the side of several people and looked at the sea. Nami, do you want to fish too? No. Nami shook her head, I just feel something is wrong. There is something wrong with the clouds in the sky. Little Meili pointed to the sky in the distance, why does it look like it's going to rain heavily? Damn, we may be trapped in some strange place. Nami's face looked a little ugly. Sure enough, we can't relax for a moment here on the Grand Line. Warning. Casa's voice appeared. A large number of whirlpools appeared around the star. Whirlpool. The faces of the others changed when they heard this. Although the size of the star was not small, the ocean was even bigger. After a while, a large number of whirlpools appeared around the star. At the same time, a large amount of seawater rushed up into the sky like a snake, dancing in the air. Damn, it's the serpentine current. Nami's face was very ugly. They actually encountered such a dangerous thing. It's just like it's alive. Zoro didn't sleep either, and stood up immediately. This thing is a bit tricky. Casa, is there a way to rush out? Yes. Casa appeared beside Nami and said, start the protection mode, turn on the function to the maximum, and you can ignore these currents and rush out directly. Okay, execute the order. Yes. As the voice fell, a blue light suddenly lit up above the star, and it was still covered by an energy shield. The next moment, boom! Several huge currents hit the star, with terrifying power. But the terrible impact was directly absorbed by the protective shield, and not transmitted to the ship at all. What a strong ship! Brook's eyes were full of shock. Is this their pirate ship? They can actually deal with it independently in this situation. This is too strong. In this case, what other seas can stop their voyage? It's really great. Go! Luffy shouted while sitting on the bow. Star, rush out in one go. Boom! As soon as the voice fell, the star opened fire and rushed directly forward. Any huge current blocking the star was shattered. From the high altitude, it can be seen that the star is like a sharp sword, rushing forward with an indomitable momentum. Soon, the star rushed out of that strange sea area and arrived in front of the Red Earth continent. It's so big. Chopper looked at the Red Earth continent in shock. Is this the Red Earth continent? This is the first time I've seen it. It's such a nostalgic feeling. Nami sighed. It's like yesterday. Yeah. Chu Feng nodded. If you think about it carefully, it only took us a few months to complete the first half of the Grand Line. That's right. Luffy stood up and said, the twin gorges where Lab met are just across the sea and connected to this cliff. When we see this again, I will be the Pirate King. Oh. Chapter 199, Naughty Melee, like a naughty child. Let's go to the Sabayati archipelago first. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, I'm going to find an old man there for something. Old man? Yes. Chu Feng nodded. The vice-captain of the Pirate King. Pluto Rayleigh. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. The vice-captain of the pirate group. Chu Feng, you actually know the vice-captain of One Piece? Luffy said with his eyes shining. What are you waiting for? Let's go. He couldn't wait to meet this legendary pirate. He must be a very powerful man. After all, he is the deputy of One Piece. But Nami was a little dumbfounded. Where is the Sabayati archipelago? She didn't know where it was. The record pointer is now pointing to Fishman Island. If there is no permanent record pointer to Sabayati, they may not be able to get there. Just when she was about to say something, a huge sea beast rushed out of the water, roaring and trying to hit the star. What do you want to do? Luffy immediately rushed to the bow and looked at the sea monster and said, you actually plan to eat us? Since you've delivered it to me, don't blame me for being rude. Rubber spinning bullet. The crazy spinning fist slammed into the belly of the sea monster with terrible force, and directly hit him with white eyes. By the way, he spit out the things in his mouth. Why don't I feel that this sea monster is big? Usopp touched his chin and said, what's the matter? Chopper thought for a while and said, it should be because I have seen Ounce. By the way, there is also Chu Feng's Gundam. I have seen these Gundam things, this is nothing at all. A little Mary pointed at the two unidentified objects in the air and shouted, it seems that something flew out. Take a closer look, isn't this a mermaid and a starfish? There really is a mermaid. It's really a mermaid. Sanji was so excited that he rushed over and opened his arms and said, don't be afraid, I'll catch you. Bang! Kami fell directly on Sanji, almost knocking him unconscious. But it looked more like he fainted from happiness. Chu Feng's mouth twitched. You are really good, Sanji. Got saved. Kami wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat up, looking at Papagu and said, "It's amazing." "Why are you admiring him?" Papagu was speechless. "We were almost digested." "It's all your fault for walking past such a big sea beast, otherwise we wouldn't have been eaten." Papagu felt that he was really convinced. It was really unlucky for him to have such a guy. "But I didn't notice it. With such a big body, how can you not notice him?" Papagu didn't know what to say. "Forget it, it doesn't matter, after all, she was saved." "But it seems like there's someone under your feet." Kami finally reacted, looking at Sanji, who seemed to have fainted with a shocked face. "I crushed a person." "Sorry, are you okay?" "It's okay, I'm fine," Sanji said with heart in his eyes. "But you're not injured?" I'm fine." Looking at the two people interacting, Nami said in surprise, "She has a tail, it should be a mermaid." "Yeah, that's right, a mermaid." Chu Feng nodded. "Still a young one, it's normal for Sanji to have such a reaction. After all, he is Sanji." Hearing the voice, Kami looked back at the few people and was stunned. "Why are there so many people? Did you just notice it?" Little Meili complained. "How naive are you? They have been standing here for a long time. No wonder she was eaten by a sea beast. It is estimated that this woman's brain is not very good." "Thank you for saving me," Kami said sincerely, "otherwise, we would have been digested. I am easily eaten by sea beasts, about 20 times. Usopp, you are too easy to be eaten." Usopp was speechless. "How did you live so long? Could it be that he is the chosen one? How can I express my gratitude?" Kami tilted her head and thought for a while and said, "By the way, do you want to eat takoyaki?" "Takoyaki?" Luffy's eyes lit up immediately. "I love it the most." "Really? Then please pay 500 Baileys each." "Luffy, why do you charge money?" Hey, Kami, this is not a business." Papagu punched Kami on the head. "Be serious." Sorry. Kami was dumbfounded. "I made a mistake, I thought I was working." "I really want to know why she was eaten so many times." Little Mary looked at Kami with disdain. "This woman is an idiot." "Yes, that must be the case. Compared to this, I want to know how to get to the Sabayati archipelago." Chu Feng said with his arms folded. "Takoyaki doesn't matter." "How can it not matter?" Luffy retorted. "This is delicious takoyaki, you must go and eat it." He likes to eat delicious food the most. Chu Feng was a little speechless. "How can you only know how to eat? You are going to the Sabayati archipelago?" Kami thought for a while and said, "No problem. After treating you to takoyaki, I will take you there." "Okay." Chu Feng nodded, accepting the plan. Sanji, who was lying on the ground, stood up with a shudder, and the whole person danced wildly on the deck. "Mermaid! Mermaid! Yes, the admiration of all mankind, mermaid! Yes, I met such a mermaid. It's really great. So cute, this is the first time I've seen a mermaid." "It's not the first time," Usopp complained. "Didn't we meet Granny Kokoro?" As soon as these words came out, Sanji was like being struck by lightning, and his whole body was stiff. The horrible memory appeared in his mind again, and the whole person knelt on the ground and muttered to himself, "The terrible 3 ghost sailboats. No, that's not scary at all. If I were to say the scariest memory so far, it would definitely be that Granny Kokoro is a mermaid or something. That's too scary." Looking at Sanji's reaction, Usopp was a little dumbfounded. "Sorry, Sanji, you should just pretend that it never happened. This is your first time seeing a mermaid." Sanji looks so pitiful now. "Let's not provoke him." Nami was a little speechless. "You guys. Hey! Is Granny Kokoro a mermaid?" Luffy was a little confused. "Doesn't she know how to walk? This mermaid obviously doesn't look like she can walk." "It's normal that you don't know." Chu Feng nodded. "You were fighting that Lucci at the time. But she is indeed a mermaid." Luffy's face fell when he heard that Granny Kokoro is a mermaid or something. What a strange feeling. Shut up! Nami punched Luffy in the face. She is the grandmother who helped us after all. Show some respect to her. Why did you hit me? Usopp said so. Well, hit him too. Usopp. Usopp, who was beaten up, looked at Luffy with resentful eyes. Why did you hurt me, you bastard? Yo ho ho ho! Brook walked towards Cammy and said with a smile, it's my first time seeing a mermaid too. Excuse me, can you lend me some money? Sanji. You're the pancake. He thought Brook would ask about the pants, but Sanji was unhappy and kicked Brook aside. Get out of here. How scary skeletons can actually talk. You just realized it. Chopper agreed with what Little Mary said. This mermaid might really have a problem with her brain. Well, why not research some medicine to treat mental retardation? So pitiful. By the way, can you poop? Luffy looked at Cammy curiously and said, mermaids and such should be different from humans. What kind of asshole question is this? Sanji kicked him. Show some respect, asshole. Ah, what am I saying? Cammy was interrupted by Sanji before she finished her words. No, absolutely not. Don't ruin my beautiful fantasy, asshole. What does it matter? Luffy smiled while avoiding Sanji's long legs, it's just a question anyway. At this moment, Luffy noticed Papagu not far away, grabbed him and said, Cammy, what is this? This talking glove. Papagu. You are the glove, your whole family is the glove. Papagu bit Luffy's hand and said, my name is Papagu, a starfish. He is not some bastard glove, he is a starfish, bastard. Well, he is my master. Cammy nodded, we have a good relationship. Can starfish talk? Nami looked strange, it's unreasonable. Mermaids exist, so what's the big deal about a starfish talking? Chu Feng shrugged, then pinched Little Meili's face and said, you haven't forgotten the identity of this little guy, have you? I won't find it strange if anything appears in this sea now. That's true. Nami nodded, accepting this argument. But it's true that this sea is very wide. All kinds of creatures may exist. There's nothing to be surprised about. Don't pinch my face. Little Meili pinched her waist and said, I'm not a child anymore. Okay, Meili, who is not a child, it's time to drink milk now. Chu Feng said, and handed Meili a bottle of milk seriously. Little Meili immediately took it with a happy face and drank it. Thank you. Look, it's really a child. Ha 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 ha. Damn it! Little Meili realized that she was fooled, and decisively activated the fruit ability to cover Chu Feng with snowflakes. Humph. After doing this, Little Meili made a face like a victorious general, and then walked towards Nami with her head held high and asked for a hug. Is he okay? Papagu pointed at Chu Feng covered in snow and said, do you want to save him? 00. Don't worry about him. Nami hugged Little Meili in her arms and said, he will come out by himself in a while. As soon as the voice fell, Chu Feng got out of the snow pile, shook off the snow on his head and said, what a naughty bear child. Casa, deal with the snow here. Okay. As soon as the voice fell, the deck suddenly moved apart, moving all the snowflakes away, and then returned to normal. This scene made Papagu and Kami dumbfounded. Your ship. Papagu looked carefully and said, I just realized why you don't have sails. How does such a ship move? High tech, you know. Usopp laughed, our star does not need wind to move. So there is no need for sails. Okay. Papagu nodded as if he understood. Although he didn't quite understand, he felt it was amazing. In that case, you can even go to the calm belt. I haven't tried it, but it shouldn't be a problem. After all, their ship has its own propulsion, and the doldrums will not be affected. It's just that we need to pay attention to the Sea Kings inside. Well, if Chu Feng is here, there is no need to worry too much about the Sea Kings. As for Takoyaki, I'll contact Hachi first to see where he is. After that, Kami took out the Den Den Mushi and started to contact Hachi. Den mushi. Chu Feng glanced at the den mushi that Kami took out and sighed, can it still be used after it's soaked in water? It's really amazing. In that case, will Sanji meet the person on his bounty order? That face. Chu Feng was looking forward to Sanji's expression. Hello, Hachi. I'm Kami, sorry we got separated, where are you now? However, Kami did not wait for Hachi's voice, but a strange man's voice. This voice is Kami. The man laughed and said, I'm not Hachi. You almost fell into my hands last time. Kami frowned, why do you have Hachi's den mushi? Isn't it obvious we have killed that guy? How is it possible? Kami said in disbelief, how can you kill Hachi? That's what I said, but the situation this time is special. The man snorted and laughed, we teamed up with the Flying Fish Knights. Damn, it's the Flying Fish Knights. Papaga's face was a little ugly, it was actually that group of guys. Kami, you're okay, that's great. Hachi's voice came from the den mushi, you can't come here, I'll go back after I work harder to defeat them. He can't let Kami get involved. Ha 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 ha, are you really planning to sell Xiao Ba to us? The man taunted, if you don't come, this guy will really be sold by us. After all, octopus fishmen are rare. This is 5,000 meters east of GR44 in the Sabayati archipelago. The base of the human trafficking group, the Flying Fish Knights. If you don't come, don't even think about seeing him again. As soon as the voice fell, the man hung up the phone. He didn't believe that Kemi didn't come. That idiot mermaid will definitely be fooled. This voice. Nami frowned, it sounds a bit familiar, and it's an octopus fishman, and it's called Xiao Ba. Could it be the Xiao Ba from the Kokozia village? It should be him. Chu Feng nodded, then took out a photo and said, Kami, are you talking about this guy? Kami looked at the photo in Chu Feng's hand and nodded immediately, yes, this is Xiao Ba. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates who had experienced the Nami incident immediately showed disgusted expressions. Was it really that bastard? In that case, the takoyaki was also made by that bastard. Luffy's expression also became serious. That guy. Kami looked at the expressions of several people and was a little stunned. Is there any grudge between Xiao Ba and you? Yeah, it's very serious. Is that so? Kami's face was apologetic. I apologize on behalf of Xiao Ba first. I'm sorry. If there is a chance, I will bring him to apologize to you in person. Sorry, Luffy, let's talk about takoyaki next time. By the way, there is also the matter of going to the Sabayati archipelago. After I rescue my friends first, I will come here to find you. With that, Kami jumped towards the side of the boat, but the guardrail was too high, and she couldn't jump out at all. Nami. How can you save people like this? Nami covered her face and said, forget it, let's go and rescue the people first. As for whether to cut Xiao Ba twice at that time, that's all for later. Let's not talk about the way to Shampoo Land. The kind-hearted Nami didn't want this little girl who looked a little innocent to fall into the hands of human traffickers. That would be too cruel. She remembered that Chu Feng said that mermaids were the target of many people in the sea. Because they are valuable. 7. Chapter 200, Armed Fighter Ruthless Missile Attack. Hakami, who fell to the ground, said excitedly, are you willing to help me save Xiao Ba? Since Nami said so, let's go. Luffy nodded. In this matter, Luffy respects Nami. Since she said she could go, then go. By the way, what is your relationship? He is the owner of the takoyaki shop. Kami stretched out a finger and said, Xiao Ba's takoyaki is the best takoyaki in the world. Really? Luffy's saliva flowed down when he heard it. Brothers, take the takoyaki back. Oh. How weird. Chu Feng looked strange. Obviously he is an octopus man, but he likes to make takoyaki. Doesn't he feel like he is eating his own kind? It's weird no matter how you think about it. It should be that in his eyes, octopuses are not considered his own kind. Nami said calmly, Chu Feng, I will ask Xiao Bie about his situation later. If he is still doing evil, kill him. Actually, there is another reason why Nami made this decision, that is, when he was in Coco Westward Journey Village, Xiao Bie did not attack anyone in the village. He only attacked when facing the navy. But he is still a cadre of the Arlong pirates after all. He is just a big guy among the short guys, and is considered to be a little stronger than others. Otherwise, no matter how bad Kami is, Nami would not say what she said just now. But if he does bad things for a while after that, then I'm sorry, I have to kill him even if I rescue him. Yet. Chu Feng nodded, don't worry, even if you don't say it, I have this plan. And he hates human traffickers and the like. Looking at the confident crowd, Nami walked to Kami and helped her up. It's no problem to leave it to them. Do you remember the location? She didn't listen carefully to where the place was just now, and was only thinking about the 5, 6, 3 things about the voice. Yeah, remember. Kami nodded, the general route is clear, and then we can ask the fish. Ask the fish. Usopp was a little dumbfounded, can it be like this? Then he looked at Chopper, can he understand what the sea fish say? I am a land creature, I can only understand the words of land creatures, Chopper said unhappily, don't even think about the sea. Although he didn't know what was going on. It should be because they lived in the ancient times in the sea. Chu Feng pushed his glasses and said, after all, the devil fruit is an existence hated by the sea. It is reasonable that they can't understand what the fish say. Can you help me? Kami pointed to the railing on the side and said, it's too high, I can't reach it. Hey Sanji immediately said excitedly, I'll help you. Stop right there. Nami grabbed Sanji's neck and said, what do you want to do? Of course, pick up the beautiful Miss Kami. You are not needed. Nami threw Sanji aside and said, Kasa, help AI Kemi. Okay. As soon as the voice fell, the deck suddenly moved and lifted. Kemi to you can see the height of the sea surface. I don't know why you made such a high plank. Usopp looked at Chu Feng speechlessly, it's hard to get out. We don't usually go from here. Chu Feng rolled his eyes, pointed to the direction of the bow and said, you can go down the stairs in that direction. Who would have thought that this little mermaid girl would have to jump from that direction? Well, she is really a natural fool. At this time, Kami called out to the sea, and then a large number of fish rushed out from underwater. After communicating, Kami smiled and said, they said flying fish are too scary, but it's okay to lead the way nearby. It's amazing, you can actually talk to fish. Brooke was full of emotion, should I say it's worthy of being a mermaid? This racial talent is really amazing. Let's go, just follow the arrow. Kami jumped down and said, the fish formed an arrow, let's follow it quickly. Really? Luffy ran to the bow with a surprised look on his face and shouted, there really is an arrow. Too amazing. I can't believe it. Usopp had the same expression, if that's the case, their intelligence is not low. It's really a group of magical fish. Kasa, follow them. Chu Feng said, it seems that the magic of this sea is beyond my imagination. He is looking forward to the next trip. Yoshi. Brothers, move towards Takoyaki. Oh. Soon, the star arrived near the destination, and the fish slowly dispersed. After all, the front is the territory of flying fish, and they will be easily eaten if they go there. Hazoro, who had just finished taking a shower, said in surprise, is the ship sailing so soon? Can we reach the Sabayati archipelago? Well, we can do it after we finish our work. Luffy nodded, then pointed at Kami and said, compared to that, Zoro, look at this guy. She's a mermaid. Mermaid Kami, isn't that amazing? Hello, Kami said with a smile, I'm Kami. Although the little girl is innocent, she is still very polite. Zoro was silent for a moment, then said, mermaid. It's the first time I've seen it. Chopper. Deleted, you just deleted your memory, didn't you? Just now, Zoro must have selectively deleted the memory that Kokoro was a mermaid. Zoro ignored Chopper. Isn't this a matter of course? So, where are we going now? To save Kami's friend, the fishman Hachi. Luffy pointed at Kami and said, the one in Nami's village. Fishman Hachi. Zoro was stunned for a moment, and the memory of the fishman came to his mind. His face suddenly darkened. Is it necessary to save that guy? He hurt people in Nami's village. Nami agreed to this. Is that so? Zoro nodded. It's okay if he said that. Nami agreed, what else can he say? Although you are kind, I need to make it clear in advance. Papagu stretched out his hand and said, there are more than a dozen gang kidnapping groups nearby. Human trafficking is very prevalent in the Sabayati archipelago. So the danger is very high. Human trafficking. Sanji showed a trace of disgust on his face. It's too much. It's really bad that there is such a thing as human trafficking. Not only that, the mermaids are traded at a high price. Papagu glanced at Kami and said, so that's why the gang caught Zioba and lured Kami into the trap. This is not the first time they have done this. Once Kami is caught, she will face an extremely miserable end. There is a high probability that she will be auctioned off and become a slave. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. It turned out to be a slave. This is too much. To be honest, what I hate most is the human traffickers. Chu Feng's eyes were cold. Since I'm here, the human traffickers in Champuti have no need to exist. Zero, even the so-called auction house, he will destroy it. I heard that it is the territory of Flamingo da Flamingo. Sorry, he is not afraid of that guy. Papago looked at Chu Feng in shock. Are you planning to? We'll talk about this later. Zoro interrupted Papagu. Anyway, the place we are going to now is that human trafficking group, right? I guess so. Well, let's kill them all later. Zoro showed a grim smile. It's just right to use their new swords. After getting the black sword Kyushui, he has not killed any enemies yet. Don't be careless. Papagu said cautiously, the flying fish group is still very strong. Although you look strong, those guys are not ordinary people. They seem to be afraid of the flying fish group. Frankie glanced at Papagu. Is it that scary? Aren't they just a group of human traffickers? They use such despicable means. Can they really be so powerful? Why does he feel that these people may not be as good as his brothers? It's not a matter of fear or not. Those guys are really powerful. Papagu sighed. They appeared here recently and made a name for themselves in a short period of time. They have a reputation that if you are targeted, you will be doomed, but there is a rumor that they seem to have been targeting pirates all the time, and they have not trafficked ordinary people. It seems that they are looking for someone. I don't know if it is true. Chu Feng's eyes flickered when he heard this. Who are you looking for? I'm afraid it's their Straw Hat Pirates. The unlucky guy who looks exactly like the portrait on Sanji's bounty order. At this moment, Casa suddenly said, a few flying fish flew over the sky. It should be the flying fish group that Mr. Papagu mentioned. Everyone be careful. First. Mr. or something. Papagu blushed. It was the first time he heard someone say that. You are blushing, the person next to him complained, and how can a starfish express blushing? Obviously, his whole body is red. So weird. It's really a flying fish. Luffy looked at the flying fish that were already very close and said, so powerful. Is it time to admire now? Zoro opened his shark mouth and roared, we should shoot them down. This is a provocation, a provocation. One sword style, 36 troubled winds. Zoro didn't tolerate their shortcomings and decisively swung out a flying slash. Unfortunately, he couldn't hit the other party. After all, the speed was too fast. Kassadin, send out unmanned armed fighters to shoot them down. Chu Feng said coldly, they are still provoking us, they really don't know how to live or die. The order has been received, start executing. As soon as the voice fell, two fighters that looked extremely domineering launched and took off, chasing each other at a very fast speed. After getting close to the distance, they launched a machine gun attack without mercy, directly sweeping away a flying fish, causing the man on his body to fall down. However, this is not over yet. After the machine gun was finished, Kassadin fired another missile. Not good. The man sitting on the flying fish saw this and shouted loudly, "Get into the water quickly!" Escape from underwater. At the same time, he rushed to his partner's side, caught him, and quickly dived to the bottom of the water. Although it was the first time he saw this thing, his intuition told him that the speed of the flying fish was definitely not as fast as the other party. And that terrible missile might kill them if it fell on them. So they could only escape from underwater. Boom! The missile exploded after tracking the other party into the seabed. After seeing that there was no way to find the other party's trace, Kasha took back the two unmanned armed fighters. How is it? Not sure. Kasha appeared beside Chu Feng and shook her head and said, "The missile cannot enter the deep sea water. It is not clear whether the other party was killed. But after this attack, the other party should not dare to come again." "Well, I know." Chu Feng nodded. After all, they were just 3 minions. It doesn't matter whether they die or not. After arriving at the other party's territory, it will be very convenient to kill them all. Soon, the star arrived near the other party's base. "That's it." Frankie pulled down his sunglasses and looked into the distance and said, "The base of the flying fish group. That takoyaki should be there." Luffy looked into the distance and said, "Let's go, let's rescue him." What does the world's most delicious takoyaki taste like? He has to taste it carefully. "Don't worry, Miss Kami." Sanji twisted his body wildly beside Kami, "he can be rescued in the blink of an eye." "Thank you, Mr. Sanji. But everyone should be careful." Kami looked at the others and said, "The person who called before is a powerful enemy who has captured me 30 times. Straw Hat Pirates. Are you sure it's not your fault? I've entered their range." Chu Feng glanced around and said, "Why can't I see anyone? Could it be an ambush?" "Tisk, naive, who do you think your opponent is?" "My old problem of not being able to go to the island has come back again," Usopp said, holding his chest. "Really, it's painful." "This is not an island," Frankie said seriously, "it's just a residential area forcibly built on the sea." "What an interesting design, it is somewhat similar to the Seven Waters." "Hey! Then I have the disease of not being able to go to the residential area on the sea again. No, my heart aches." "Chu Feng! You are so dramatic. Why do you live in such a place?" Zoro looked around and was a little curious. "This place is so barren." "Didn't I say that I was looking for someone?" Chu Feng said with a smile. "Maybe he lives here just to find someone. This is indeed one of the only ways to go to the Sabayati archipelago." Kami stretched out a finger and said, "This possibility is not low. One of them." Chu Feng's mouth twitched. "That kid is really lucky. He can meet them here." "Is it too quiet here?" 0.7 Chopper looked around nervously. "Something is wrong." "Of course it's wrong. This place is a trap at a glance." Little Mary, who was sitting in Nami's arms, said, "I can see it. Moreover, you can think of it when you talked with Den Den Mushi just now. The other party will definitely set a trap for them to come." "What about the trap?" Sanji snorted coldly. "In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy is meaningless. Be careful." Usopp looked around vigilantly. "I always have a bad feeling." "You are a brave sea warrior, how can you be afraid of this?" "That's right." Usopp was no longer afraid, and said with his head held high, "Brothers, move forward than before. As for the enemies that appeared, let Chu Feng and the others kill them." "Hey, Zioba, are you okay?" Kami stood on the bow and waved his arms. "Answer me." Zioba in the distance turned his head and looked at the star. When he saw the pirate flag clearly, he was numb. It's over, it's the Straw Hat Boys' ship. Why is it them I don't even have the face to see them? Damn, why is this rope so tight? Damn, if that's the case. Octopus Zioba, Octopus ink. A large amount of ink spit out from Hachi's mouth and covered his body, and the whole person became as black as ink. Well, this is fine. Hachi nodded with satisfaction. In this way, the Straw Hat Boys will definitely not recognize me. He is really a genius. Little did he know that the Straw Hat pirates in the distance were watching his actions speechlessly. This guy is an idiot. Usopp was speechless. He doesn't think that we can't recognize him like this. Nami's mouth twitched. Sure enough, he still looks like he has a low IQ. This idiot.